This is Audible.
Harper Audio presents I, Partridge, We Need to Talk About Alan, by Alan Partridge, with Rob Gibbons, Neil Gibbons, Armando Iannucci and Steve Coogan. This is Alan Partridge. 1. Beginnings. When I was 8 years old, I suffered a nosebleed so profuse and generous, I bolted from the schoolyard and sought solace in the first-class countryside of Norfolk. Nosebleeds were a pretty common feature of my childhood, caused variously by physical exercise, spicy food, bright sunlight, embarrassment, dairy, shouting, hearing or doing and fiddling with my nose. And my school friends were wise to it. More impressively, they'd worked out that they could induce a hemorrhage themselves by tethering me to the roundabout with the strap of my own school bag and letting the centrifugal force do the rest. Unbowed, I refused to accept this affliction, and would sneak into the yard alone after school and subject myself to a few turns of the ride once or twice a week. This went on until I developed enough tolerance to prevent the bleeding at the age of about 16. But this nosebleed was hefty, brought on by a perfect storm of country dancing, hot weather, and the high pollen count. As it spread and dried on my face and neck, I knew I couldn't face the juvenile tittering of my class colleagues, which is how I came to wander the leafy idyls on the outskirts of Norwich. Had this been 2011, I'd probably have returned to school with some Uzis to give my classmates something to really laugh about. But this was a different and better time. So I walked through the countryside and I bathed in the majesty of nature, in quite a mature way for an 8-year-old. It was quiet, peaceful. The only soul I encountered was a lady rambler, who literally ran when I smiled at her. The bleeding was very profuse. Eventually I found myself stood at the verge of a copse, directly in front of a tree. I didn't remember approaching it, but there I was, standing and gawping at a single tree. Why? I thought. Why this tree? What is it about this simple field maple that makes it stand out from the others? It's not the biggest, the strongest, the coolest, the best at PE. Why am I being hauled into the tractor beam of this tree over and above the millions of other ordinary trees? Well, I guess it had a certain something. At ease with itself, and blessed with a gentle authority. It had class and spunk. Then it hit me, the thought. It's me, I exclaimed. I am that tree. I personify its standout quality. Some people might say that's arrogant. Arrogant? Actually accurate. What has made me different from the others? How, and these were pretty much my exact words, even at the age of 8, did I come to be born with this aura of otherness, this je ne sais quoi? I stood and looked at the tree, and thoughts tumbled around my head like trainers in a washing machine. What made me thus? What made me thus? What made me thus? And as the memories swirled around, like the trainers I mentioned in the previous paragraph, all that could be heard was the pitter-patter of blood. My nose was still piddling the stuff, as it dripped from my nose and chin and onto my shoes. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Pitter-patter goes the rain on the window. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. And outside, cars zoom up and down the road, some of them dropping down into second to turn right into Gayton Road. On the pavement, people hurry and scurry, both to and fro. A clap of thunder, bam! And some really gusty wind. Everyone agrees it's a pretty dramatic evening all round. Pan right, it's a hospital room. A clammy, pregnant woman lies spread-eagled on the bed and is about to produce pitter-patter of her own. She's not going to wet herself, although that's often a distressing side effect of childbirth. I'm referring to the pitter-patter of children's feet. "Stand back," says the midwife. "Her contraptions are massive. Get ready." "Looks like Anthony Eden's about to be named Prime Minister," mutters a nurse as she strolls past the door. "And Chelsea are about to win the First Division title," replies an orderly, almost certainly not educated enough to follow politics. In the corner of the room, Rock Around the Clock by Bill Haley blasts from the radio, quietly. You see, this wasn't now, it's then. The present tense used in this passage is just a literary device so that this next bit comes as a surprise. The scene is actually unfurling in 1955. The hospital, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in King's Lynn. The sweaty woman, Mrs. Dorothy Partridge, my mother, and the child's head slithering from her legs. It belongs to me. The child was I, Partridge. "You've done it. Brilliant pushing," says the midwife. She holds the newborn aloft like a captain lifting a fleshy World Cup, and then the child throws back his head and roars the roar of freedom. The noise is relatively nonsensical, but no less intelligent than most babies would produce. In fact, probably a bit more switched on than average. In many ways, the proud wail that burst from my lungs was my first broadcast, delivered to an audience of no more than 8. That still equated to an audience share in the delivery room at least of a cool 100%. Not bad, I probably thought. Not bad at all. As I write these words, I'm noisily chomping away on not one, but 2 muddy mints. I've a powerful suck, and soon they'll be whittled away to nothing. But for the time being at least, they have each other. For the time being, they are brothers. Which is more than can be said for me, for I was an only child, and I will now talk more about being an only child. Why my parents never had more kids I don't know, though as a youngster I'd often lie in bed wondering. Maybe it was financial reasons. Maybe I'd bust Mum's cervix. Maybe Dad had just perfected the withdrawal method. But I would have loved a little brother to play football with or bully. I'd rush downstairs every Christmas and rip open my presents, hoping against hope that one of the boxes contained a human baby. It rarely did. In fact, it never did. The sad fact was my parents, brackets though not communists, were unconsciously adhering to the same one-child-only policy espoused by the People's Republic of China. And like billions of Chinese children, I consequently had to endure a home life of intense loneliness. This meant there was extra pressure on me to be sociable. I didn't have a motto growing up, but had I done, it would almost certainly have been, "I'd love some friends, please," but maybe in Latin. I'd look on with longing as my fellow children greedily enjoyed their friendships. I remember being especially jealous of a lad called Graham Rigg. Graham was too cool for school, though he did still attend. He'd not only been winner of the Sports Day slow bicycle race for 3 straight years, he was also the first boy in our class to properly kiss a girl. There'd been cheek pecks before, not to mention intersex handshakes, but he was the first kid in the playground to go French. None of the rest of us could figure out where he'd learnt to do this, but the general consensus was from porno films. 8-year-old Jenny Lancashire was the cock-a-hoop recipient, and she was rightly grateful. But when I look back, I often think how fortunate it was that Graham was the same age as her, because if he'd been 20 years older, he would have been up in Crown Court, and quite right too. I bumped into him for the first time in decades the other week. He was at the returns desk in my local home base. We were both taking back kettles, him faulty filament, me didn't like colour. "Still French-kissing 8-year-olds, I said, pointing an accusing finger at his potentially paedophilic mouth. "No," he replied. "Good," I said. Then, for extra emphasis, I said it again, but slightly more slowly. "Good." I'd made my point. Anyway, after that, talk naturally turned to motor vehicles, and I was bowled over to learn that Graham had been the first person in Norwich to own a car with a catalytic converter. From playground Lothario to environmental trailblazer in under 50 years. It quickly dawned on me that here was a man whose number I needed to take. But before I had the chance, he'd collected his refund, mimed taking his hat off to me, and disappeared off into the sunset / down the paint aisle. Without love, parental or matey, to sustain me, I turned to myself, Alan Partridge, for comfort. Eager to keep myself occupied, I was, from a young age, deeply inquisitive. Learning was my friend, knowledge my bosom buddy. Indeed, in my quest for self-education, I once put a bumblebee in the freezer. It was to see if I could freeze it and then bring it back to life. I couldn't. Of course I couldn't. It was dead. I put it in a matchbox, like a kind of biodegradable bee casket, then just chucked it in the bin. I never told my mother. And so this young, neglected, but resourceful young man would guzzle down knowledge like kids would guzzle down fizzy pop, or full cream milk, either works. For a time I was fixated with butterflies, an interest that my father did much to encourage. We'd go into the garden on a summer's eve, and when we saw the gentle flitter-flutter of a butterfly, he'd smash it to the ground with his tennis racket. 15 love, he'd roar. Either that or some other tennis-related phrase. Advantage, Dad, was my favourite. "You know what you need to do now, Alan," he'd continue. "Yes, Father, I'm to collect the remains, piece them back together, and do my utmost to identify the genus." Sometimes I could actually do it too, but more often than not, particularly when Dad used his textbook backhand slice, he would have needed dental records to identify the dead. Still, world-class interactive learning. But don't be deceived by this seemingly intimate tale of fatherliness. In fact, I probably shouldn't even have put that bit in. No, above all else, overriding everything, was the dark heart at the core of my parents' parenting, which meant that, as I think I've said, my home life was one of neglect and sadness. Mother was cold, distant. After school, between the ages of 13 and 14, I would routinely have to let myself into the house where I'd be on my own, unfended for a minimum of 45 minutes, before she came home from working in a shoe shop. She'd try to console me by gifting me the latest shoe-cleaning merchandise, and to this day I've always had an affection for shoe trees and shoe horns. And then there was Father. Like most men of his generation, he'd returned from the war a changed man. He'd signed up on the day of his 17th birthday. "Mum," he'd said chirpily, "I'm off to save a Jew or two." It was April 1943, and he'd had quite enough of the idiots with the swastikas, and they were idiots. I remember asking him once over breakfast what it had been like, but his eyes glazed over, and he just took another bite of his boiled egg. It was a bite that seemed to say, "Son, I don't want to talk about war because I've seen soldiers decapitated like in Saving Private Ryan. The only soldiers I want to talk about are the ones I dip in my boiled egg, which coincidentally has also been decapitated," his next bite seemed to add. This was typical of my dad, or would have been if he'd said it, because he'd often have dark thoughts rounded off with a little joke. He wasn't an easy man, though. Mum said he came back from the war with a rage that never went away. She said he was still just very angry with Mr. Hitler. Yet it was me that suffered the consequences. Let's just say, Papa had a hand like a leather shovel. What made it all the more galling was that it wasn't even me that had carried out the final solution. The closest I've ever got to the extermination of the Jewish race was teasing John Malick about his big nose, but A, I didn't even know he was Jewish, and B, it was pretty large. You could have hung your washing off it. They say your nose is one of the few things that keeps growing throughout your life. John will now be 56. Good God. The only thing that softened the blow, metaphor, was that I was at least being beaten with a degree of excellence. My father was a naturally gifted corporal punisher. The quality of the blows was always the same, whether administering them with his right hand or his left, whether he was alone or had Mum screaming at him to stop, whether we were in the privacy of the home or out at a charity treasure hunt organised by Round Table. I couldn't wait for the day when I was big enough to turn round and thump him in the tummy, or set fire to an Airfix Messerschmitt and put it behind his bedroom door so he'd be intoxicated by the burning plastic. You see, it wasn't just physical abuse. The torment was sometimes psychological. I still bear the mental scars from him trimming our privet hedge and then making me go round and collect the cuttings in the rain. Well, I've got a saying. Be careful what you do, because someday something similar might happen to you. And you know what? It did, because financial difficulties in later life meant he ended up as a casual labourer in his 60s. I allowed myself a wry smile at that. You may think it's cold of me to be glad of his occupational misfortune, just because he had me collecting privets, but let me tell you this, he made me do it 4 times in as many years, and on another occasion, he made me clear out the garage on a sunny day. But I never have turned round and thumped him in the tummy or set fire to an Airfix Messerschmitt before putting it behind his bedroom door so he'd be intoxicated by the burning plastic. Why? Well, I guess resentment fades with time. Also, he's now dead, and the last thing I've got time to do is exhume and subsequently duff up the cadaver of a loved one. There'd be a heck of a lot of paperwork for one. Plus, I really need to take the car in for a service. I must do that next week. "Ah, but at least your parents didn't split up," you might be crowing. "You're lucky in that respect, Alan." I shake my head slowly and smile. You see, my parents' marriage wasn't as stable as their long list of wedding anniversaries might suggest, and that in itself was unusual and upsetting. Of course, these days, the institution of marriage is in crisis. It's crumbling like an OXO cube. I don't have the exact figures to hand, but it's probably correct to say that half of all marriages end in separation. Take the royal family. Elizabeth and Philip, solid as a rock. Charles and Diana, crumbled like an OXO cube. Charles and Camilla, rock. Andrew and Fergie, OXO. Edward and his wife, rock. Anne and Mark Phillips, OXO. You see, exactly 1 in 2. "Marriage is dead," I shouted to the listeners of Mid-Morning Matters not 6 weeks ago. Then I paused for dramatic effect and to finish my mouthful of sandwich. "Someone inform the relatives. Time of death, 2011. Cause of death? Well, why don't you play Quincy? Get in touch and let us know why you think marriage passed away." It turned out to be a really insightful phone-in. Dealing with unemployed listeners 5 days a week, I'm still sometimes pleasantly surprised that they can be brainy. Regular caller Ralph laid the blame at the door of the Mormons. Other less angry listeners put it down to the rise of contraception, E-numbers giving us attention deficit, and tax law, while my assistant texted in to say it was a symptom of terrible ungodliness. Me, I put it down to a combination of all these factors, apart from the one about ungodliness and the one about Mormons. Whatever your view, in the last 100 years there must have been more divorces than marriages. 50 years ago, things were kind of different, though. It was as rare to see a divorce as it was to see a four-leaf clover or a black chap in a position of authority. If only things had stayed that way. I mean about divorces. Now, I thought my parents' union was in the rock-solid camp, but I was wrong, because one night, something happened that threatened to turn my world upside down, like one of those paperweights with fake snow inside. It was an incident that made me have a terrible, terrible thought. What if the rock of their marriage was actually a rock made of OXO? I woke with a start. At first, I'd assumed I'd trumped myself awake again. It was the summertime, so there were lots of fresh vegetables in our diet. But as I listened through the darkness, I realized that something far worse was going on. My mother and father were having the row to end all rows. A sudden shot of fear ripped through my pre-pubic body, and now I did do a trump. The noise fizzed out of my back passage like a child calling for help. That child was me. I cupped my hands behind my ears, creating a sort of makeshift amplifier. Look and Learn magazine was right. It really did work. But I still couldn't quite hear everything. I shut my eyes in the hope that it might make me hear better, like they say it does for blind people. "I've told you there's no point keeping those. They're not tax-deductible," my dad thundered. "I think you'll find they are," raged my mum, like some sort of feral animal, brackets a badger with TB perhaps. "They're not. You only get VAT back on lunches outside a 50-mile radius from your place of residence, you effing bitch," he seemed to add with his eyes, I imagined. "All right, fine. I'll get rid of them then," sobbed my mum, her fight gone, her spirit crushed like a Stew Francis grape. Then the door was shut. Or was it slammed? It was hard to know for sure, as I'd now opened my eyes, thus depriving myself of the hearing boost conferred on me by blindness. I curled up on my bed like a fetus, though admittedly quite a large one, and I cried like a baby, again large. "Please, Lord, make it stop," I snivelled. "I'll do anything you ask of me, within reason and subject to getting permission from my mum. Just don't let them break up." Like an OXO cube, I could have added. And with that, I went off to the bathroom to clear my head, not to mention my nose. Yet miraculously, when I went down for breakfast the next morning, there was no mention of the bitter war of words that had waged so fiercely just hours before. The nightmare that had threatened to rip my world apart like an experienced chef portioning up a ball of mozzarella had somehow been averted. It was the 25th of October, 1962, and on the other side of the Atlantic, President J.F.K. Kennedy had just pulled the world back from the brink of nuclear war. Could I have just experienced my own personal Cuban Missile Crisis? Yes, I could have. And so, in summary, mine was a childhood of undeniable hardship, a chilling and far from delicious cocktail of neglect, solitude, domestic strife, and abuse. Naysayers have suggested that I'm dramatizing details of my early years because my publishers were concerned that my childhood was boring. How wrong they are. If anything, I'm bravely playing down some of those hardships I faced in a way that critics might choose to describe as stoical. I was, if you like, a child called It. This was Alan's Ashes. A protagonist dealt a really shoddy hand by hard-hearted parents. They're dead now, and my mum's sister Valerie, who disputes my version of events pretty vociferously, has gone medically demented, so I'm really the gospel here. But it wasn't all foul-tasting. For example, I remember the intense joy I felt when my father slipped on some cake and cracked his head open. It was the day of my 9th birthday, and as I sat effortlessly reading a book aimed at 11 to 12-year-olds, I heard a commotion. It was my father. "Delivery for Mr. Partridge! Delivery for Mr. Partridge!" he was saying. He meant me rather than himself, although he could have eliminated the obvious ambiguity by saying Alan Partridge or Master Partridge. My instincts told me that he was using the third person, so probably did mean me. I ran into the kitchen, and there was my father, normally so cruel as I think I've made abundantly clear, holding a cake. It was a ruby-red birthday cake with my name piped onto it in reasonably accomplished joined-up writing. I could barely contain my excitement, more at the cake than the writing. I adored cakes, but was only allowed to eat any on special occasions, such as after meals. I began to run over, licking my lips as I sprinted. Although blessed with cat-like coordination, something made me lose my bearings. Perhaps I'd been pushing myself too hard with the book for 11 to 12-year-olds, and my brain was scrambled. Whatever it was, I misjudged my proximity to the table and clattered against it. The cake fell from it and smashed on the floor in a hail of crumbs and redness and cream. My father surveyed the scene, his face slowly crumpling with anger. He crouched down, taking the weight of his body on his two haunches, and then he addressed me. "You'll never amount to anything," he said. "You're that to me." And on the word that, he held his finger and thumb, 1, maybe 2 centimeters apart, as if to say, "Not very much." I didn't know what to say, my mind blasted by the twin concerns of spilt cake and parental cruelty. He turned to go and put one of his angry feet on the remains of the cake. This acted as a lubricant, destroying any traction/friction his foot might have had with the floor. It shot forward, and with his balance now a distant memory, he came crashing to the floor. His back took the first hit, smashing against the lino and cake with a bang. Bang! His rump was next. Doof! Followed by his skull. Crack! And for a second, he was motionless, before blood began to spill from the back of his head. As my father lay on the ground, the tension, much like the physical integrity of Dad's skull, was broken. Suddenly, all the years of neglect which could easily have made a book in its own right, and definitely a film, were lifted. The hardship, the loneliness, the disappointment squeezed out of my eyes in the form of hot salt tears. Was I crying or laughing? I didn't know. All I knew was that these tears felt like a monsoon on a parched African savanna, to the delight of a proud but easy-going black farmer. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. I'm back at that tree as an 8-year-old child, my nose still bleeding, but it should scab up in a few minutes. All those childhood thoughts are racing through my mind, even though some of the incidents haven't yet happened, so would only have raced through my mind in a very vague form. These hard hardships, testing trials, and tricky tribulations are the things that have made me who I am. Like this tree, I am different. I have staying power, strength, nobility, staying power, and the ability to branch out. I wait for the bleeding to stop. It has done. Now. The cathartic cleansing effect of rapid blood loss has made me feel elated, and I returned to school to face what proved to be a pretty massive bollocking. I didn't care. Something had been ignited in me. I still return to that tree once a year. It's been bulldozed now to make the car park of Morrison's. I like to think it was pulped to make the very pages you're reading now if you were reading it in book form and not listening to the audiobook. But I still stand there each year, smack bang in the middle of a disabled parking bay, and remember its leafy majesty. We've both had our knocks. My TV career was bulldozed by a short-sighted commissioner who I'm delighted to say is now dead. But we retain the indefinable quality of excellence. And I think back to that turning point, that fulcrum of my early years, when I first fully realized what I had, where I was going, and who I was. I was Alan Partridge. 2. Scouts and Schooling. I joined Lord Baden-Powell's army of prepubescents, and it is an army, in the heyday of the Boy Scouts. In those days, we were truly legion. Some say there were close to 1 million UK Scouts in the early 60s, a terrifying proposition if you imagine them all running at you across a field, or chanting Ging Gang Ghoulie again and again and again and again, but slightly louder each time. Even among such a vast number, I stood out as quite an outstanding officer in the North Norwich district, HQ'd in Cottersea. I excelled at outdoor tasks, mastering knots that could, theoretically, lash a small boat to a jetty or splice together a child's shattered leg, identifying clues to help me track a stricken comrade, spotting dock leaves from 50 paces. But I was even more adept at the domestic chores that scouting taught. I could embroider badges onto the shirts of every scout who asked, and was an absolute whiz at buffing shoes, tying neckerchiefs, and adjusting woggles. I might as well admit now, before any member of my troop publishes a counter-memoir, that I never mastered firelighting. I admit that. I couldn't do fires. I could build them into sturdy wigwams of sticks and newspaper, no problem, but I found it very, very hard to make them catch fire. In fact, I still can't, which is why gas barbecues are such a blessed relief. I'm often asked, what do Scouts do? Well, although highly trained and physically fit, Scouts are not invited to defend Britain in an international conflict. Instead, much of our effort went into the production of our annual gang show, my first taste of showbiz. My aptitude for knot tying meant that I was called into action as a stagehand, hoiking up scenery panels, then lowering them down again. I was good at it and felt no real calling to be on stage, until the night of our first show. Scout leader Dave Millicent was MC. Smartly dressed and with his hair parted to one side, he worked the crowd beautifully and introduced each term with a real panache. He was, in a very real sense, a presenter that night. And it was at the show's pinnacle, as he queued up the backing track to Crest of a Wave and told them to take it away, that I think I first knew what I wanted to be. I wanted to present. Many years later, I contacted Dave and asked him to co-present my show on hospital radio, but he said he didn't want to do it and didn't remember who I was. Still, he was a good man and a very talented scout. What most appealed to me about the Scouts was that it was a true meritocracy. If you were diligent and resourceful and attended each week, you could orienteer your way to the very top. I'm proud to say I achieved the rank of patrol leader in no time, with 6 good Scouts under my command. You'd think that this would automatically confer on me a bit of respect and obedience from others in the patrol. Sadly, many in the troop felt the scouting hierarchy only applied during our weekly meetings. One member of the troop, Phil Wiley, was in my class at school, and his behaviour towards me, a superior officer, was quite shameful. On one occasion he stole my swimming trunks, dropped them in a urinal and laughed. This was in front of the whole class, many of whom were in my troop. Of course I couldn't let this slide, and I ordered him to rescue and wash them. He sniggered. I took a breath. "Do as I say," I said calmly. He began to walk away. "Do as I say, Scout Wiley," I boomed. "What did you call me? Scout Wiley?" He laughed again and indicated to the rest of the class that I was mentally defective by twirling a finger by the side of his head. Well, this was rank insubordination. "Do as I say. I'm your patrol leader." "Oh my God," he attempted weakly. "I am your patrol leader. You are such a tit. I am your patrol leader. Fuck off." He actually said that to me. "I am your patrol leader. I am your patrol leader. I am your patrol leader. I am your patrol leader." I continued to shout this until I was the only person left in the changing rooms. And then I fished my trunks from the well of piss with a fountain pen and showered them off for a few minutes before repeatedly hurling them against a wall to release the excess liquid. Yes, I'd had to save my trunks from someone else's urine, but I'd left my class colleagues certain of one thing. I was the patrol leader. The following week, I reported Wiley to Scout leader Dave and was told not to tell tales, which didn't really bother me much at all. Wiley left the troop shortly after, and his schoolwork began to decline markedly. Without the discipline and brotherhood of the scouting movement, he drifted into a spiral of underachievement, culminating in his having sex with a lab technician. Because of pregnancy, she gave birth to a child, although Wiley has as close a relationship with it as you or I do. I treasured my involvement with the Scouts, of course I did, but it didn't compensate for the absence of love and affection I received in my home. That is a fact. Do you believe in guardian angels? I do. Not the winged ones you see in films, as I've often explained to my assistant, a Christian female. As well as being aerodynamically unfeasible, wings sprouting from the shoulder blades would pull the ribcage backwards and gradually suffocate the angel, a cause of death that's similar, ironically, to that of crucifixion. No, by guardian angels I mean nice people, and I do believe in them, although I reserve the right to be deeply suspicious of anyone who is unilaterally kind to me. My guardian angels were the Lambert family. They took me in when I had nowhere to go. They gave me food and shelter, and love when my own parents had deserted me. I remain forever in your debt, although not in any legal sense. I was temporarily fostered by this kindly family in 1961. As family friends who were friends with our family, theirs was a loving home, and I stayed for more than 3 weeks, returning home only because Mum and Dad had come back from their holiday in Brittany, and it was time to go. This was the first time I had experienced the warmth of a caring family. Not for them the bickering over VAT receipts, or making their children pick up privet cuttings in the rain. Instead, I was treated like a human being. The father, Trevor, was an asthmatic, but what he lacked in being able to breathe quietly, he more than made up for with his parental skills. He always found time to not hit his children, and I remember thinking that was tremendous. "Got to say, Trevor," I remember announcing on my second day there, "you have a wonderful way with your kids. You're a credit to yourself. I, for one, am impressed." "Thanks, Alan," he said. "Yes, that's lovely of you, Alan." I turned to see Mother Lambert, better known as Fran, handing out fresh milk and cooked cookies to her 3 children, Kenneth, Emma, and Sheila. The children were marginally older than I was, and remain so to this day. But they reached across the age divide to show me friendship and goodwill. But it was Fran who was the chief supplier of love. From day one, I was clasped to her bosom. Not literally at all. There was no suggestion of any sordid behaviour. Please don't think there was just because I've created the image of my face being pulled towards an older woman's breasts. I don't want you to take away even a residual inkling that the family was marred by a proclivity for child molestation. In fact, I'm in 2 minds about whether to keep this paragraph in at all, in case the denial of any wrongdoing makes you think there's something that needs denying. There isn't. They were a lovely family, kept themselves to themselves, and the neighbours have said they seemed perfectly normal. Actually, that makes them sound worse. I was happy there, and saw no reason why I couldn't stay among the Lamberts for the rest of my life. But the nature and length of my stay there hadn't been adequately explained to me. And so it was, one cold summer's morning, I looked up from a genuinely difficult jigsaw puzzle to see my mother and father standing there, my coat in Mum's hands. I burst into tears. The Lamberts cried too, inwardly, as they waved me off. Mum and Dad thanked their counterparts. "Say thank you, Alan," Mum said. "Thank you," I snivelled. "Don't mention it," said Trevor Lambert. "You can come and stay any time you like." I stopped crying. "Pardon?" "Come and stay any time you like." And with that I was driven away. But my life had been touched by guardian angels, their kindness ringing in my ears like chronic tinnitus. I pressed my hand against the window like they do in films, and at this point the director might like to do a slow fade to black. "Smelly Alan Partridge! Smelly Alan Partridge!" The words spewed from my classmates' mouths like invisible projectile sick, landing in my ears and ending up caked all over my shattered self-esteem. My inner confidence must have reeked. Short of doing me in with a blade, it wasn't that sort of school. There was nothing these educationally slow children could have done to hurt me more. But still they shouted, "Smelly Alan Partridge! Smelly Alan Partridge! He loves his mum. He lives in her bum. You think that's bad? You should smell his dad. Smelly Alan Partridge!" It was agony on so many levels. For starters, they were bellowing over the sound of English teacher Mr. Bevan, academically suicidal given that mock exams were just weeks away, and a personal affront to Mr. Bevan, who, although timid and stuttering, knew his onions English-wise. For mains, it was the dunder-headed wrongness of what they were saying. I did not smell. I was a keen cleanser, diligently showering each day and making sure that my body, private's face and mouth were stench and stain-free. If I smelt of anything, it would have been matey, now Radox, and Colgate. And for afters, their catcalls were a depressing reminder of my own father's suffering. Having signed up to the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Norfolk Regiment in World War II, for my money, the Great War, he learned that a sloppy administrator had spelt his surname Partridge. The consequent teasing and name-calling he received at the hands of his compatriots cut him deep. The horror of war, up there with trenchfoot and being attacked with guns. Smelly Alan Partridge. Say it to yourself a few times. Pretty annoying, isn't it? About 3% as clever as it thinks it is. A piece of infantile wordplay that most right-minded abusers would dismiss as rubbish, but which a small minority of backward Norfolk underachievers repeated again and again and again and again. They were led by one child, whose name I can barely even remember. In fact, his name was Stephen McComb. You won't even be able to tell, but I had to think for ages then between the words name and was, so insignificant is he in the roll call of people I've encountered. McComb, let's not bother with first names, was and is, I'm sure, a grade A Dumbo. He could afford to lark around in class, so certain was his fate as a manual worker. The kind who'd never have cause to rely on school teachings unless it was for the tie-break round of a pub quiz, where the top prize is some meat. McComb didn't just squawk smelly Alan Partridge at me a few times. His was a campaign of petty abuse that was awesome in its length and breadth. Between 1962 and 1970, McComb, and again these are events that bother me so little, my brain has them filed under forget if you like, waged an impressive, consistent war on me. This frenzied attack on me and my rights took several sickening forms. He stole, interfered with, and returned my sandwiches. He mimicked my voice when I effortlessly answered questions in class. He removed my shorts on a cross-country run and ran off fast. He reacted hysterically when I referred to a teacher as Mum. He threw my bat and ball into a canal. He spat on my back. He daubed grotesque sexual images on my freshly wallpapered exercise books, and, in a sinister twist, he tracked the progress of my puberty, making unflattering comparisons to his own and to the majority of my classmates. This was psychological torment that few could have withstood. I withstood it. One day, I decided enough was enough, so I plucked up the courage to confront him for an almighty showdown. It was 5 p.m. on a wet Tuesday, and I took a deep breath and went for it. "Oi," I said. "McComb." He hesitated. "What?" "Watch it, mate." A pause. The guy was rattled. "What?" I said, "Watch it. Watch what you say and watch how you say it, you snivelling little goose. You might find you've pushed someone too far one day and they will unleash hell in your face." "What?" "Stop saying what. Listen to me. You're going to start showing me a bit of respect, buddy boy, or you will reap a whirlwind. The days of infantile name-calling and sexually explicit graffiti are over. It stops, right?" "What? I can't hear you, mate." "I'm not your mate." "What?" This was infuriating. I unwrapped my jumper from the mouthpiece. Oh, I forgot to say this was on the phone. "Just watch it, McComb." "Who is this?" "See you around." "Is this Partridge?" I hung up, my point made. My parting shot, "See you around," had sounded particularly menacing. I would have said see you in school, but we'd both left a few years before, and around sounded more threatening anyway. McComb had left school at the first opportunity. His mindless decision-making conducted almost entirely by a hormone-addled penis, so desperate to impregnate the first chubby cashier it could slip into. Sure enough, McComb and Janice have a litter of 4 children, not much younger than they are. Way to go, guys. McComb worked for several years in the warehouse of British Leyland before a back injury scuppered his forklift truck driving. He now lives on disability allowance in Edgbaston and has gained a lot of weight. No prizes for guessing which of us is the smelly one now. Interestingly, McComb's career-ending back complaint is so cripplingly debilitating he can only manage the 3 games of 10-pin bowling per week, a fact that may or may not have been documented and photographed by my assistant. The dossier may or may not have been passed on to Birmingham City Council, and I may or may not be waiting for a reply, although this is the public sector, so I shan't be holding my breath. The divergence between our 2 lives, mine successful, his pathetic, is best illustrated in our choice of garden furnishings. I've enhanced my lawn with a rockery. McComb has chosen a broken washing machine. And what a pair he and Janice make. I spoke with her once when she asked me what I was doing outside their house, and her language was appalling, a very aggressive woman. McComb rarely, if ever, strays into my consciousness now, but in some ways I thank him. The ribbing that he orchestrated, and to be fair there were probably others involved too, Andy Bendel, Joe Cowes, Alan Rolland, Richard Toms, Justin Parker, Noel Scott and Daniel Groves, has given me a thick skin that has served me well. I grew a teak-tough, metaphorically bulletproof hide essential in the very real war zone that is broadcasting. I could give you 3 examples right now of the times that the smelly Alan Partridge barbs have stood me in good stead. When Bridie McMahon, failed TV presenter who you won't have heard of, pointed out on air that an anagram of Alan Partridge is anal dirge prat. Sure, I wanted to shove her in the face, but I had the self-discipline not to. When formerly significant TV critic Victor Lewis Smith described my military-based quiz show Skirmish as a thick man's Takeshi's Castle, I wanted to hurt him physically, but I had the restraint not to. I just left 60 abusive voicemails on his mobile, plus 12 on Valerie Singleton's, for which I've apologised. She's above him in my contacts list. There's probably a 3rd example too, but the point is the inane taunts from my school days have given me strength and perspective. An addendum. In 1994, I was named TV Quick's Man of the Moment. At the same time, Macomb contracted glandular fever. Needless to say, Macomb, I had the last laugh, and I'm still having it. 3. East Anglia Polytechnic. Open it, stuttered my mother nervously. Yes, open it, said Dad, frightened. Cool it, cats, I breezed. This was the 70s. In my hand was a golden envelope containing the most important pieces of paper I'd ever clutched. My A-level results. Rectangular in shape, and with my full name typed across it in ink. It looked important because it was of real import. The foldable flap hugged the back of the sheath tightly, bound together in a solemn, gummy embrace. Unable to slip my nail beneath its coagulated clasp, I nodded to myself. I was going to have to tear the paper along the top fold. I did so, and then reached inside to extract the papery contents. What does it say? My parents whispered in absolute unison. I opened it as gingerly as a rookie bomb disposal operative would open a fat letter bomb in a creche. In a funny sort of way, the contents were just as explosive as a powdered acetone peroxide. They spelt the difference between me attending tertiary education and being consigned to the heap marked "Don't have A-levels," and that was a mound of slag I did not want to be on. Like the bomb disposal man mentioned above, I swallowed hard and began to remove the letter within the lope. A single bead of sweat sprinted down my face, skirting around my temple and pausing at the jaw before throwing itself to its death. I pulled the paper out further until I could make out the letters it bore, letters that had been formed into words by a kindly typist. I gulped again and looked at my parents, before emitting a sigh. "Bad news," I muttered. "Your son has failed." At failing his exams! They were confused momentarily by the clever double negative, so I added, "I passed!" The "it's bad news, ha-ha, no, actually, it's good news" technique is one I've always enjoyed. It was really pioneered by Dave Coleman on Question of Sport when he'd tonally suggest Bill Beaumont had got an answer wrong, only to reveal at the end of the sentence that he'd got it right. The judges on ITV's X Factor use a similar technique to reveal that a singer has made it to boot camp. My parents were elated. Mum patted me, and Dad joined me in one of the first high fives that Norwich had ever seen. "I passed," I kept saying. "I passed them both." The exact grading isn't important. Suffice to say I was the proud owner of 2 shiny A-levels, and nobody could take them away from me. 1974 was a crazy, hazy time for Alan Partridge. The 60s had come to East Anglia, and it was a time of free thinking, free love, and in my case, free university accommodation. I was quite the man about Norwich, sometimes called Naughty Norwich, striding confidently through the dreaming spires and hallowed halls of East Anglia Polytechnic, whose alumni included newswoman Selina Scott and meteorology whiz Penny Tranter, soaking up all the knowledge that this seat of learning had to offer. The free accommodation? Well, enigmatically, I had decided to stay not in the woodworm-infested squalor of university halls, but to commute in from my home, my parents' home. Although misinterpreted by some of my peers as reluctance to cut the apron strings and live independently, the decision to reside at home was a canny marshalling of my resources. It enabled me to avoid the scruffiness of my shaggy-haired, sandal-wearing colleagues. By using my rent money wisely, I was never less than beautifully shod. Of course, it also meant that I was something of a mystery man on campus. While my fellow students lived in each other's pockets and played out their debauched lifestyles for all to see, I was far less well known. I'd be glimpsed at the back of lecture halls, ghosting through the student union with a glass of cider, or shushing idiots in the library, and then I'd be gone. This all added to my aura, as did my idiosyncratic dress sense. Thick-knit zip-up cardigans, flared brown corduroys, and shiny black pepper-pot brogues set me apart from the long-haired layabouts, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the Guildford Four and some of the Birmingham Six. Irish long-haired layabouts, wrongfully, inverted commas, convicted of bombing England. It was a time of sex, drums, and rock and roll, and these three things, or four things, depending on whether you count rock and roll as one item or two, provided the backdrop to a very crazy time. I know for a fact that I would have developed a pretty impressive booze habit and had full sex had it not been for the fact that I was expected home for 6 to 6:30. You'll notice I said full sex. Oh, I dabbled all right. Gentlemanliness prevents me from recounting some of the early incidents involving my nascent but powerful sexuality. But suffice to say, I was no frigid. I did quite a lot of kissing, some of it vigorous enough to chap lips, mine and hers. On other occasions I enjoyed erotic and informative afternoons with a student whose essays I was writing. Years ago I'd have been too prudish to discuss these sexual experiences in print, but hitting 50 has given me a new candidness. I'm happy to recall those eye-opening afternoons, with me and Jemima sitting bollock-naked on her bed, me exploring her body with my quivering hands, while she coquettishly feigned indifference by reading album sleeves or smoking. Young I may have been, but I was confident enough to speak my mind. This strutting young cock-certain Alan would often dish out compliments as he perused and felt her body. "You're a really busty woman, Jen," I once said. "One of the bustiest on campus." "Thanks," she said through her cigarette. "You've got quite a long torso, but your legs aren't in the least bit thick. Believe me, if I didn't have lectures, I'd love to kiss your back from top to bottom and from side to side, also diagonally." Things like that. And I knew how to party. Typically, I'd press a blade crease into my cords, comb my thick hair past my ears like a glossy hat, the style at the time, before pitching up fashionably late to a house party, where my appearance through the frosted glass of the door would provide hushed whispers of anticipation inside. Perhaps subconsciously aware that I'd soon become a disc jockey, DJ, I'd bring albums with me and sit in front of the record player, treating my fellow carousers to the latest cuts. And what cuts! You couldn't pigeonhole me if you tried. The Swingle Singers, Nana Muscori, John Denver, the Seekers, the New Seekers, and then I'd throw them a curveball with some Steel-Eye Span. And all the while I'd sing along at a steady increasing volume. My warm tenor actually improved many of the tracks, some of which were marred by the rock stars of the time adopting a screechy higher register. I'd do all this while getting roaring drunk on a Watney's Party 4. It was 4 pints of foaming beer in a can, all with Shaw's lemonade, 6 pints of shandy. What's more, I knew a lot about my selected artist and would regale the partygoers with interesting facts about the artists we were listening to. On one occasion I woke up to find my records had disappeared, no doubt pilfered by a new convert to my fresh rock sounds. Although it was only 9 p.m, the party had completely wound down, with guests no doubt annoyed into leaving by the noisy party going on next door. Fun as these times were, I'd begun to grow disillusioned with university life. My relationship with Jemima had burned brightly, certainly on my part, but our encounters stopped when we had a blazing row. Oh, the passion of youth, on the subject of female armpit hair, on which I had and have pretty trenchant views. I'm in full agreement that women should enjoy sexual equality with men and not feel expected to live up to an unrealistic ideal. But if you're a lady and you don't shave your pits, you look like a ruddy bloke. End of. To be honest, the end of the affair came as a blessed relief. I'd experienced a colossal sexual enlightenment, learning much about my capabilities and the ins and outs of female anatomy. But Jemima was undeniably one of those uppity, overconfident types who think that they can live by their own rules. Listeners to my current radio show, don't worry, we'll come to that, will know that I actively relish the regimented parameters and enforced norms of broadcast media. Smoking doobies, buying books second-hand and getting out of bed after midday is all well and good, it isn't, but it's far from productive. These people might be able to tell you which French films Jean-Luc Picard was in, but I bet you any money they wouldn't be able to reattach a stopcock if it came loose. Utterly useless people. My measure of success, and it's stood me in pretty good stead over the years, is how well someone would cope in the post-apocalyptic aftermath of a nuclear war. Trust me, when it comes to staving off radiation poisoning, or repopulating the human race, or restoring some semblance of sanitation, having an encyclopedic knowledge of subtitled films is going to be pretty low on the agenda. I'd much rather stand shoulder to shoulder with someone whose video collection featured one video of the Goonies and another of the Tuxedo with Jackie Chan, but who was also a Polish plumber. That's why students and their incessant status quo bashing are so wrong. Challenging conventions should be left to those of us who truly understand convention. And you can only understand convention when you've stuck rigidly to it 99% of the time. That's basic. I regretted going to university deeply. Education is clearly important, we're repeatedly told by those who have a vested interest, but it's borderline self-indulgent to devote several years of your life to a single subject. That kind of blinkered obsession with one topic at the expense of all others doesn't sit easily with me. I say that as a man who can gen up on any subject to university standard in an hour, and then chair a radio phone-in on it that informs and entertains. Wikipedia has made university education all but pointless. My mind was already on the next exciting stage of my life. What would I become? How would I make my mark? I still didn't know. But as I bellowed from a park bench to everyone and no one after another party for one night, "Alan Partridge is coming!" the same phrase I'd heard shouted up the stairs when I turned up at parties. 4. Carol. Thump, thump, thump went my heart, like Phil Collins hitting one of his drums. My breathing was shallow, my limbs were shaking, and my sweating palms were crying out for the absorbative powers of a chamois leather. I don't think I'd ever been so nervous. The date was 13th of April, 1978, and I, Partridge, was about to be wed. My intended? A female by the name of Carol Parry. Our relationship was to be given full legal status in St. Edmund's Church in the Norfolk village of Caister St. Edmund. We'd been to visit the previous summer and had both fallen madly in love with the place. Carol for its pretty graveyard, its cherry blossom and its old-world charm, me for its ample parking and easy access to Junction 5 off the A47. Of course there were limitations too, most notably the lack of wheelchair access. And while all of our guests were able-bodied, the marriage was still 9 months away. Ample time for one or more of them to be involved in a serious road traffic accident or develop a degenerative brain disease. In the end, we decided to follow our hearts and book it. Besides, we'd figured that if anyone did end up paralysed come next spring, our ushers, one taking the feet, the other the hands, could easily carry them into the church in a safe and dignified manner. The intervening months passed in a blur until suddenly the day had come. I rose early, breakfasted on an egg medley, one poached, one boiled, one baked, changed and headed off to St. Edmund's. I got there with just 2 hours to spare. For what seemed like an eternity, I wandered around the grounds of the church, killing time, trailed by an almost constant stream of, without wishing to be crude, my own bum gas. Soon enough, though, the guests arrived. I smiled to myself as I noticed that none had succumbed to any form of disability. And as the clock struck 3 minutes past 11, a hush fell over the congregation. There, at the end of the aisle, was Carol, clad in a pleasant white dress, her lace veil glistening in the sunlight like some sort of semi-transparent burqa. She really did look 1,000 dinars. Half an hour later, and despite a ceremony which I felt had been deliberately marred by the vicar's lisp, we were man and wife. But as I locked lips with my comely bride, tasting her distinctive spittle in my mouth, little did I realize that we would never be this happy again, with the exception of a whole season's holiday to Bournemouth in 1979 and consistently excellent intercourse. There'd been girls before, of course there had. Look at me for goodness sakes. But no one like Carol. Carol just got me. We'd met in southern Norwich at a local cafe called Rita's. I was at Technic at the time and had popped in for a bite to eat. Rita made some of the best toast around, on my way back from Scottish country dancing practice. I placed my order, "Toast please, Rita, just been to dancing," handed over my dosh, and took my seat at my usual table. As I plonked my aching limbs down on the chair, SCD had been horribly grueling this week, I saw a young lady/old girl stood nearby. She was fashionably turned out and had brown hair that was so glossy it generally wouldn't have looked out of place at a dog show. I immediately wanted to know more. In her right hand she had a cup of tea, and in her left she didn't. But something about the way she was looking at the cuppa didn't add up. She seemed somehow disillusioned. Yes, the tea had that layer of scum that comes from adding the water before the milk, but something inside me said it wasn't that. I just had to find something to say to her. But what? Suddenly my mind, normally so richly populated with premium quality chat, had gone completely blank. She turned to go, the swirl of glossy hair revealing a neck bejeweled with moles. It was now or never, but just as I thought I'd missed my chance, it was as if I went into autopilot. Before I knew what I was doing, I had gone over and started talking to her. "Tea and coffee are okay," I said casually, "but they're not the be-all and end-all. Surely there's room in life for a third caffeinated beverage option." Suddenly I came out of autopilot. What the hell was I doing? In the 10 years I'd come up with that view, how many people had ever agreed with me? I'll tell you how many. Zilch. At best it provoked an indifferent grunt. At worst it had cost me friendships. It was chat suicide. Or so I thought. "I know," she said, her brown hair even glossier in close-up. "I've been saying the same thing for years." Cha-ching. Instantly my confidence returned to its normal level, then just carried on soaring, soaring like an eagle that didn't care if it went so high that it blacked out. Within seconds I found myself sharing another of my ace theories, that it was time to go beyond salt and pepper and begin to search for a third primary condiment. This time she disagreed. She actually got quite angry. But it didn't matter. By now a bond had been formed, a bond that nothing, save for 16 years of attritional bickering and one pretty choice piece of philandering, hers, see Chapter 15, the bitch, would ever be able to undo. Those first couple of years flew by like a car doing 50 in a 30 zone, maybe even 60 in a 30 zone. Depends who you ask. We were the principals in our very own Norwich-based Hollywood rom-com. She was a thinking man's Meg Ryan, I was a non-Jewish Billy Crystal. We moved in together, and it was when we did that I took another giant leap into the warm waters of adulthood. A gentleman doesn't dwell on such things, but let's just say that when two healthy and hygienic adults enjoy 2 bottles of wine on an empty stomach, strip naked, lie on the kitchen floor and place their genitals within spitting distance of one another, there are going to be fireworks. I'll admit there was a certain awkwardness to those early romps. Whereas I was flying my first sorties into sexual territory, Carol had been hymen-free for the best part of 6 years. My caution didn't last long, though, and within about 3 months, I was able to perform my duties quietly, competently, and with a minimum of fuss. With things continuing to go well, it seemed only logical, I sound like Spock, to proceed to the next step, marriage. So, in early 1977, I cycled the 26 miles to Carol's parents' house to meet with her father and request his daughter's hand in marriage. But when I got there, I was on the receiving end of an almighty curveball. "Hello, Alan," said Carol's dad, Keith. "Hello, Alan," said Carol's mum, Stella, not bothering to think of a greeting of her own. Within seconds I had nodded back at them. I would have spoken, but I'd just cycled the equivalent of a full marathon. "What brings you out this way?" I put my hand up as if to say, "Give me a minute, will you, Keith? I've just cycled the equivalent of a full marathon." Yet no sooner had I got my breath back than I spotted something truly incredible. Sat on the lawn, as bold as brass, was a brand new fly-mow. Now, not only did I not know Keith was getting a fly-mow, I didn't even know he was considering it. I was completely floored. This machine was science fiction brought to life. It was based, of course, on the original design for Sir Christopher Cockerell's hovercraft, and you really did get a sense of that. Apparently it simply glided across the turf, as light as a feather, as nimble as a ballerina. I'd even heard rumours that owners didn't mind the back-breaking job of collecting up the cuttings afterwards, and that speaks volumes. Clearly, it was an honour to mow with. Of course, I was so distracted by this turn of events that I never did get his permission. I did make another attempt the following month, though. I faxed through a request to his office, but I got the extension number wrong, and it went to a different man. The most profound moment of my life was still to come, though, and I'll never forget the moment I heard the news. I was banging about in the cellar trying to find a pewter tankard that a friend of mine, Pete Gabitas, had suggested could be worth a fair bit of money. Sweaty, angry, and pretty pissed off, I was not in the best of moods. Carol approached with a glass of lemonade, but it was homemade and I preferred the bottled fizzy kind, so I took it without saying anything. Straight away she looked hurt and I could tell she was troubled by something. "Out with it, Carol," I said. "I'm trying to find a ruddy tankard here." "Alan," she said, "I've fallen." Freeze frame. Let me tell you something about Carol. Over the years I've spent with her, I've learnt that "I've fallen" was an opening gambit that could go one of two ways. One was very good, the other very bad. There was no middle ground. On the bad side, the sentence could end, "off some stepladders," or "out of love with you." On the good, for one of your practical jokes, or, unfreeze, pregnant. She was with child, and I was to be dad. I'm told that some men have written entire books about the experience of becoming a father, and while that's clearly too much, there's certainly plenty to be said on the subject. This child, my first, was Fernando. He was conceived in January 1980, the same month that President Carter announced a grain embargo against the USSR. Carol and I had been hiking and stopped for a toilet break behind a large boulder on Helvellyn. One thing led to another, and soon we'd taken off our Gore-Tex trousers and were having, for want of a better phrase, full sexual intercourse. I should add that before getting hot and heavy, we'd moved a good metre due east of the piddle zone. As to how it happened, well, Carol hadn't been on the pill, so I can only hazard a guess that the prophylactic had got punctured in the cut and thrust of what was some fairly robust lovemaking. Not that we cared. We were to be parents. In just under 9 months, I would be welcoming a child into the world, in much the same way as I would one day welcome the guests onto my primetime BBC chat show, namely, very warmly indeed, and ideally with a musical backing of a 22-piece house band. The early stages of pregnancy were equally tough for both of us. For the first 10 weeks, Carol suffered from almost incessant nausea, not to mention frequent bouts of oral vomiting, while for my part I was having a hell's own job getting a reasonable quote for a new fan belt. Eventually, though, things settled down. I ended up going to NDB Autos on King Street, and we could begin to enjoy learning about the different stages of the fetus's growth. 1 week it was the size of a pea, another a walnut, then a plum, an apple, a beef tomato, by which time the novelty of being able to equate my child's size to the mass of a common fruit or vegetable had really started to razz me off. When the birth came, though, I have to confess that I didn't find it especially traumatic. After all, I'd been through it myself some 25 years earlier, and that experience, see page 3, seemed to stand me in good stead. Carol, on the other hand, wasn't quite so keen. It took her 2 days and 2 nights to deposit her firstborn from her loins. But finally, almost as if he knew there were only minutes left on my car park ticket, Fernando Partridge was born, weighing in at 9 pounds 4 ounces, roughly the size of 9 one-pound bags of sugar. There he was, his skin covered in a thick film of my wife's innards. Tears streamed down my face. I was so happy I wanted to shout it from the rooftop, but at the same time I knew that afternoon's downpour would have made the slate tiles so slippery that achieving any kind of purchase would have been impossible. Equally, I was acutely aware of the car parking situation mentioned above. After a while, a bit too long actually, I was awarded my child, and I cradled him against the crook of my elbow. He was well swaddled, so I didn't have to worry about getting any of Carol's guts on my shirt. We stood at the window, me and my son and I. The night sky was straining to get into the room, but couldn't because of the glass. I could at least protect him from that. I looked up at the starry night, and I knew what I must do. I closed my eyes and began to sing, very, very quietly, for the first time, to my infant son. There was something in the air that night. The stars were bright. Fernando. They were shining there for you and me. And at that point, I broke down. To this day, my inability to sing the full chorus irks me because I just realized that I could change the next bit, for les Bertie, to for Carol P., which I thought would be quite nice. But I turned to look at Carol, and she looked so happy and proud it made my throat constrict and fill up with tears. I handed the child back to a nurse and ran off to the toilets so I wouldn't be seen throwing my head back on the way to shout, "I'm a father, you mothers!" I also have a daughter whose birth invoked similar feelings. 5. Hospital Radio. In 1967, I misdiagnosed myself with cancer of the ball bag. In every other respect, I was a perfectly normal youth. I was active, I had a good diet, I was pubing well. But one day, I found a lump. For 3 long days, I felt the cold hand of death on my shoulder. Lost in the depths of despair, I tried to figure out what I had done to deserve this. I wasn't an evil person. The worst thing I'd done was kick a pig. It was a school trip to Heston Farm in 1964, and I maintained it was self-defense. It's not even as if I wanted to live a particularly long life. As a child, I would have been satisfied to reach my mid-30s. To be honest, I just wanted to best Christ. Yet it seemed I wouldn't get the chance. As I sat in the doctor's waiting room, I pulled out a notepad and began to draw up my final will and testament. It was almost as if, even at the age of 12, I was somehow aware of the tax implications of dying intestate. But before the pencil lead had dried on the paper, I was spared. A quick medical fondle by Dr. Armitage had identified the suspected tumour was nothing more sinister than an infected paper cut, a result, I later realised, of a clandestine word search puzzle done under my duvet after lights off. The heat from my head-mounted caver's torch had made it impractical to continue without removing my gym jams, and it was then I must have nicked my scrotum. I may have cheated death on that bitter February morn, but I had learnt a valuable lesson. I had learnt what it felt like to stare death in the face, and also what it felt like to have its cold hand on your shoulder. And I believe it was this knowledge that helped me make such an unmitigated success of my first job in broadcasting. Snowflakes fell from the sky, like tiny pieces of a snowman who had stood on a landmine. If he was particularly unlucky, it would have been a bouncing Betty. These horrible little devices are designed to spring 3 feet into the air before exploding and inflicting the maximum number of casualties on an enemy. I think they've won awards. My wipers scurried across my windscreen, back and forth, back and forth, back and... My God, was that the time? I had just 5 minutes to get to work, and so help me God, nothing, other than perhaps the weather and the roadworks at the top of Chalk Hill Road, and the distance I still had to travel, was going to stop me. For the last 3 years, I had been a hospital radio DJ at St. Luke's in Norwich. It was a smashing little hospital, and many of the people who went there didn't end up dead. I loved my job, though, and despite being unpaid, I'd been quick to negotiate free parking and the right to jump the queue in the canteen. This never went down well, but the patients were often too weak to oppose me. But I hated being late, because the inmates needed me. And while no one would be silly enough to claim that my trademark mix of great chat, decent pop, and amusing homemade jingles could take all their pain away, it did take the edge off, and it was definitely more helpful than homeopathy. 6 minutes later, I pressed the red button and spoke into the microphone. Whoa, yeah, call off the search party. I'm here. It's 1 minute past 8, and this is Alan Partridge. Or should I say the late Alan Partridge? Perhaps not, because that would suggest I was dead, and I am not. But here's a list of people who are. You'll notice from this that I had a much brasher broadcasting style in my early days, my speech peppered with laughs and shouts and whoops. Soon after Good Morning Vietnam came out, I'd even begin shows with the holler, "Good morning, St. Luke's." However, I was upbraided for this and told it called to mind a war zone littered with the injured and diseased, which was precisely why I'd thought it was so appropriate. As DJing gigs go, it was far harder than people realize. Yes, you have a captive audience, but you also have a listenership that is almost exclusively poorly, and that makes song selection a delicate business. One wrong step, and you could instantly offend a fairly meaty percentage of patients. Just take the #1 singles from my first year in the job, 1975. Almost all of them were capable of upsetting someone. Art Garfunkel's I Only Have Eyes for You, the recently blinded. David Essex's Hold Me Close, burns victims. The Stylistics' Can't Give You Anything, the terminally ill. Tammy Wynette's Stand By Your Man, paralysed women, paralysed homosexual men. In my time at the hospital, I was broadcasting live during the deaths of some 800 patients. It's a record that stands to this day. Industry awards and repeated praise from TV Quick magazine are all very well, but it gives me immense pride to think that the final voice these 800-plus people heard may have been mine, as I read the traffic and travel or introduced a clip from my favourite Goon Show LP. I spent 94 wonderful months behind the mic at St. Luke's, but by autumn 1983, much like most of the patients on the Marie Curie wing, my days were numbered. I guess I always knew that as word of my competence leaked out across Anglia, my head might be hunted. And so it was that in September, I answered the phone to local media mogul Rich Shayers. "Alan, you've done your time on hospital radio. It's time to spread your wings." "What, like a bird?" I asked, keen to know more. "I'm starting a new station and I want you on board." "Will I get loads of salary?" I blurted. I was young and unsure how to phrase questions relating to remuneration. "Just swing by my office tomorrow and we can hammer all that out." "Great," I replied. "I'll bring the hammers." And with that, my career changed forever. But there was to be a moving postscript to this chapter in my life, and I'll tell you about it now. At my leaving do, with the party in full swing, I stopped the music, climbed atop a chair, and gave the hospital staff an emotional, heartfelt guarantee. I pledged, no matter how famous I became, that while there was still air in my lungs, I would come back and do my show for a minimum of 1 week every year. I may not have been able to donate money, but in some ways I was able to donate something far more powerful. I was able to donate chat, to a maximum value of 1 week each year. And with that I picked up my coat and left the building, the warm applause of my colleagues still ringing in my ears like a big church bell. Sadly, circumstances meant that I've not been able to get back to the hospital in the intervening 31 years. In the main, that's down to me. Work commitments have made it simply unfeasible. But for the record, I'd like to point out that the hospital is not entirely blameless itself. In 2001, it moved to a new site around the corner from the University of East Anglia. The studios from where I used to broadcast my show were reduced to rubble, and I think most reasonable people would agree that by allowing that to happen, the NHS Trust effectively voided my promise. 6. Local/commercial radio. Rich Shayers had convinced me to do something more worthwhile than providing a soothing backdrop of music and companionship for those in need. So I'd accepted his offer of a job DJing for a fledgling station. The setup reminded me very much of the buccaneering can-do spirit of Radio Caroline. Maverick disc jockeys flouting regulations to give listeners something new and fresh. My job wasn't on pirate radio, that would have been a criminal offence. It was the in-store radio station for a branch of record shop, Our Price. It was a pilot scheme way ahead of its time. Indeed, it folded within weeks. But the team. It's my privilege to say they were some of the most dazzling young broadcasters I'd ever had the pleasure of working with. They were scientific in their understanding of good radio. They were radiologists. Check out this roll call. Paul Stubbs, an aficionado of US shock jocks and personality DJs. He sadly never knew what he had. He left the business shortly after Our Price and now works for Hertz Car Rental. Still follows the US game and is a fountain of knowledge on call-ins and quiz ideas. Invaluable. Phil Schofield. Phil was always the baby of the group and had a snotty-nosed quality that we bullied out of him. Now better known as the presenter of TV's This Morning, Phil was back then a bit of a know-it-all and was brought down a peg or two by off-air pranks such as having his new shoes filled with piss. There was no smoking gun/dripping willy, so Stubbs got away with it. It was a tough time for Phil, and he never talks about it. Phil, if you're listening to this, why not give me a call? John Boyd. That voice. Warm, reassuring, and deliciously transatlantic. John later turned his back on radio and has made quite the name for himself as a voiceover artist with, by his own admission, a pretty limited range. His voice can be heard in the lift of an art gallery in Bath. He tells me that he takes women there and then mimes the words "doors closing" or "third floor" over the sound of the recording. Freaks them out. Cracking SOH. Brian Golding. Bonkers Bry combined a wacky sense of humour with a genuine mental illness and went on to co-host Drive Time on Signal Radio before killing himself in 1991. As a team, I think we all knew we had something special, and that sense of worth was a shot in the arm for a young, thrusting Alan Partridge. With that shot easily as powerful as an intravenous drug like heroin, smack, or gear, I was driven to go out into the world of broadcasting and succeed. Nothing was gonna stop me. 1984 to 1987. Nothing much happened here. It's 1988, and a young, side-parted young radio reporter is pinning a pretty rude lower division football manager down on his team's disgraceful disciplinary record. 6 red cards in as many games, says the reporter. Why do you continue to tolerate this culture of hooliganism? The manager tries to worm his way off the hook by disputing the figures. They're yellow cards, he says, and that's actually a pretty good behaviour record. But the reporter has the figures written down on a notepad and won't be deterred. In the end, the manager loses his rag. You bloody idiot! Pulls the top of the microphone off and throws it at the reporter, but it doesn't hurt anyway because it's made of grey foam. The reporter broadcast the story that night. It was, everyone agreed, great radio. And although the reporter had to issue a full apology and retraction for the red/yellow card error, it burnished his reputation as the one to watch. The reporter was Alan Partridge. The manager, the name escapes me, but it must have been fairly local because I remember being pleased I'd driven there without stopping for a toilet break. I can't remember what he looked like either, or what colour his team played in. Just that he had a strong regional accent and used such a hilarious mix of tenses, he gets the ball and he's gone and kicked it, that he sounded like a malfunctioning robot at the end of a space fight movie. So what happened to me? How had I gone from the cosseted glamour of hour-price radio to the snarling, balls-out toughness of sports reporting? Well, I'd always been a keen sports fan. It seemed to me that the world of sport, with its reliance on stats, facts, trivia and rules, provided modern man with certainty and structure. Just as a well-fitting jockstrap cups the cock and balls of a sportsman, so sport cradled me. You know where you are with sport. It's good. And it's also logical. Watch a play by Shakespeare or go to a modern art gallery and no one has the faintest idea what the hell is going on. Take Shakespeare. Not a play goes by without one character whispering something about another character that is clearly audible to that character. By virtue of the fact it has to be loud enough for the audience to hear it, it is inconceivable that it can't also be heard by the character in question. It's such an established technique in Shakespeare's canon, people just think no one will notice. Well, I've got news for you. This guy did. Sport, on the other hand, is straightforward. In badminton, if you win a rally, you get 1 point. In volleyball, if you win a rally, you get 1 point. In tennis, if you win a rally, you get 15 points for the first or second rallies you've won in that game, or 10 for the third, with an indeterminate amount assigned to the fourth rally, other than the knowledge that the game is won, providing one player is 2 10-point brackets or 15-point segments clear of his opponent. It's clear and simple. But that wasn't what catapulted me to local radio glory. No. What catapulted me to local radio glory was the fact that I'd been uninvited to a wedding at the 11th hour, reason not given, and had a day to kill. Happily, I received a call from a friend called Barry Hethersett, who moonlit as a radio reporter on Saxon Radio in Bury St Edmunds. He'd heard I was free that day and asked me to fill in on his slot because he had to attend the funeral of one of his parents. I agreed and he gave me a lift to the station, dressed in a smart suit but wearing a buttonhole flower, which I felt was in bad taste. I was introduced to the station controller, Peter Crowther, very much of the old school, biographical shorthand for alcoholic, and a man who could make or break careers like that. Eager to validate my sports credentials, I dug out a prize-winning thought piece, or essay, I'd written as a schoolboy. Labelled brilliant by one of the finest headmasters I've worked under, the piece took as its starting point the truism that there are lots of sports, each of them different from each other, before providing a pretty thorough breakdown of the main ones and peppering it with facts and figures. Faux leather bound, I brought it with me. Crowther read the first page with bemused interest before, in a clear indication that he was still on the source, bursting out laughing. Very much of the old school. But it was a laugh that said, "Boy, this guy's good." I'd proved I knew the subject inside out. Within the hour, I was broadcasting to the whole of East Anglia, reading out sports reports direct from teletext. Hethersett, perhaps still crushed by the death of his mother or father, never returned to Saxon Radio, and they wouldn't have wanted him anyway. I ascended the career ladder like a shaven Jesus ascending to his rightful place in the kingdom of heaven. I was poached by Radio Broadland, Great Yarmouth, Hereward Radio, Peterborough, Radio Orwell, Ipswich, and eventually Radio Norwich. There my brief extended beyond sport to a bi-monthly magazine show called Scout About, which I took over from amateur DJ and scout obsessive Peter Flint. "Fall in, troop! Fall in!" I'd shout into the microphone. And then, as the specially commissioned theme music ended with a rompa-pom-pom, I'd say, "At ease!" And the show, a high-spirited hour aimed at Boy Scouts and to a smaller extent Girl Guides, would begin. It was great, great fun, but my sports reporting was obviously my top priority, and as such I became a valuable and well-known asset to Radio Norwich. The controller there, Bet Snook, was a chain-smoking woman who sounded like a chain-smoking man whose chain-smoking had called for an emergency laryngectomy. She gave me some solid gold advice. Dickie Davis, Barry Davis, Elton Wellesby, Jimmy Hill, David Coleman, Tony Gubber, Ron Pickering, Ron Atkinson, Bob Greaves, Stuart Hall, Gerald Sinstadt. What do they have in common? They're all sports broadcasters, I said, some more successful than others. But what's the difference between them? She sat back in her chair, smoking a cigarette, using her mouth. Some are more successful than others, I repeated. No, more than that. Think about it. They're different types of sports broadcaster. Some are anchors, others commentators. Some are analysts, some are reporters. I realised what she was getting at. Alan, she seemed to be saying, it's all very well being Norwich's Mr. Sport, which I was, but you're spreading yourself too thin. Work out what it is in sport you want to be, and then be the best at it. So I did, and I was. I became the best sports interviewer cum reporter/anchor on British terrestrial television. In 1990, I was fortunate enough to see a steward badly hurt at an archery competition. In a funny kind of way, and at first it was very funny, this single mishap provided the springboard to a career at what was, in my view, the biggest publicly funded broadcasting corporation in the United Kingdom, the BBC. I'd been extremely reluctant to report on the contest, but had agreed to cover it live as Tavern Archery Club was playing host to the British Archery Championships that year, and that was apparently a big deal for Norfolk. Whether you regard it as an ancient art form, a woodland hunting technique, or just a big version of darts, this is archery, I boomed. And we'll be following every twang, whoosh and cadoing of what is shaping up to be a classic British Archery Championships. It was sports broadcasting with real panache. That much should be obvious. But it was nothing out of the ordinary. That was until midway through the event, second favourite Chris Curtis accidentally discharged his bow, and it issued a rod of arrow into the arm of a female steward. And for the billionth time, I didn't accuse Curtis of being drunk, I merely speculated that he might be drunk. Suddenly, I was hurled into the middle of a breaking news story. This was live radio, and all ears were literally on me. The poor woman's wailing like a banshee over there, and as concerned officials gather round her to stem the flow of blood, and presumably discuss what, if any, rule has been broken, I'll do my best to describe the scene. Basically, archers are standing round chatting. None of them has approached the stricken victim, but that's what archers do. If this was in the wild, the archers would stand there high-fiving each other, while the carcass was retrieved by a young bushwhacker or a loyal gun dog. Not that she's dead. She's hit in her upper arm, which must come as some relief. If it had been her neck, it would have been curtains for both her and the rest of the afternoon's archery action. Coming to you live from Tavern. And while the lady steward squeals like an impaled but quiet pig, I can tell you she's gone into shock, and you can see that from here. The colour's drained from her, and she's all a quiver, and actually like a quiver, because she has an arrow in her. It's an unusual sight, certainly, a person lying there with a big rod coming out of them, like a human kebab, or if you prefer, some kind of lady lolly. And it's not an unattractive lady lolly, I must say, one that I'm sure every man here would dearly like to lick. But that's not in any way to trivialise what is clearly a distressing situation. St. John's ambulance are nearby, not doing anything, of course, but I'm not sure they're trained to administer medical care. They're to a real paramedic what the Salvation Army is to a Special Forces soldier. Still, they look smart enough. And the arrow's out. The arrow is out. It's been plucked from the woman like a pointy Excalibur. Well done, that man. Right, next to shoot is Mark Allen. When I played the tape back to Carol the next morning, she agreed in an uncharacteristically effusive show of support that it had been a powerful and moving broadcasting tour de force. And she wasn't the only one impressed. With my commentary played out on BBC News bulletins up and down the land, I was thrust into the national limelight. Suddenly, I was hot property. And so it was that 6 months later, I was included on a round-robin circular memo to BBC reporters asking for applications to join the team of a new Radio 4 current affairs show. I was a wanted man. 7. Joining the BBC. I'm standing in front of a building that is literally steeped in history. Behind me is London's swanky Regent Street, home to the Café Royal, Hamley's toy store, and a genuinely impressive 2-storey McDonald's. Ahead of me, as I say, is a formidable structure, headquarters to broadcasting magnificence. Inside its brownie-coloured walls are rooms, studios, and cupboards that have played host to some of the greatest moments in broadcasting. Just a minute, Gardener's Question Time, John Bert's 55th birthday party. I'm about to start work for an organisation that needs absolutely no introduction, qualification, or explanation. Listener, I'm about to work for Radio 4, the BBC One of UK radio. Before this big break, I'd been to London before, once for Carol's birthday when she was going through an unfulfilled phase and had ideas above her/Norwich station, and another time when I had to pick up a cagoule that had found its way onto the Charlton Athletic team bus after a fractious post-match interview. But working in the capital, that was quite unexpected. I'd received the good news during an intervention. Carol's brother Tim was drinking too much, so it effectively ambushed him in our lounge, and I was pleased that my own success could, in a small way, deflect attention from his enormous failings. To provide a bit of levity, I left the room for a moment and came back in wearing a bowler hat and an umbrella, saying, "I'm going to work in London," while marching up and down. I thought it was absolutely hilarious. After a stern word from Carol, the intervention continued in earnest, and I'm delighted to say it was a success. Tim's barely touched a drop since then, apart from wine. Although it was Sunday, I thought it best that I telephoned every one of my Radio Norwich colleagues to tell them I'd been plucked for national stardom and I'd be leaving Norwich. It was best they found out from me, as I knew that the loss of the radio station's Mr. Sport would hit them hard. Most of them took it well and showed tremendous stoicism, displaying almost no emotion. I began to make arrangements for my new life, but it was only after I completely cleared my desk weeks later that I found out that On the Hour was to be a weekly show, which meant that we were only required in London on Friday. I spoke to the station controller of Radio Norwich, quickly unresigned, and set about returning the items to my desk. There were a few snide remarks from colleagues, but I was unperturbed, glad even that I'd made the error, as the process of clearing and then restocking my workspace was an absolute pleasure. It allowed me to conduct a full stationery audit, think seriously about the strategy and ergonomics of my desk, and devise a new layout that was fresher, simpler, and more logical. The telephone was switched to the far left on the ground that I tended to wedge the receiver under my left jowl and use my right hand to scribble notes or gesticulate. To that end, my pen, jar, and notepad were migrated from the leftmost reaches of the space to a new position just by the right hand. The computer monitor, previously slap bang in the middle, was perched in the right-hand corner, angled jauntily in my face's favour. Snacks and chocks were housed in a new Tupperware box in the top drawer, a radical departure which freed up a good quartile of the desk's surface. Staplers, hole punchers, sticky-backed plastic, post-it notes, gone in a hard-headed cull of underused items. The angle poise was placed, nice touch this, on an adjoining cabinet, not impinging on the desktop at all, and casting its fine beam from an unusual angle, which gave a quality of light that was genuinely different from that of the desks of Elaine Clark, News, or Sophie DeVault, Weather. It was a pared-down and original layout that was user-friendly and looked good too. I've tried several other designs since, but have honestly never bettered this one. If I have the time, I'll sketch it out and put it in the appendix, entirely free of charge. It all felt like a fresh start for me. A new city, a new job, a new desk system, even a new brother-in-law who could speak clearly and wasn't over-affectionate with my kids. I was cock-a-hoop. Radio 4's On the Hour was a weekly news programme with seriously big balls. It made Newsnight look like News Round, and the 9 o'clock news look like News Round. If other shows were a normal-sized packet of crisps, On the Hour was very much a grab bag. And for those of you unfamiliar with the denominations of crisp bags, that means it was large. It was a serious break for me, and I knew it. I'll never forget my first week on the job. On the morning of the show, I'd arrived with nothing other than a Schlesinger backpack, a selection of snacks and sandwiches, a spare shirt and tie, a notebook, pens, pencils, pencil sharpener, first aid kit, an emergency 50-pence piece for the phone box, and, I hoped, a glint in my eye. I hopped on the tube and made my way over to the BBC. By the way, anyone reading this overseas or in Wales, the tube is a means of public transport. The show was to be recorded in the august surroundings of Broadcasting House. What a building! As soon as you walked through the doors, you could tell these people knew what they were doing. Quite simply, the place stank of news. But this reek of pure BBC quality only added to my sense of apprehension. With only an hour to go until the opening editorial meeting, nerves fluttered around my stomach. It's a hard feeling to describe, but it was almost as if someone had put moths in my tummy. It was of some comfort to me that I knew one of the team already. On the Hour was edited by the redoubtable, love that word, Stephen Eastwood. I'd met him when I came up to London for my job interview. Things had begun, as they so often do at the BBC, with a handshake. "That's a good handshake you've got there, Alan." "Thanks," I replied. "I practice it in front of the mirror." "And how was your journey?" "Really good, thanks, Stephen," I said, briefly forgetting that his name was actually spelt with a V and not a PH. "So tell me, young man, how much do you want this job?" he probed. "What's it out of? 10? But Eastwood didn't want a number. If he had, my answer would have been 10, maybe 11. He just wanted to see a flicker of true passion. Thankfully for me, that's exactly what he saw, and incredibly that was all it took, along with a 90-minute interview, a written exam, a series of psychometric tests, and a submission of a full portfolio of my work for him to offer me the job. Well, from that moment onwards, our relationship went from strength to strength to strength to strength to strength. On a personal level, things were slightly different. He and I were just chalk and cheddar. At the height of the show's popularity, I was receiving 5, sometimes 6 pieces of fan mail per quarter. It was pretty relentless, and if I'm honest, I think it stuck in Eastwood's craw. Sure, I tried to build bridges from time to time. I'd take him to the BBC bar and order us each a pint of bitter and a meat-based sandwich. But he'd take a few sips before claiming he was dead drunk and needed to go home. Maybe it was possible to get drunk that quickly. I've certainly heard it that Chinamen can't hold their booze. But all these years later, when I think back to those aborted evenings out, there was just one tiny detail that doesn't add up. Eastwood wasn't Chinese. Okay, he had a soft spot for a portion of chicken chow mein on a Friday night, but to be honest, who doesn't? And besides, even the most berserk sinophile would struggle to argue that ingesting industrial amounts of egg noodles actually makes you Chinese. No, Eastwood was from Hertfordshire, and there was nothing anybody could do about it. But as I made my way to the first editorial meeting, I knew I had my fellow reporters to wow. Questions tumbled around my head like trainers in a washing machine I've mentioned on 2 previous occasions. Would I pass muster? Would I cut the mustard? Would I pass the mustard? I was panicking. There was no point spending my time conflating 2 well-known phrases or sayings into a third that, while making grammatical sense, had no value as a metaphor. Or was there? I thought for a moment. No, there definitely wasn't. Somehow I needed to chill the F out. In the end, I sorted myself out by using a simple but effective visualization technique taught to me by either Paul McKenna or Russ Abbott, I forget which. Hang on, no, it was Ali Bongo, taken from the teachings of Buddha, I'm guessing here. The idea is to imagine yourself as someone with the characteristic you desire. In the case of Bongo, he would think of a cuddly old cat lying in the sunshine. Before a show, he would spend 15 minutes purring, licking his imaginary paws, and hanging his head over a bin trying to bring up fur balls. And by the end of it, he was cool as beans. For me, though, cats weren't the answer. No, the answer was Roger Moore. I locked myself in a toilet cubicle and spent the best part of a quarter of an hour visualizing myself in A View to a Kill, taking on the evil Max Zorin, sailing under the ocean in a submarine disguised as an iceberg, and having it off with Grace Jones, the first black woman I have ever slept with. And by the time someone started banging on the door, wondering what all the noise was about, I had reached a zen-like state of calm. As it turns out, though, I was right to be anxious about the editorial meeting. There were some seriously large-brained people in the room. Those in attendance included Christopher Morris, anchor, Rosie May, environment, Kevin Smear, roving reporter, Peter O'Hanrahan, economics editor, and yours truly, sport plus the Paralympics. I picked a chair and sat down quietly and effectively. It was a good start, but I needed to do more. I took a deep breath and prepared to introduce myself. But as soon as I heard the level of their chit-chat, I froze. They were using words, ideas, and concepts that you simply never heard in Norfolk, not even in Norwich. I resolved to keep my mouth shut until I'd acclimatized/acclimated. Phrases swirled around the room. Where does Labour stand on that? It's over for Milosevic. Alan, could you pass the biscuits? The Rodney King thing is going to be massive. GDP's down by 0.5% this quarter. Alan, the biscuits. The Home Office aren't going to comment, apparently. Fine, I'll get them myself then. How in the name of holy living heck was I going to bust my way into this conversation? I don't know, I answered inside my head. On the table next to me was a tea urn. Now, this was a plus point because I love tea urns. Still do. There's something very reassuring about the concept of hot beverages dispensed from a lovely big drum. Of course, your problem with any kind of communal drink station is the sugar bowl. People put the spoon back in the bowl after stirring in their sugar. No problem with that, you might think. Well, think again. The residual moisture acts as a caking agent, forming the granules into unsightly asymmetric clumps. Worse still, those clumps are stained a grubby brown by the tannin-rich tea. Not nice. Not nice at all. And let's not forget the germ issue. Putting a damp spoon back in the bowl is the tea-drinking equivalent of sharing a needle, and I did not want to end up with their tea-drinking equivalent of AIDS. Instantly it struck me that if their thing was intimidating intellect, my thing could be beverage-related hygiene. Of course, later I remembered that I already had a thing, namely sport plus Paralympics, but I wasn't thinking straight, which should go some way to explaining what happened next. Kevin Smear, roving reporter, approached. This seemed somehow appropriate because while the others had stayed where they were, he had literally roved over. "Hello, Alan. Hello. Guys, I'm just saying hello to Alan." The rest of them nodded in my direction using their heads. "What are you doing over there?" said Rosie May, environment. "Nothing much," I smiled. "Just thinking that you lot have probably got tea aids." Wham! I knew it was a winner as soon as it left my lips. If you'd stuck me in a room with a typewriter for 10 years, I would never have come up with one that good. But in that room, fueled by nothing other than raw nerves, out it plopped, fully formed and ready to go. Of course, it wasn't a winner at all. Not being privy to my train of thought, they had no idea what the T prefix was. As far as they were concerned, their new colleague had just accused them all of having AIDS. Yet they didn't have AIDS, and though the colourful lifestyle of one of them certainly put him in the at-risk category, he wouldn't go fully blown till 2003. No, I was wrong to suggest that they all suffered from a terminal beverage-based illness, whether it was tea AIDS, coffee cancer, or hot chocolate tumours. I was so ashamed by my behaviour that I retreated into my shell like a turtle would if it realised it was about to have a car reverse over its head. And it was in my shell that I would stay for most of my time on the Hour. To be honest, you'd find this unfriendly attitude across the whole of BBC News and Current Affairs team. It saddened me because the department was populated by heroes of mine, faces I'd watched time and again on the news whilst eating my dinner. Pork chops and gravy, beans on toast, hot pot, chicken pie and chips, maybe even coq au vin, sometimes just a quick can of soup. Any meal, really, it doesn't matter. I just realised I'm listing things I have for dinner when I should be listing faces I've seen on the news, but I'm just saying that I'd seen these people on the news and I'd respected them. But their reassuring televisual demeanour was, I realised, a facade. In person, they didn't like to mingle at all, not even with each other. Many was the time I'd see Nicholas Witchell sitting all alone in the canteen. It was a shame because years later I realised we both shared a love of collecting butterflies. He has an enormous collection in his London flat. I like to imagine that after a hard day following the Royals, he returns home, sits in an armchair with a mug of cocoa, and waits as his entire herd of butterflies greets him by flitter-fluttering their way over and landing on his naked body. But I know for a fact that this can't happen because his entire collection is dead, each one attached to a display case with a single pin through its heart. 8. A mighty big fish for a pond this size. "Who are you? I don't bloody know you anymore!" Carol was shouting at me, tears streaming down her ruddy cheeks as I tried to barge past her. She grabbed at my jowls, imploring me to look at her, but she was right. This was a different Alan Partridge, and he wasn't in the mood. I eased her out of the way and put the takeaway menus, the glossy food-describing documents that she'd so carefully placed in my hands, back in the top drawer. It should have been second drawer, but I wasn't thinking straight. She swung me round and fanned some of my breath into her nostrils. "Have you been drinking?" Her voice was shaking. I turned away. I'd had half a bottle of wine. I don't remember the colour. On the train back home, and I was out of control. Friday would usually have been our takeaway night, but tonight I wasn't hungry. I had been in the BBC club enjoying a buffet put on to celebrate 26 years of Tomorrow's World. For the uninitiated, the BBC Club is a subsidised bar-cum-restaurant laid on by licence fee payers for the talent and crew of the BBC alike. It provided a public-free environment for BBC staffers to carouse and unwind, to share ideas, to complain about working conditions. It was where a star-struck Alan Partridge would buy a sandwich most days in the hope of spotting Esther Ranson, Andy Crane, Carl Howman. This was a new experience for me. I was starry-eyed, my mind addled with possibility and adventure, recognition and more adventure, which is how I found myself seduced that night by the lure of glamour, sausage rolls, and a chat with Maggie Philbin. Not many people had turned up to the soiree. The 25th anniversary in 1990 had been a much bigger do, but I'd lost track of time in arguing with Howard Stapleford about the possibility of time travel and had missed my usual train. On the next scheduled service, I thought I'd wash down the rolls with a drink. "Frig it," I said aloud. "Why not? I work hard, it's Friday night. I want a glass of wine." I still can't remember the colour. I'd had some crisps as well, and the sliced potato snacks had lopped a fair bit off my appetite. I didn't want a bloody takeaway. I wanted another slice of quiche and another half a bitter. I wanted to be back in the BBC Club, the happy filling in a Kate Bellingham Judith Hahn sandwich, not sat in with Carol as she decorates her face with spare rib sauce. And when she handed me the menus, my response had been withering. "I'm not peckish. I don't want to eat a takeaway meal tonight." That's when she shoved me and burst into uncontrollable but still annoying sobs. "Who are you? I don't bloody know you anymore." Yes, listener, London had changed me. My career was going stratospheric, with millions of radio listeners hungrily eating the sound of my voice as it fed them sports-centred info. It was all so new to me, new and intoxicating and fun. I slumped in front of the TV, and Carol sat next to me, ordering a takeaway for one. Armed with a new understanding of London broadcasting, I was able to provide a kind of director's commentary on current affairs TV shows, pointing out what the presenters ordered from the BBC Club, if they were taller, shorter than they appeared on TV, and generally providing helpful info on the production process. Carol said nothing. Sue Cook appeared on the screen, and in my tipsiness I began to talk in gushing terms about her. She'd always reminded me of Jeff Archer's wife, Lady Archer, sophisticated and demure. But having got to know her a little bit, I'd realised she had a wonderful sense of humour, and had a loathing of other presenters that I found quite wonderful. I mentioned this to Carol, and she ran to the bedroom, really fast and loud. I climbed into bed next to her, and thought it prudent to say nothing. You really can't win with Carol sometimes. I muttered something about heading off early the next morning to test drive the new Rover 800 with Gary, who directs the Superdrug commercials, and she just looked at me. "Don't you know what day it is?" I mentally rifled through the Rolodeck of red-letter days, birthdays, anniversaries, deaths, and then it hit me. I stumbled into the bathroom, splashing my face with water so cold it made me go, ah, with each splash. Tomorrow was the day of the Royal Norfolk show, and we were to man the Elizabethan craft fair in period dress. This was a Partridge family fixture, absolutely, utterly unmissable. And not just out of duty. We always had a great day adding "eth" to our words to sound more Elizabethan and having a bloody good laugh about it. Carol was right. What had I become? A Royal Norfolk fair-forgetting ogre of a man. I slumped into the shower, which was just a curtained-off area at one end of the bath, decided not to turn it on, and sobbed. If you'd told me in the late 80s that one day my local branch of Tandy would shut its doors to the public so that Alan Partridge could browse its electricals in peace, I'd have thought you were mad. If you'd told me that they would do this at the height of the Christmas shopping period, I'd have probably spat on your back. Yet in December 1993, and December 1994, and December 1995, that is exactly what happened. The question, of course, is how. There was no doubt about it. Carol was on the money. I had become a monster. It was as if I was one kind of person in my London life, not a monster, and an altogether different type in my Norwich life, a monster. And I guessed that the transition between the two would have taken place somewhere in between. Let's say Manningtree if I was on the train, and Newmarket if I was driving, defaulting to Silverley if I'd plumped for B roads. In London I may have been just another face in an already star-studded media landscape, but in Norwich I was now a seriously big dog. I was receiving more sexual advances than ever before, many of them from women. Every time I entered a wine bar, heads would turn, or alternatively, people would just swivel their stools round so they didn't have to strain their necks. If I'd been a philanderer, this period of my life would have been a turkey shoot. I could have gone out for a drink in any bar in Norwich and left with at least a dozen middle-aged women, plucked, gutted and slung over my shoulder, with sex at my place to follow. Of course, the local menfolk didn't like this. Even my old hour-price buddy, Paul Stubbs, seemed to have his nose put out of joint. He ambled over to me one night as I was picking through some bar snacks. "What size are your feet, Alan?" "I'm an 11, I replied, tossing an olive skyward. "Well, I suggest you buy some 12s. "Oh yeah? How come?" "Because you're getting too big for your boots." Even accounting for the fact that I never wore boots, this was a good line. And as he ran up and down the wine bar, high-fiving a random selection of other jealous males, Stubbs knew it. As I caught the olive, which admittedly had been in the air for a long time, in my mouth, I knew that this had been a shot across the bows, but like so many others, it was a warning I chose to ignore. But my newfound clout in Norfolk was probably most noticeable in my voiceover work. For years I played second fiddle to Pete Farley. Now this guy was good. Name any of the major advertising campaigns from 86 through 91, Dunfield Carpets, CDA Automotive, Arlo Whole Foods, and Farley was always there or thereabouts. All the rest of us got were crumbs off his table. It's not even like we could go foraging into Suffolk for scraps, because Farley had it sewn up there too. The first of a new breed, he was truly pan-Anglian. Rumour had it that his tentacles even stretched up to the Fens and Cambridge. The guy was bulletproof. Once in every while, me and the rest of the boys would meet up for a few pints. As the guest ale flowed, we'd plot how to bring him to his knees. It was nothing sinister. We weren't like that. We just wanted a fair shot at the big jobs. The exception to this, and he'll chuckle when he hears this, was fellow voiceover artist Vic Noden. Think Asprey Motors, stunning vehicles, stunning prices. Now, Noden would really do a number on Farley. By 9 p.m., he'd have wished every terminal illness under the sun on him. By 10 p.m., and with us all the worse for wear, he'd have infected his wife too. And by closing time, well, let's just say Farley's kids weren't long for this world either. We'd all be crying with laughter. Except when we'd all bid each other good night, jumped in our cars and driven home, the same conclusion had always been reached. Farley could not be toppled. And then, one day, came on the hour. All of a sudden, Alan Gordon Partridge was box office in Norwich. No longer a quiet little mouse, now I would roar like a lion. Literally in the case of Fairview ride-on lawnmowers. Fairview, we're kings of the jungle. Roar! Gone were the days of doing second-tier work for a few shekels here or there. Now some of the biggest names in corporate Norfolk were wangling four-figure deals in my face like a large willy, and believe me, it felt good. The other day I pulled out my 1992 diary. I dusted it down, buffed it off, and allowed myself a little peek inside at the companies I'd lent my voice to. It's like a who's who of the companies I'd done work for in '92. Work literally rolled in that year, most of it enjoyable. There was the odd engagement I found unsettling, but you take the rough with the smooth. One spring evening, for example, I provided commentary over the PA for a private greyhound racing event for a group of local businessmen at a track I'm not able to name. I was well paid and given unlimited buffet access, but only realized at the last minute that the dogs were chasing an actual rabbit. By then, I'd already committed to doing the commentary. I fulfilled the commitment to the best of my abilities, consoling myself at the end of each race with the knowledge that I was being given a small window into what it would have been like in medieval times to be hung, drawn, and quartered. Yes, it was a busy time for me. To manage my personal affairs, and also because I deserved one, I took on a personal assistant, a local spinster who lived with her mother. She'd worked in a very junior capacity at Radio Broadland in Great Yarmouth during my 6 months there, and whilst I wasn't exactly blown away by her ability or attitude, I noticed that she was affordable. But it wasn't just in my VO work that things were changing. I was receiving the kind of countrywide exposure that few of the Norfolk alumni had ever experienced. OK, I wasn't yet in Delia Smith's league, but I was certainly in Bernard Matthews' territory. And when you're being spoken of in the same breath as the country's leading farmyard-to-table strategist, how could you not become a monster? As the months rolled by, keeping my feet on the ground was becoming ever harder. I remember picking up the Post from the mat one day and just standing there stunned. I'd opened an innocuous-looking envelope to find, and I'm shaking just to think about it, a Burton's Gold card, the granddaddy of all high street store cards. It not only came with a complimentary shoehorn, but also entitled the bearer to free alterations on every suit purchased. Yet something wasn't adding up. I hadn't even come close to hitting the £500 annual spending threshold required to go gold. And they knew it. I just couldn't get my head around it. It couldn't be real. It was probably just an admin error or a cruel wheeze dreamt up by some of the lads at Radio Norwich. But the more I looked at it, the more I realised it was the real deal. No, there was no getting away from it. Someone very senior at BHQ, Burton headquarters, had decided that just to curry favour with Alan Partridge, it was worth breaking one of the most non-negotiable rules in UK retailing. I felt my legs start to buckle beneath me and reached out to steady myself on the banister. I had dreamt of this moment for years. I tried to call out to Carol and the kids, but my voice failed. All that came out was a strangled whisper. "Guys, I've gone gold." And with that, I lost consciousness. I remember boarding a Norwich to London train one Friday morning in late 1991, when something extraordinary happened. On the platform, I'd come across a young man who'd just returned from fighting in Gulf War I. He'd lost both his legs after being on the receiving end of a roadside bomb, and, probably quite rightly, had been decorated with every award for bravery. As the train came in, we got aboard and sat down next to one another. Naturally, I couldn't wait to start quizzing him about the almost comical mismatch between the domestically built T-72 tanks used by the Iraqis and the far superior M1 Abrams and Challenger ones under the command of the Americans and British respectively. I'd even heard impressive reports about the Kuwait M84AB, but I would never get the chance. I'd only been sat down for a matter of seconds when a hush descended over the carriage. People were looking my way. Suddenly, like a scene from a very good movie, one passenger started clapping, then another, and another, until soon the entire carriage had joined the applause. Some people were shouting the word "hero" or "thank you." It was as if all my years of selfless commitment to the Norfolk community were being recognised in this one spontaneous outpouring of emotion. Not by the mealy-mouthed critics or the slippery commissioners, but by the most important people of all, the normal, everyday man on the street/train. I just sat there, motionless, allowing myself to be sprayed in the face and body with a high-pressure jet of public appreciation. Never before have I felt so humbled. If there was one disappointing aspect to this, it was that the young soldier next to me was the only person not to applaud. I know he'd lost both his legs, but you don't clap with your feet. I thought about taking it up with him, but thought better of it. No, I said to myself, be the bigger man. Let it slide. He may have publicly humiliated you, but look at it this way. If you ever needed to go head-to-head with him in an impromptu limb audit, there would only be one winner. And with that thought, the train pulled away. It was a full week later that I realised my mistake. They'd been clapping for the military amputee, every man jack of them. And there I'd been, drunk on the ale of celebrity, arrogantly assuming that their thanks and praise had been heaped at me. I felt ashamed. In an act of contrition, I ground myself for a week and denied myself access to the BBC club. If I could have given my legs to that soldier after being killed in a car accident, perhaps, I definitely would have done. In the end, I got my assistant to leave a box of chocolates on a cenotaph. I was going to leave a card with it, but I thought it would look a bit too much like the milk tray man, which would have rubbed salt in their wounds, given their mobility issues. I felt so stupid, because without exception, those guys out there whether they're disabling landmines, driving tanks, or photographing inmates, are all heroes. 9. The move to TV. And then came the news that the programme was about to be transferred to BBC Television. Our editor, Stephen Eastwood, had found out at noon and busily set about sharing the good news. But these, don't forget, were the days before mobile phones, and I wasn't in the office. I was in Ealing. I'd heard that BP had done a pretty awesome job on the refurb of one of their garages, so I'd driven over to take a look. I was not disappointed. Things got off to a flying start before I'd even turned my engine off. What a forecourt! Crisp new signage, beautifully pre-laid tarmac. They'd even installed the new pumps I'd heard so much about, with 20% more nozzle pressure. The petrol just flew into the tank. Apparently, as you filled up, you could actually feel the power of the gush through the handle. And the shop, it was like a newsagent's, a supermarket, and a Halfords all rolled into one. For the hungry driver in particular, the pickings were rich. My eyes darted across the chill cabinets. Microwave pasties, reheat and eat pies, packaged sandwiches. The choice of perishables was truly humbling. As I stood there drinking in the whole incredible experience, one thing was abundantly clear to me. I was witnessing the start of a whole new era of petrol station excellence. And so it turned out to be. The next quantum leap forward was to come in 2003, when, breaking the mold once again, the guys at Beyond Petroleum launched their fabulous Wild Bean Cafes. Quite simply, shit hot. To some of you, it might seem weird I was so damn buzzed up by a petrol station, but all I can say is that I must have sensed something in the air. And sure enough, when I got back to the office, Eastwood told me about our impending transfer from wireless to Gogglebox. "Alan, the show's moving to TV." "OMG," I spluttered, inadvertently inventing the now popular acronym. "We found out this morning, but you weren't around," he went on. "I'd have phoned you, but mobile phones haven't yet reached mainstream adoption," his shrug seemed to add. I didn't mind, though, because there was only one thought in my mind. My career was about to go megastrophic. Soon enough, launch day arrived, and right from the off, things just clicked. They say a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Yet from Christopher Morris, anchor, to Rosie May, environment, to Ted Maul, replacing Kev Smear as roving reporter, to Peter O'Hanrahan, economics editor, to yours truly, sport. There was simply no weak link. In fact, the consensus was that the show, renamed The Day Today, worked even better on telly. Viewers said they preferred it because they could now see us, whereas before they had to make up what we looked like in their heads. By way of example, a lot of folks said they expected me to have far nicer eyes. I also insisted on doing my studio reports with the word sport in massive letters behind me. Some people thought this was ego. In fact, it was a savvy move designed to keep the deaf on side. The day-to-day was a plum job, though, and I knew it. Okay, I wasn't especially chummy with my colleagues, but that was all right by me. I wasn't invited to Rosie May's birthday drinks, Peter O'Hanrahan's summer barbecue, or the funeral of Ted Maul's little girl, although, to be fair, neither was anyone else. But who cared? Not me. You don't have to be best buddies with your workmates to enjoy your job, and I certainly wasn't best buddies, but certainly did enjoy my job. More worryingly was the risk of my job being given to someone else. Occasionally, certain young BBC starlets, Ryder, Irving, Bonnet, would start circling, keen for a piece of my sports beat. But I was fiercely protective of my patch. It was like a lady swan guarding her cygnets. If anyone came close, I would rear up, spread my wings, and chase them across the park. And if they happened to be accompanied by the family dog, I'm sorry, but that dog was going down. I still believe I was right to be defensive and, on occasion, orally threatening, because for a sports journalist in particular, the early 90s was a time of plenty. The country was awash and aslosh with sporting giants. Linford Christie, Sally Gunnell, Fatima Whitbread, Nigel Mansell, Frank Bruno, and Ian Botham, known simply as Beef. And I, Partridge, was lucky enough to meet them all. If pushed, though, I'd have to say my favourite was Sally Gunnell. Not only did she insist on competing with a full face of makeup and a big ballsy squirt of perfume, but she was also ruddy good company. In '91, I was sent out to Tokyo to cover the Athletics World Championships. Sally was taking part in the 400-metre hurdles for women. We all watched as she quite literally overcame all the obstacles put in her way to romp home to a creditable second place. Yes, Gunnell had silvered. Within minutes, she'd put on high heels and a new pair of dungarees, and joined a bunch of her fellow athletes at the local bar. It would have taken longer, but she already had makeup on, and you could probably smell her perfume in Hiroshima. And as she'd only been running for 53.16 seconds, a new British record, by the way, it seemed crazy to shower. A wet wipe, administered to the main danger zones, had been deemed more than adequate. Yet no sooner had the shindig hit its stride than Sally's chums and buddies seemed to drift away. Gunnell may have run her race, but the rest of them were yet to compete. Their loss was very much my gain. And as Sally wasn't ready to head home, we moved on to a restaurant serving authentic Japanese nosh. Of course, these days, young professionals hot-footed to pet a manger every lunchtime to gobble down box after box of sushi. Back then, things were different. Our tastes were simpler and less foreign. As a result, Sal and myself were pretty miffed as we browsed the menu. What was all this stuff? For the next 3 hours, we chatted away like there was no tomorrow. Sally may have only managed silver, but in a chatathlon, our conversation would easily have brought home the gold. We seemed to cover every topic under the sun: favourite film, best cheese, biggest regret, smallest regret, euthanasia. But little did we realise as our ace natter entered its 4th hour that our cultural ignorance was about to be our undoing. The problem was a little thing called sake. We'd been knocking back glass after glass of the stuff, assuming it was nothing more dangerous than indigenous pop, but it wasn't. But what a laugh as we staggered along the street like silly idiots. I dared her to hop all the way back to the hotel. She did. She dared me to pick up a bin and smash it into the window of a nearby shop. I didn't. We checked out a few more bars and even stopped in at a local karaoke place, duetting on UB40's Rat in Me Kitchen. And at last, at long, long last, when we finally made it back to our digs, we couldn't believe our eyes. It was nearly 11:15. What a night! It was in my first few months at the BBC that I received one of the finest pieces of advice in Britain. I was over at TV Centre preparing to interview a bantamweight boxer, I forget his name and ethnicity, when I saw a man coming out of the disabled toilet. It was none other than the late, great Des Lynam. Lynam may have been unencumbered by disability, but he was also a senior figure in the BBC of the 90s, and as such he was contractually entitled to use these roomier facilities whenever he wished. Clocking me, he wandered over, doing up his belt and seeing to his fly. "Heard you on the radio last night, Alan." "Crumbs," I spluttered. "Thanks." "I liked what you did." "Crumbs," I spluttered again in much the same way as I'd done previously. "Thanks. But a word of advice on your broadcasting voice." I stiffened up like a cock that was afraid of being attacked by a fox. What was he about to say? Gladdeningly, I didn't have to wait long for the answer, because it was conversation in real time. "Your broadcasting voice is solid enough, but it's too nasal. If you want to make the leap to TV—" "I do, Des, I do," I thought to myself, but didn't say out loud. "Then you want to pull the nasality up by about a quarter. And Alan?" "Yes, Lynam," I said, for some reason selecting to use his surname rather than his first name. "Trust me on this one." And with that, he was gone as gone can be. That night I barely slept. Thoughts were tumbling around my head like trainers in the washing machine I referred to on both page 3 and page 64. Des was right. How could I not have spotted this before? My mind drifted back to my earliest broadcasts on hospital radio. I had indeed beefed up the nasal quality of my voice, thinking it lent it a timbre that was trustworthy, authoritative, and basically quite nice. Sounds crazy when I think back to it, but I was so convinced of this that I used to deliberately try to catch a cold. The all-too-common viral infection of the upper respiratory tract was an excellent way to cause profound blockages of the soft palate, which in extreme cases can make you sound like Melvin Bragg before he had that operation. As such, it was perfect for my needs. Yet I needed a voice that could flit like a carefree moth from the heavyweight to the powder puff. I spent the entire night stood in front of my bathroom mirror doing everything in my power to quash exactly 25% of my vocal nasality. Of course, with radio being an entirely aural medium, the mirror had no part to play. I could just as easily have stood in front of a wall. But, truth be told, I'd spotted a pimple developing on my neck, roughly 3 inches south of my left earlobe, and was keen to both track its growth and plot its destruction. By daybreak, I had finally cracked it. Although as a result of 10 hours of unbroken speaking, I'd also lost my voice. Ironically, the 3 weeks I subsequently had to take off work very nearly cost me my job, but I clung on. I survived and returned as the broadcaster I am today. I now had a voice that could take on any chat-based challenge, that could swoop and glide from genre to genre. It was the voice I still use to this day. Highbrow, yet inclusive. Candid, yet mysterious. Loud, yet quiet. In short, it was the voice of I, Partridge. As for the neck pimple, well, it expanded for a further 48 hours before I was able to take it down using a hot pin. 10. My own show. My star was rising. Like the bubbles in the glasses of champagne I would have been enjoying if I'd liked the taste of champagne, I was being recognized in hotel bars, train stations, W.H. Smiths's, and the local branch of Do-It-All. It was a pleasantly warming sensation at first, before a stern lecture to self in my bathroom mirror, bought from Do-It-All, funnily enough, made me wise up. "These people don't care about you," I said. "You mean nothing to them. They'd sooner earn an extra £1,000 a year than worry about whether you're going to be the next presenter of Sports Night." And that realization that these people would stab me and spit on my jolting corpse probably did colour my approach to the general public. Don't get me wrong, I didn't become a recluse, but I steeled myself against hangers-on and well-wishers, typically meeting their so-called compliments with a snort or a stony silence. In the BBC, things were different. I worked on a style of glad-handing that I felt sure would ingratiate myself to more important people and earn me a reputation of being a charming TV personality. It had worked for Dale Winton, who could switch from air-kissing a commissioning editor to screaming hot spittle into the face of a researcher in about 3 seconds. But he was inhaling a lot of nail varnish remover around that time, I'm told. Back to me. I was becoming known for my no-nonsense interview style and my never-say-die attitude, certainly in my opinion, and I'm sure in the opinions of a many great others. Sometimes that meant being ruthless. A trait I demonstrated when grabbing the first interview with javeliner Steve Backley after quite a lovely throw at Crystal Palace. Seeing ITV's Jim Rosenthal jostling for position, I sidled up behind him, muttered, "Hello, Jim," and as he turned to respond, he fell/was pushed off the media rostrum. He landed on a stack of hurdles, suffering cuts and bruises as well as some pretty seriously duffed-up pride. Well, Gary Newbon went spastic. The two of them were the Tweedledum and Tweedledoo of ITV Sport. Great friends on and off camera, and our feud was real and long-standing. Newbon tore off his jacket, then his shirt, pounding at his belly and tits, shouting, "Come on, then! Come on!" It was incredibly unseemly, and I know Gary was kept away from athletic events for a good while after that. I secured the interview and asked Backley some searching questions about his training regime, skin-tight sportswear, and marital status. The piece went out that night. You could see Newbon in the background, facing away from camera, but slumped on a folding chair, by then in tears. But needless to say, I had the last laugh. I hated ITV back then, and that loathing spurred me on to be the man on the scene whenever a sports star or their attractive spouse had anything to say. I had an easy way with people, and much like Piers Morgan today, was able to flit effortlessly from the highbrow to the utterly juvenile, from the serious to the inconsequential in a heartbeat. Unlike Morgan, I can also flit back the other way, whereas he is often stranded in thick alley for the remainder of the conversation. You can actually see his eyes swivelling as he struggles to break free of the tabloid moorings. Still, he's a good interviewer and a solid guy. But I was a bloody good interviewer and a bloody solid guy. I began to wonder if I was fulfilling my potential. My son was teaching me about quadratic equations at the time, and although I'd convinced him that they were genuinely irrelevant in real life, it convinced me that I should look for a fresh challenge. Like so. Alan asking sports questions equals bloody good sports interview, which means if you divide both by sport, you get Alan asking questions equals bloody good interview. It went something like that anyway. At a BBC party that autumn, I introduced myself to a commissioning editor by the name of Adam Walters. I remember the moment well. "You're Adam Walters, aren't you?" I said. "Yes," he replied. Walters was being talked of as the next big thing in BBC commissioning, something I found hard to understand, and still do, given the role of a commissioner is basically to put a tick or a cross on a box. Who knows? Maybe he had neat handwriting. Or maybe he had friends in high places. Either way, Adam was a good person to know, so I found out where he played squash and would make sure I happened to be having a shower and talc there at the same time as he/him. Quaffing a juice afterwards one day, I suggested that I come in and talk about the idea of a chat show in which I, the chat show host, would chat to guests on the show. He was intrigued at what was a really fresh idea, and an appointment was duly arranged for that afternoon. I ran home, excess talc spilling from the bottom of my trouser legs. I popped on my newest blazer, brushed my teeth, waited 6 hours, brushed them again, and called a cab. As I zoomed towards Shepherd's Bush, I opened the window, imagining my face on the billboards that massively spruce up Holland Park and then make Shepherd's Bush roundabout a pleasure to circumnavigate. It would be called Alan's Show, I decided, and would be absolutely ace. I bounded into the foyer, announced that I was there to see Adam, and waited. And waited. The receptionist couldn't find any record of Mr. Walters. Are you sure he works for BBC TV? Then everything went quiet. Mouth dry, head spinning, and suddenly keen for a poo. I staggered from Television Centre, steadying myself on an old woman who was there for the BBC tour. I took another step into the street and bellowed at the sky. "They want me back on the radio!" You see, Walters was a radio commissioner. Of course. Of course. I should have known. He had that lifeless, grey, dead-eyed quality they all have at Broadcasting House. I called a cab and with a heavy heart went for a meeting with Adam Walters of Radio 4. It wasn't the best meeting I've ever had. Almost on autopilot, I ran through all the famous people I knew, who I said I could definitely get, and Walters seemed duly impressed. I was in a seriously bad mood, no doubt, but Adam's compliments and excellent selection of biscuits soon cheered me up. He all but offered me a show there and then. Pay dirt. People ask me if I found that daunting. They don't know Alan Partridge. If anything was making me apprehensive, it was that a light-hearted comment in which I joked that I owned my own production company and would make the show myself in exchange for a hefty development and production fee was somehow taken at face value. So the next morning I created a production company by putting posters up around Norwich and giving work experience to family friends, and lo, Pear Tree Productions was born. Alan's Show, this was the working title, began production on the 9th of August 1992. Pear Tree Productions was a thrilling place to work, dynamic and young. Indeed, many of the staff should technically have been at school. But we really felt we were making something important, and so it proved. We worked out a format. I would ask questions, the guests would answer as if in conversation, and after a few trial runs, I had it down pat. Unable to afford celebrity bookers, we relied on 2 researchers, Lisa and Jason, to approach agents, and on the whole they did a good job. Lisa's personality could be an issue. I suspected her of smoking cannabis and, as her employer, rifled through her bag to be sure. Nothing, but she went berserk. Her attitude really, really stank sometimes. The date of the first show approached, but we hit a snag. The BBC had decided that Alan's Show wouldn't work as a name. A team meeting was hastily called and we embarked on brainstorming, an American business technique in which ideas are graded depending on how loudly they're shouted. As the team screamed at each other, I noticed that my favourite CD, ABBA Gold, was on the stereo, and a song came on that I felt would be perfect. I sat and listened as the debate raged on among my colleagues before shouting, "Shut up, you wallies, and listen to the music." That got them. We sat in silence as the refrains of the song "The Winner Takes It All" blasted from the office alba. It seemed so right, with its title reflecting my sporting heritage, while announcing myself as a triumph in the cutthroat world of broadcasting. As I sang along, eyes closed, I imagined it played to the applause of a studio audience. In the end, the group persuaded me that Knowing Me, Knowing You was better, so we chose that one instead. Aha! What's that? What is aha? Well, it's a duo-syllabic exclamation that has spilled from my chops and given pleasure to millions across the globe. Some would say it's come to define me. But how was it formed? I'll tell you the truth. We'd not even rehearsed it. I came out on stage for that first show sweating visibly, and freely from my face, neck, pits, back and pants. "Knowing Me, Knowing You," sang the Jeff Lovell girls, and as the track reached its conclusion, they sang it again. My eyes filled with a burning white light, and ABBA drenched my brain. Aha! I boomed. It just came out. Wallop! The audience didn't know what to say. Me? I took it in my stride, literally shaking at how right, how ruddy correct it had felt. Throughout that show, I said it a few more times, and I opened all subsequent shows with the same shout, and you know what? It became something of a calling card. Voted years later 84th in Channel 4's 100 Best Catchphrases. And if people to this day shout it at me in the street, or when I'm trying to pay for my shopping, or if I ring up a call centre to renew car insurance, or in a doctor's waiting room, if I'm having trouble digesting food, it doesn't bother me. I'm fine with it. I actually like it. It makes me feel good and glad. Why wouldn't it? So if people think it does bother me, or that they're getting one over on me, or that it might be a good way of riling me, they could literally not be further from the truth. I do not give a fucking shit either way. No, if anything, I embraced it. In fact, the phrase has become so synonymous with brand Partridge, I later took steps to claim some kind of entitlement to it, flying to Gothenburg to negotiate directly with Bjorn and Benjamin's lawyers for rights to shout but not say the word aha 50 times a year in perpetuity for the rest of my life or until 2015, whichever comes sooner. But that's by the by. The first show was a great success. Brainbox author Lawrence Camley was a ruddy good sport. Ali Tennant, a TV-mind quack, was interesting, although perhaps too smutty for an audience reared on shipping news and dramas about farms. As with all feminists, she combined a hatred of being sexualized with a fixation that everything is to do with sex. I mean, do you like having it off or not? Hello? Afterwards, I went to congratulate Adam Walters, but he was tied up in a meeting, sitting still while the BBC Controller of Editorial Policy, John Wilson, paced and shouted incoherently. Every show thereafter was a great success. "Don't read the reviews," said Martin Bell one day in the corridor. "Don't have to, mate," I shouted back, a spring in my step. Each show seemed more informative, entertaining and superb than the last, although I felt the guests could have been better behaved. Controversial lawyer Nick Ford was an especially crass interviewee, not attempting to hide his homosexuality at all, as far as I could tell. We garnered pleasing column inches for what was a poorly marketed Radio 4 show, aided in no small part by the resignation of Government Minister Sandra Peakes in our third show. She'd been siphoning off government grants into her husband's construction firm and paying twin 17-year-old rent boys to engage in sexual acts. Although our conversation was somewhat fractious, Sandra and I remained very, very good friends, and I regret my line of questioning deeply. The so-called controversies were nobody's business but Sandra and Clive's. The show was being talked about not just in DIY stores or trumped-up newsagents, but in media circles. We enjoyed further publicity from the death, figuratively speaking, of comedian Bernie Rosen in week 5, and the death, actual, of Tory peer Lord Morgan of Glossop in our final show. But I don't think anyone was too upset. Lord Morgan's family began legal action and asking some searching questions about our indemnity insurance, but I don't think anyone seriously believed we'd been responsible. Can you imagine? Cause of death, chat? I don't think so. No, far from being a downbeat end to the series, I was in high spirits. Our final show had seen a guest appearance from Tony Hayers, then acting commissioning director for BBC TV, and a man who frankly made Adam Walters look like a pathetic radio idiot. Tony and I hadn't met before, but knowing he was important, I kept an eye on him and admired him from afar, most notably in the BBC canteen from behind a newspaper. Walters had made it clear that Radio 4 wanted a second series. "Join the fucking queue, mate," I said with my eyes. After the final show, with Tony heading for the car, I ran up behind him, shouting to be heard over the noise, as Lord Morgan's body was lifted into the ambulance. "Tony," I said, "are you going to put this baby on the goggle box, or what?" I was pleased he'd come to the last show of the series, because by this point my new look was really taking shape. My clothes were, and would remain, somewhere in the sweet spot between smart and smart casual. But it was my hair that had taken the quantum leap forward. Chat show hosts normally kept things pretty trim up top. I, however, liked to think outside the square. So I'd grown it. It was now thick, full, and, if I tipped my head right back, shoulder length. See picture section, if in the book version. If the day was an even number, I'd wash it, and if it wasn't, I'd just shake it loose and brush through a little olive oil. It worked for me then, and I know it works for Jonathan Ross now, though he's replaced the olive oil with Frylight cooking spray. As this thought had been so long, I decided to repeat my question. "Tony," I said, "are you going to put this baby on the goggle box, or what?" "We'll see," he said, which at first I thought was a worryingly non-committal handoff, but then I thought about it, about his specific choice of words. See, he said, not hear. See. He was talking in visual terms. This, I felt sure, was him saying in code, "Your show will be seen on television." I punched the air and whooped before lowering my voice out of respect for Lord Morgan's nearby relatives. The next day, I walked into Pear Tree Productions, doubled everyone's pay, then sacked Lisa. 11. Radio's Loss. A TV chat show is different from a radio one. Hair must be better kempt, the studio must be de-drabbed, a house band is required, and other things like cameras and monitors differ as well. These weren't my concerns, though. I was the talent, and the world would know my name. Hayes had us scheduled for a 9 p.m. BBC Two slot. I'm often asked if that miffed me. The natural home for a broadcaster like me would surely have been BBC One 7 p.m. The chat show landscape of the time was barren and desolate, like the moon or Malta. And ITV's Aspel & Company, the only serious rival for the chat show crown, had been put to sleep. An act of kindness, trust me. Terrible show. BBC One was crying out for KMKY, and the decision not to place it there was a loony one. But miff me? No. I looked at the bigger picture. If ever a TV channel needed helping out of a hole, it was BBC Two, 1993 to 1994, and I was the man to give it the shot in the arm. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't an avid watcher of the channel, being neither a young urban male or book-bothering clever clogs, but I did watch Top Gear, and I knew damn well that its fortunes represented an accurate bellwether for BBC Two as a whole. In 1993 to 94, Top Gear, and by extension BBC Two, stank the place out. Tiff Needell's voice was cracking every other word like an early-day Michael McIntyre. Clarkson was a point away from a driving ban, so was test-driving cars like they were hearses. And Quentin Wilson? Never the most upbeat of motoring journalists, something was up with Quents. Don't get me wrong, he'd been a bit weird for a while. The cadence of his sentences had started to get on everyone's tits, and he was walking around all uppity and pretending to like art. More privately, he'd bought a series of vintage Bentleys but didn't know how to drive them, secretly preferring his Toyota Avensis. But he'd even cut down his mileage in that. No, there was more to it than that. I followed him to the bogs at the motor show in '93 and asked him straight out what was up. He wasn't able to meet my eyes, but shook his head sadly. "I've fallen out of love with them," he said. "I just can't stand them." "What? Who?" I asked, asking two questions for the price of one. And with a heavy hand, he gestured out towards the Birmingham NEC. At the cars. All of the cars. He'd had his fill, and at that he broke down. We held each other, crying for what seemed like ages, and from that moment onwards, I knew that he was shot. Top Gear was shot. BBC Two was shot. I made a big decision that day. I would forget about BBC One and be BBC Two's White Knight, riding to the rescue, the salvation of the listing TV station. Having agreed to be the face of the channel for the foreseeable future, and agreed to drive Quentin round for an hour every Saturday so that he and cars could start again, I noticed that the atmosphere around TV Centre was different. There was literally a spring in everyone's step. Ironically bespectacled producers peeped out from behind laptops and rubbed their eyes as if greeting a new day. Production managers whistled as they worked. The nervous women who do the typing and whatnot seemed less mousy than normal. It was a new dawn. Having salvaged BBC Two, I set about making the best show that had ever been on it. Knowing Me, Knowing You would be broadcast from a studio 25% larger than Aspel & Company's, and make use of a house band, a trait subsequently adopted by US talk shows such as Letterman and Conan O'Brien. Finding the band was easy. I'd seen local musician Glen Ponda rock the joint at a Norwich wine bar months before. Dressed in tails and armed only with a baton, he was the conductor to what was essentially a pub band, a needlessly highbrow touch that I felt would fit well with the tone of my show. And after months of slog, made more complicated by Lisa's vindictive employment tribunal, we were ready. I was to become a star. 12. Glen Ponda, musician. Say what you like about Glen Ponda, and I have frequently, but he was a virtuoso conductor of lounge music, possibly the most talented, easy-listening battensman of his era. He and his loyal band of minstrels, musicians, were a fixture on the Norwich music scene, effortlessly able to switch between the rival demands of a wine bar, a hotel lobby, or a shopping mall forecourt. He was that versatile. As soon as I saw him and his band in action, I knew that they must be given a big break by me. Glen had just finished an awe-inspiring during-dinner set at Cafe Symphony in Norwich, now at long last a Nando's. When I decided to broach it, I followed him to his bus stop. "Mr. Ponda," I shouted as I approached. "Let's have it then, fucker," he said, wheeling round and baring his fists and clenching his teeth. I pretended not to notice and ploughed on. "Great set back there, man," I said, using the word man, so he knew I was familiar with modern music. "Magnificent tracks." He looked at me in order to size me up and gauge my intentions. His breathing was shallow and his eyes were wild. I had to say something. "Are you okay?" I said in a quiet, soothing voice, as if I was a conductor whisperer. He was instantly becalmed. "Sorry about that," he said, now at ease. "I thought you were a mugger." Glen, it turned out, was responsible for collecting up the coins that were tossed at the band, carrying them home and piggy-banking them. As such, he was often targeted by youths, vagrants, and Scots. Clearly, I was none of these things, and we were able to strike up a conversation. "Want to be a star?" I asked, casually, pretending to inspect my fingernails. He just looked at me. "I'm Alan Partridge," I said, but he looked at me even more blankly. "From Radio 4's Knowing Me, Knowing You," I added. Still nothing. Then I added the day-to-day and on the hour, fruitlessly. I listed several other pieces of my work, but it wasn't until I mentioned Scoutabout that the penny dropped. Flippin' Scoutabout. Undeterred, I suggested that he and his band sign up with me. He agreed there and then, before we'd even discussed terms or mentioned money, which I found both refreshing and a bit desperate. But I remembered a piece of advice I'd been given by Bernard Matthews. It's when they're tired, desperate, and hungry that they're at their most compliant. I suddenly knew that this could work out very well indeed. Of course it didn't. I made Glen and his group, Brandy Snaps, current name Vajazzle, my house band, and while not expecting an unending gush of gratitude, I was anticipating a little bit of respect. What I got from Glen, alongside rank amateurism and off-kilter comic timing, was literally a slap in the face, not literally. And that hurt me. It hurt me a lot. Not literally. Full disclosure, my first choice for house band had been the Jeff Lovell Orchestra, the outfit who had re-recorded the theme to Knowing Me, Knowing You for my Radio 4 show. But Jeff was something of a recluse, having badly disfigured his hands saving an oboe from a van fire. He was also perhaps a little ill-suited to the top-of-the-show comic banter that the role required, having lost his sense of humour in a van fire. That said, I still had high hopes for Glen and his band, current name Pop Socks. But from the get-go, I'd realised I'd made an error. A week before the show, I'd ordered Glen to get a haircut, and he'd reluctantly obliged, losing his waist-length corkscrew curls in favour of a shorter, smarter style. But like an adolescent Samson, it was as if the loss of his locks created a lackadaisical attitude to the basics of live TV. Rehearsal, attitude, deference, obeying instructions from the exec producer. I was the exec producer. This resulted in a number of missteps in the live broadcasts, unexpected cymbal crashes, Glen mumbling, and an all-pervading surliness from the band, which really put me off my stride. My professionalism was such that I didn't betray even a flicker of displeasure on camera, until I was sadly left with literally no choice other than to dismiss him live on air in our 5th show. Let me just lay to rest here and now a baseless accusation. Some have suggested that my relationship with Glen soured when I learned he was gay. For crying out loud, if I really couldn't bear to consort with homosexuals, do you really think I'd have pursued a career in television? At the BBC, of all places? Be real. I have no issue with gay men. I'm a friend of Dale Winter, for example, one of the gayest men in Europe. Dale and I spent a lovely weekend hanging out at the Earl's Court Boat Show, and he was delightful company. He knows a lot about rigid inflatable boats. I also once shared a stage at a charity dinner with Elton John. Then again, he did used to be married to a woman. I know he's with David Furnish now, but I've long suspected that that relationship is just a cover for his heterosexuality. No, Glen's sexuality was not a factor. At least not for me. My assistant was a different story. She had enjoyed Glen's company tremendously, and would probably have classed him as a friend. But her attitude towards him changed like that, when she learned he was gay. Why? Well, she was and is a devout Baptist, and for all their handshaking and tambourine bashing and shouty singing, many of them are staggeringly hard-hearted when it comes to sins of the flesh. My assistant was typical of this world view, somehow managing to reconcile the twin passions of home baking and homo-bashing. But back to the sacking. Glen consulted his lawyer, citing unfair dismissal. His argument that insubordination is a disciplinary issue only in the military and therefore no grounds for dismissal in the private sector saw him, temporarily, reinstated pending a tribunal in time for the final episode of the series. We muddled through that a little frostily, but what followed was a regrettable period in which we began to sue and countersue each other on a juvenile tit-for-tat basis. It was vindictive, uncalled for, and cripplingly expensive. After several years, Glen and I managed to patch up our differences. We shared the common ground of both despising our respective lawyers and would often laugh about how much we were spending on their unnecessary legal advice. Glen lost his flat as a result and lived in a YMCA for 6 months. I dropped my legal actions against him some time ago, but he apologetically intends to pursue his against me, because his bandmates are currently suing him for unpaid earnings, and he needs the money. And so it is that he forges ahead with his live shows, long past the point that he derives any enjoyment from them. Indeed, with severely arthritic fingers, every swish of the baton is agony for him. I still go and watch him from time to time, and afterwards we go out for a Nando's together. You know which one. I enjoy the taste of chicken and chips enormously, and I'm only slightly put off by Nando's bewildering ordering system, in which customers must pay for food at the counter, set the table themselves, then wait for the waiter to bring the meal over. Interestingly, Glen and I have developed an unspoken but quietly effective NES, Nando's efficiency system, in which we ensure that a second is not wasted. We secure a table, then, with coats draped over the back of our chairs, we separate. My role is to grab a menu and secure a place in the queue. From there, I loudly read out the food options so that Glen can hear. He, meanwhile, is scurrying to the far side of the restaurant to grab cutlery, napkins, and condiments, but all the while he is listening to me and shouting back his order. I place it and pay. We usually end up back at the table at roughly the same time and then enjoy our chicken dinners while chuckling at the many people who are still waiting for theirs, having arrived way before us. Of course, things take on a different hue if you dine solo. Last time I went to Nando's, I was Glenless. I placed my order but forgot about the cutlery. My food arrived and I had neither knife, fork, or spoon. Admittedly, in a chicken and chips scenario, the spoon is less important, but I could sure have done with a knife and fork, the former to cut with, the latter to maintain carcass stability. Cursing the absence of my partner in chicken, I went over to get the required eating tools, walking as fast as I could without breaking into a run. Just my luck. They were awaiting a refill on both knives and the forks. Spoons, on the other hand, dozens of them. I had no choice. With a lateral shake of the head and a vertical raise of the eyebrow, I returned to my table. I've made the effort to find cutlery. I'm darn well going to use it. And I have to say, it worked out okay. I shoveled the chips into my mouth as if I was eating pudding, and as for the chicken, it was just a question of trying to drag the meat off the bone by using the spoon as a paw. And what of me and Ponda? Well, I don't talk much about our rekindled friendship. My assistant still harbours an openly bigoted dislike of Glen and his husband, whose name I don't know. But I enjoy it, and I'm proud to be friends with a homosexual who is the greatest bossa nova maestro this country has ever produced. 13. Liftoff, show-wise. "Good morning, Partridge," I bellow as I enter the offices of my Prodco production company. "Good morning, Alan," replied my staff. "How are we today?" I continued, genuinely wanting to know. "Great, not bad. Back still playing up. Very well, fine. Bit tired as my neighbours decided to do the fucking hoovering at 2 o'clock in the fucking morning," reply my staff. By now, Partridge Productions was a well-oiled machine. We had some great people working at optimum level. Jason had been promoted to an assistant producer and had a newfound confidence since his psoriasis had cleared up. I'd taken on George Dwyer as creative director. He'd worked as a PR man for the Russian circus. and had some daring, out-there ideas, few of which made it through compliance. He's been living in the Wormwood area of West London for 10 years. Jill on reception was good to have around the place, clinging on to the last of her good looks and happy to buy choc treats for all of us every Friday. Rupert Summers, who had experience of live TV from manning the telephones on ITV Telethon 88, would produce the show. But it was Lewis Hurst, a theatrical agent who had invested some money in the company, who really pulled the strings. A bear-like homosexual, he was well-connected and well-to-do in a way that put some people massively on edge. But it was Lewis who put in a call to Roger Moore and secured him as a guest on our first show. It was also he, with a trademark tuft of jet-black nasal hair hanging down from each nostril, who had rushed into my office one day to tell me that the celebrated chanteuse Gina Langland had agreed to appear in Show 3. But there were quite a few others in the company too, who I'm unable to name. I've not forgotten them, having not known what they were called in the first place. My management style was that of an estranged father, at times caring, at times distant, and with little or no interest in the individuals under my charge. And believe me, it just works. The show began and was an unmitigated success. Viewing figures collapsed as the series went on, but only because it was getting lighter in the evenings and more people were out rambling or sitting in beer gardens. The fan mail came in by the sackload. Jason suggested I save it until the end of the series so that I could maintain concentration, which I did. The sacks of letters were sadly destroyed in a fire before I could peruse them. There were only one or two hiccups, but that's the nature of live television, and I honestly don't think people noticed. Again, some of the guests were a little surly, but that has to come down to the booker, and at the end of the series Jason was duly dismissed. He went on to make his name producing a certain Orwellian house-based reality show that demeans us all. Tony Hayers gave us a few notes after the first show, and repeated the same ones after the second, third and fourth, but crucially didn't after the fifth or sixth, which suggests he was deeply satisfied with the trajectory of the series. We also bore in mind that he was only in the role to cover Georgia Harrison's maternity leave, so we didn't need to keep him on side for the long term. Success came very naturally to me. I'd go into a steakhouse or a swimming pool, and people would turn and exchange knowing glances. I was suddenly hot, appearing on Through the Keyhole and Points of View. I was also a guest on Clive Anderson's Chat Show. I could get tables at a moment's notice. I was stopped on the street by people telling me how unbelievable my show was. I was hot, and it felt good. And then, live on air in the sixth and final episode of my Chat Show, I shot a man through the heart with a gun. 14. The Death of Forbes McAllister. Cantankerous bon viveur Forbes McAllister had brought with him 2 of Lord Byron's duelling pistols, purchased in auction from under the considerable nose of Michael Winner. As I politely inspected them mid-interview, I discharged one, and the bullet penetrated and destroyed Forbes' heart. As with so many gunshot wounds to the heart, it proved fatal. I won't have been the first British chat show host to kill a man on air, and I won't be the last, but I make no excuse for what happened. I accept complete responsibility, and you'll not find me making mealy-mouthed excuses for what was a truly tragic event. What I will say is this. Forbes McAllister had led a long and full life, but with a diet rich in cholesterol and alcoholic booze, it's very probable that his health was failing. We can only speculate as to how badly his health would have deteriorated or how painfully drawn out his eventual death would have been, because I ended his life in episode 6 of my chat show. Forbes, who may or may not have had a violent temper, was to be the final guest on my show. I remember in the green room before the show that he had incredibly sweaty hands. It's rare that I notice a man's palm piss because my own inner hands tend to work up a torrent of clamminess straight after toweling, one of the many reasons why I often greet new acquaintances with a curt nod or a wave. But I thought, Jesus Christ, now they're wet. That should have rung an alarm bell, because although I didn't know it at the time, our perspiration would soon create a lethal lubricative effect, which, when combined with studio lights and a hair-trigger pistol, would blast a man's chest into kingdom come. And note that this in no way tallies with the findings of the coroner. These are my findings, not the Crown's. The show had been quite a strong one. It was certainly a little fruity. Of the 6 people on the sofa, 50% were gay. 2 lesbians and a gay man, although the gay man, Scott McLean, was only 10 at the time and probably unaware of his sexual trajectory. Scott has continued acting, but now stars exclusively in gay pornography. Fortuitously, he's grown into the spitting image of Richard Gere, so has made a lucrative series of films that pay sodomical homage to Gere's back catalogue: Gaze of Heaven, Pretty Man, and An Orifice and a Gentle Hand. Not on the sofa, but undeniably on the show, were Joe Beasley and Cheeky Monkey. Having Joe appear was my one big regret of this episode. I'd seen him in Bournemouth at Ho Seasons way back in 1979, before so-called alternative so-called comedy had been foisted upon the world. Joe was streets ahead of his time, writing his own material and bringing a fresh perspective to the art of stand-up comedy. Unlike alternative comedians, Joe's act, classy ventriloquism mixed with snappy one-liners, was mercifully unencumbered by the need to provide social commentary, unless he represented the Tories and the monkey whose rectum he forced his hand up represented coal miners or something. At Ho Seasons, he raised the roof. I saw members of the audience doubled over, desperately trying not to wet themselves. Afterwards, Joe modestly suggested that this was more to do with their age than his act, but I know good comedy when I see it. So I promised him I'd remember his name and give him a TV break as soon as I could. I honoured that promise on the 21st of October, 1994. I don't feel that Joe prepared properly for the show, and his act suffered as a result. I happen to believe that his joke about a Swedish Fred Flintstone is a quite beautiful piece of writing, but he struggled to remember its precise mechanics, and it slithered out of his mouth like a bad oyster. I stepped in to put him out of his misery after about 90 seconds. I didn't kill him, or rather I didn't kill him. It has been an experience best forgotten, but shamefully in the years that followed, Joe did his best to trade on the disastrous TV appearance. He even attempted, unsuccessfully, to claim legal ownership of the sobriquet Troubled TV Funny Man when the whole Barrymore thing blew up. Lesson learnt, Alan. I've never given anyone a break since then. It's just not worth it. Joe never bothered to apologise, not even through the medium of the monkey. But ignore that. This chapter is about Forbes McAllister, and I'd hate for my guests' unprofessionalism or sexual peccadillos to detract from the solemn death of a good man. You have to say that. To be fair to myself for a change, Forbes had been a pretty awkward guest and had brought the pistols onto the show himself and had very sweaty hands and was making sudden movements and saying some pretty off-putting things about bagpipers. But as I say, no excuses. At the show's denouement, trust Mr. Professional here to time the slaying so it gave the show a neat conclusion, Forbes gave me his sweat-drenched guns to inspect and shocked me with a loud bark of, "Be careful with that!" One thing led to another, and a bullet led to his heart. I covered him with a plastic replica of my face and did my best to close the show. The two lesbians, Wanda Harvey and Bridie McMahon, went a bit hysterical. They'd been told to stick around on the sofa until the credits rolled, but when Forbes' remains slumped in their general direction, they bolted in a pretty craven attempt to spoil the series sign-off. For that, I've never forgiven them. It was a bit of a blur after that. My producer, Rupert Summers, lost his head and said a few mean things to me. I let that go. He was in shock and needed help, not censure. Then I looked over to where a policeman was putting the pistols carefully into a transparent freezer bag. Those flippin' guns, I thought. I hated them just then. In the intervening years, I've received a great many letters from gunsmiths who've said that the greatest professional sadness a gunmaker endures lies in spending hours perfecting the release mechanism of a flintlock pistol, only for a collector to display it ornamentally. This was exactly what Forbes had in mind for them. I had at least prevented that. I always think that, like a dangerous dog sinking its teeth into the waddling rump of a fat postman, a pistol must experience the bittersweet bliss of fulfilled destiny at the moment of discharge before, quite rightly, being destroyed. At least, my gun-making friends seem to suggest Lord Byron's beautiful and ballistically awesome pistols were allowed to perform the task for which they were painstakingly created: killing a man. This was reality TV, before the term was invented, real and raw, and red in tooth and claw. Peter Bazalgette of Endemol fame is sometimes wrongly credited with the invention of reality TV. It's a little-known fact that Peter's grandfather Joseph designed the London sewer network. Some people have very unkindly suggested Peter has simply taken what his granddad did literally and continued it metaphorically. delivering an unending torrent of human filth and waste into our homes. But I'm not one of those people. I think he's quite good and has made a reasonable contribution. No, the person who really invented reality TV was I, Partridge. I've been asked many times what happened next, when the camera stopped rolling and the audience filed out. What happened to Muggins here? Well, I'll do my best to describe it. For added drama, I'll be slipping into the present tense, but I don't want to suggest in any way that this took place anything other than a long, long time ago. "Why did you do it? Huh? Why the F did you do it, Partridge?" A bad-breathed copper shouts in my face, and I turn my head away from what I think is the odour of Walker's smoky bacon, which I usually quite enjoy. "What's your motive, Alan?" says a woman detective constable. "What you kill him for?" I'm in a dark, dank room, deep in the nick, handcuffed like a common criminal. A strip light flickers and buzzes as a rat scuttles across the floor. The woman detective constable screams in frustration and slaps me across the face. My eye closes up, but I look back at her defiantly. The interrogation goes on for ages. "Please," I hear myself say, "I've told you all I know. Can I please just go home? I'm doing a store opening at 10 for World of Leather." "The only thing you'll be in tomorrow is a world of trouble," says the copper, a line that even at the time I thought was pretty good for someone who probably didn't get any A-levels. Truth is, there is no store opening. With negotiations for a second series of KMKY going well, I have 2 other meetings the next morning that could shape my career. A current affairs show for a soon-to-be-launched TV channel from the mind of Kelvin Mackenzie, alongside Derek Jameson, and a quiz show for Maltese television that was based on blockbusters. Both meetings are slated to take place in the same branch of Harry Ramsden's. I need to be there. The interrogators don't let up, though. The torment lasts for hours before I'm thrown into a cold cell, and I pick myself up from the straw and filth. Through a hatch comes a tray of food. I paw at it listlessly until I notice that it contains chicken nuggets. And what chicken nuggets! These boast all the smoky zing of McCain's southern coating with the tenderest cuts of white meat. The beans are lukewarm, but not overcooked, and a generous dollop of smash adds a buttery finish that sets the plate off beautifully. To drink, a mug of steaming tea. A really, really good meal. My solicitor arrives. By his own admission, he's better equipped to handle employment tribunals than homicide, but it's a pleasure to see him. He's a massive fan of the show and insists that until the last 5 minutes it had been very good. I suffer the indignity of giving fingerprints, a relatively straightforward task that took longer than it should have because my hands were by now very, very sweaty and it was hard to produce a clear print. Once released into the glaring sunlight of the sun, I'm hauled into the BBC for crisis talks without a care for my other meetings. Hayes is quiet, and it's really hard to work out how he feels the series has gone. A health and safety officer has a lot to say, which feels like bolting the stable door after the horses legged it in a hail of gunfire. As the exec producer, it turns out I have ultimate responsibility, which seems unfair to me, and I say so. We craft a press release, and then I arrange to meet Hayes to discuss not just a second series, but other potential projects. Everyone pipes up with, "For fuck's sake, Alan," as if my career should die just because Forbes has. Then I go home. People are quick to claim credit when things go well, but journalists' calls to the BBC were met with an officious, "Alan Partridge is not and never has been an employee of the BBC. He is a private contractor and all such contracts are under constant review." The shooting of Forbes McAllister was, without question, the pivotal moment in my life. I often think it's like that film, The Sliding Doors, with Gwyneth Paltrow, but instead of the tube doors shutting, it was a bullet fired directly into a celebrity's heart, not deliberately or recklessly. Even after all these years, I feel compelled to add that caveat. You know, there were 2 victims that day, me because of everything I went through, but Forbes McAllister is also a victim in a way, because, of course, he died. 15. Splitting from Carol. Truth be told, I knew it was probably curtains for me and Carol in 1989, when I asked her to act more demurely at a Radio Norwich summer roadshow, and she responded by downing her glass of wine and getting another one. You don't piss about with a guy's career like that. We lasted another 6 years. 6 years for which my money were among the happiest times of my life. And while I'm certainly not angling for a reconciliation with a woman like Carol, stranger things have happened. I believe there are few things that can't be sorted out over a coffee and a cuddle. And I'm not saying I want her to at all, but if she ever did have the guts to pick up the phone and admit she was wrong and leaving her new lover, and would I consider giving it another go, I'd be polite enough to give the idea proper consideration on the strict proviso that the possessions of mine that I surrendered during the divorce were returned to me and that sexual intercourse with other men was knocked on the head. I first got wind of Carol's infidelity when she came home from the gym wearing a pair of black Asics cycling shorts after having gone out wearing a blue Adidas pair. Also, the Asics pair were for men. Suddenly, things that had seemed innocent, the snazzy new hairdo, the packet of condoms in her glove box, reported sightings of her in nightclubs with a man, started to collect in my craw. What was she up to? I began to keep a diary. I publish it below only to demonstrate how in the right I was. 21st of August, 1995. Carol's acting suspiciously again. Can't explain why, but if you could see it, you'd agree. 24th of August, 1995. Carol's bought a new dress. No sign of it on any bank statements. A gift from a lover? Just realized she could have used cash. 30th of August, 1995. Carol smells of a new aftershave. L'Homme, I think. But I'm still using a giant bottle of Pagan Man. It was an ex-display model off a ferry. Enough evidence to confront? 31st of August, 1995. Didn't confront. 6th of Sept, 95. Carol's brother turns up and tells me she's seeing another man. Reluctantly discredit his testimony on the grounds that he's a former alcoholic and current weed junkie. 21st of September, 95. Carol now staying at the gym 2 nights a week, in order to be first on the cross-trainer. Suspect that's a lie. I put in a call, false voice, to all local hotels to check she's not staying there. 4th of October, 95. Park up outside the gym and watch Carol enter. She stays until 8 a.m. the next day. Thank God, she is staying at the gym. 26th of October, 95. Carol 40% less randy than this time last year. Menopause or sourcing sex from an alternative supplier. 8th of November, 95. Found men's pants in the back of the Micra. Gotcha. 8th of November, 1995. Actually, what if this is a gotcha? Edmonds can be one sick bastard, and I do have the profile to be the subject of a BBC One Saturday night prank. 9th of November, 95. Realised they were my pants. Relieved/disappointed. 15th of November, 95. Had a succession of calls to the house. Whenever I answer, the caller hangs up, even when I impersonate Carol. December the 1st, 1995. Heard Carol on the phone saying, "That was great sex last night." Oh, this is so confusing. I spent several sleepless hours that night constructing rational explanations for this sentence. Perhaps she'd caught the tail end of a blue movie on Channel 4 and was chatting to a girlfriend about it. Perhaps she'd said sects in reference to some pseudo-religious team version of step aerobics. Perhaps it was someone's name, Jim Great Sex. Perhaps she was trying to say Great Six in a Scottish accent. Come sunrise, I'd convinced myself of all these things. 8th of December, 95. Struggling to find a spare moment to confront Carol. She's always at the ruddy gym. 15th of December, 95. Got drunk and tried it on with Sue Cook. She was so understanding, though witheringly emphatic in her rebuttal. December the 21st, 95. Had a long chat with Bill Oddie, an experienced birder. He's lent me his binoculars and given me some great advice on how to remain still for long periods of time and go completely undetected in undergrowth and shrubbery. It's surprising how many of these techniques can be used to track an enemy or errant spouse. 22nd of December, 1995. Called in sick to Pear Tree, told Carol I was off to the office, then set up a vantage point opposite the house. Binoculared her entering the premises with a man, then shutting the bedroom curtains. Decide to stop keeping a diary now. I'm not an idiot. Yes, It seems the French-smelling sex provider was Carol's fitness instructor. Far from being French, he was actually from Luton. His only Frenchness was his cowardly duplicitousness and the kissing he did with my wife. French kissing is a technique in which two mouths dock at the lips, creating a closed arena for intermittent insertions and exploratory recces of the tongue, interspersed with quick prods, darts, scoops, and jabs. I was waiting for Carol when she got back from the gym that evening. She breezed into the kitchen as I sat at the kitchen table with a bottle of wine. I hadn't drunk from or opened it. Drinking during the day makes me nauseous. But I think the effect worked. "Been enjoying yourself?" I said, but with loads of emphasis, so it was clear that enjoying might have a double meaning. "Mm-hmm," she said, like she didn't have a bloody clue. "Have a nice time at the gym," I said, making inverted commas around the word gym with my fingers. "Yes," she said. Her knowledge of mimed punctuation was pitiful. "Have a good workout," I said, slotting my right forefinger in and out of a hole I'd made between the thumb and forefinger of my left hand. "Yes," she said, not a flicker. Who doesn't understand the finger sex mime, for goodness sake? I lost it, throwing my empty wine glass crashing to the floor, but it landed on the carpet of the hall in one piece. "Careful," she said, suddenly irritated. "You nearly broke that." "What? Like you broke my heart?" Silence. I was particularly pleased with this line because it's the sort of thing I'd usually think of long, long afterwards and then admonish myself for not having come up with it at the time. "I know, Carol. I know." But then she turned to face me and looked so sad that I started to cry on her behalf, and then on my behalf, and then I didn't know on whose behalf I was crying on because I was making a right mess. I had a cold at the same time, so it was like a mucal tsunami. She picked up the wine glass and handed it to me so I could have another go, and this time it clattered onto the liner where the stem snapped. Still not the smithereen effect I wanted, but better than before. "Thanks," I said. Then she led me out into the garden and explained that she'd been having an affair with her gym instructor. I asked all the obvious questions. Since when? Why him? How can you be attracted to a man who basically wears leotards? She told me all about him, including his name, which I'm not going to publish here. Eventually, after lots of crying, me, shouting, me, and sighing, both, we went back inside. We realized that the next-door neighbors were having pre-Christmas drinks and could hear everything. "Enjoying this, are you?" I shouted through the hedge. "You like a bit of grief with your mulled wine?" I thought afterwards. I explained to Carol that I'd forgive her. We'd try again in the morning. Perhaps go and talk to Sue Cook about it. But she was shaking her head. I began frantically pitching shows at her, desperately outlining my portfolio of program ideas in the hope of convincing her that we could be happy and rich. But she just kept shaking her head. The doorbell went. Bill Oddie was standing there. I opened the door to him and was just saying, "This isn't a good time, Bill," when he saw Carol. He could see I'd been crying and was clearly doing the mental maths. No one spoke for a while, and then Carol gathered up her things, brushed past us and headed back to the Micra. She turned the ignition, and a blast of The Winner Takes It All came through the speakers before she could switch it off. I began to cry, and she looked at me through the windscreen and reversed very proficiently onto the road. We watched her go until she disappeared round the corner, at which point we stopped watching. I noticed Oddie was still standing there. "Not a good time, Bill." "Yeah, I know," he said. "I just wanted my binoculars back." I want to be fair to Carol. Yes, she's mind-blowingly selfish. Yes, she takes grumpiness to a staggering new level. Yes, she's manifestly not as clever as me. But she does have good points. On French holidays, she took to right-hand driving with real panache. She also makes relatively decent meatballs. That pretty much covers it. Carol left me 14 months after the last of my TV chat shows. I wasn't in a good place, the back garden usually, and she'd found it difficult to offer the right support. But I can't speak for Carol, nor would I want to. Only she knows why she wanted our marriage to end, so she's very kindly outlined in her own words what went wrong. Over to you, Carol. I loved Alan and probably didn't fully appreciate what I had. He was working hard to provide for me and the kids, and I probably took that for granted. He was away from home more than I'd have liked, but I acknowledged that Pear Tree Productions needed him, and he had a career on the telly. You can't do that if you're swanning around at home, for crying out loud. He'd been working long hours trying to resuscitate his production company, his mind forever racing with new ideas and formats. Every now and then in front of guests, I'd laugh at the sheer inventiveness of them all. But yes, Alan's career hiccup hit me hard. I'd invested a great deal of hope in Alan being a fixture on mainstream TV for years and years to come. God knows he deserved it, and was and is a damn sight more of a talent than the likes of Tony Robinson or Andy Marr. When his show hit a few snags and he was hung out to dry by the BBC, I began to realise that my dreams of being on the arm of a BBC mainstay were fading. I mean, he'd come back stronger, that was never in any real doubt, but I was impatient and wanted all the rewards that he'd promised me. Hurt, upset, and I guess a bit too moody about the whole thing, I took to visiting the gym. I suggested that Alan come too, but after every unreturned phone call to the BBC, he'd dig an angry hole in the garden, and so any spare energy went on that. Besides, he was already in pretty good shape. At the gym I met a personal trainer. He was young, physically in peak condition, no arguments about that, fair dues. Some people have a lot of time on their hands, and didn't stretch me intellectually, which did my confidence the world of good. In a clear contravention of my marital vows, I began sleeping with the guy. God knows how Alan feels about that. I never stopped to ask his permission or run the idea by him. This carried on for an indeterminate amount of time. I then split with Alan, who hadn't been having an affair. Not because he couldn't. He could. He was a well-regarded TV personality. You think he was short of offers? Dream on. But he exercised self-restraint. What can I say? That's Al. Alan wasn't perfect. There were a couple of minor niggles, which I won't bore you with now. It wasn't anything significant, and it was certainly not in the bedroom department, a room where, to be honest, he played a blinder. So that's my story. It's the tale of stubbornness, broken promises, broken dreams, and I have to admit my own shortcomings as a spouse. I'll now hand you back to Alan. Thanks, Carol. Appreciate that. Carol scotched the idea of reconciliation and said we were splitting up for good in 1996, and I, of course, demanded sole custody of the children. Fernando wasn't keen, as he was living in Cambridge midway through the final year of a politics degree, while Denise was living in Ipswich with an art collective. I consulted a lawyer nonetheless, and he advised me not to pursue it. The law always takes the side of the woman. 16. You'll be sorry. The day after I confronted her, Carol had said to me she wanted to clear her head, so moved out just before Christmas. I sat on the edge of the bath, sobbing and eating a pork pie until the pie was gone, at which point I felt a heck of a lot better. Don't get me wrong, the prospect of spending Christmas in unbroken solitude didn't fill me with cheer, but it actually turned out to be all right. Brilliant, even. I've subsequently done the same, out of choice, on 4 other occasions. The benefits, once you think about them, are obvious. You're free to break the rules. That year, I had a glass of beer at 10 a.m. Imagine that. A glass of beer and a piece of toast on Christmas morn. I didn't finish it. It was horrible. But I chortled as I thought of what the ball and chain would have said. Stupid cow. Then there's the almost overwhelming sense of liberation that comes with wearing a dressing gown, nude beneath, without having to anxiously re-knot the string every few minutes. The gown flops open and reveals your ghoulies. Big deal. No one's there. It just feels good. After a few more glasses of beer, I put on a CD of Christmas songs and marched up and down my landing to Stop the Cavalry by Jonah Louie. After a few minutes of brisk promenading, my gown spread apart, like the curtain of an old proscenium arch theatre to reveal a one-man show by John Thomas. I let it. There were other reasons why Christmas alone was enjoyable too, but I can't remember them at the moment. Besides, bugger all that, I had a TV show to make. I had been given a chance of redemption, a Christmas special of Knowing Me, Knowing You, which had been agreed as part of the initial series commission. And with the internal inquiry into the regrettable death of Forbes McAllister still ongoing, I had yet to be deemed culpable of anything. The upshot, the BBC was duty-bound to honour my contract and broadcast Knowing Me, Knowing Yule. Not that this was the only consideration. I'd argued strongly that we must respect the memory of Forbes and plough on. We owed it to him to treat his death with the tact and decorum it deserved. Besides, I'm confident the Bee would have wanted an hour-long special from me anyway. I'd proved myself over the course of Knowing Me, Knowing You to be someone who makes television as unmissable as Forbes McAllister's aorta. So, for all my domestic problems, I had to push on. Carol had left on Christmas Eve 1995. Knowing Yule was to be broadcast 5 days later. Bring it on, as American peacekeeping soldiers scream when given back chat by unarmed natives. The knowledge that I could switch from the bony chest of my wife to the fleshy, welcoming bosom of the British viewing public provided sweet, sweet, sweet succor. Emotionally, I'd invested a great deal in the success of the show, and nothing was going to go wrong. But brace yourself for the fact that it does. I spent Christmas Day alone, practicing my musical number again and again and again until my throat swelled up and I couldn't fit Christmas pudding down it. The show was conceived by me as a kind of televised mulled wine and mince pies party that would take place in an exact studio mock-up of my house, an idea subsequently stolen wholesale by Jimmy Hill's Sunday supplement. There'd be guests milling around, food being cooked, and an air of festive cheer, and 3 lovelies dressed as Mother Christmas. Bit misleading that. They were basically models dressed in Santa outfits on standby to hand out mulled wine and mince pies. It's wrong to call them mothers. There's no way any of them had been through pregnancy or suckled young. You could tell that from their bodies. And yes, we did have some last-minute gremlins. We had an 11th-hour panic sourcing wheelchair ramps for a paraplegic former golfer, Gordon Heron, whilst star guest Raquel Welsh cancelled 3 hours before we went live. Far from knocking me off course, this provided a much-needed emotional outlet, as I was able to spend 30 minutes venting down the phone to her. I spewed all my bile into Raquel's delicate ear, sometimes confusing her name with that of my ex-wife, sometimes not. Referring to her appearance in 1 million years BC, I called her a historically inaccurate sexy bikini sex woman, spitting that dinosaurs had long since been extinct before the arrival of admittedly sexy hunter-gatherer cavemen's girlfriends that she played. Still, we had a great show lined up. The now permanent chief commissioning editor for BBC TV, Tony Hayers, was going to come and chat. We had bell ringers, the world's biggest Christmas cracker, TV chef Peter Willis, now the Michelin-starred chef proprietor of Just Willis, but at the time suffering his own psychological meltdown, which manifested itself in his appearing as a transvestite Fanny Thomas. This is a period of his life about which he is deeply, deeply ashamed. And if you meet the guy, for God's sake, don't bring it up. Much like Tom Robinson from the Tom Robinson Band, he's now sorted himself out and has a couple of kids. He's left his homosexual days behind him and now does nothing gayer than shop for antique furniture. A sexy trio of models I called Christmas Crackers, and Mick Hucknall had agreed to perform because he was, in his words, trying to bang one of them. An appealing lineup, certainly, and yes, there were a few glitches, but most of them occurred in the final 4 minutes of the show, so I'm still satisfied that we produced a piece of high-quality television. Admittedly, I left the studio a little shaken, with a hurt hand, but my spirits were up. As I walked on the set that day, I had no inkling whatsoever as to what a seminal moment this was. It would be my last chat show on BBC television. I won't dwell on what happened, other than to say that our attempt to enter the Guinness Book of Records by pulling the world's biggest ever Christmas cracker went wrong due to the unbelievable shoddy workmanship of its makers, White City Pyrotechnics. The company no longer exists, but its owners, James Judd and Tony D, have set up Greenacres, a chain of care homes for the elderly, which I urge you not to use. That upset me to a disproportionate degree. One thing led to another, and I ended up punching a golfing cripple in the face after he'd made an off-colour joke at my expense, and then responding to Tony Hare's have-a-go intervention by belting him a couple of times too. But the rest of the show was nothing like that. In retrospect, I'd taken my eye off the ball and allowed certain boundaries of acceptable behaviour to become blurred. I know, of course I know, that punching a wheelchair-bound former golfer in the face with a turkey-encased fist was wrong, just as twatting a BBC executive twice is inadvisable. But I was operating on about 4 hours sleep since Christmas Eve and had set myself and the show unrealistically high standards. But let's not get hysterical. Some people assume it's always wrong to smash a cripple in the face, but is it? Let me paint a hypothesis. What if the cripple, like the jackal from Day of the fame, actually had a false leg and was using a hollowed prosthetic limb to hide a specially adapted American bolt-action Savage 120 rifle? What then? Is he still off limits? Fist-wise? I'm not saying Gordon Heron was an assassin necessarily, but you see the point I'm making. What if Osama bin Laden had been in a wheelchair when crack US forces entered his compound and, with no concern for their safety, bravely shot him in the head and neck? Similarly, a Zimmer frame could easily be 4 Tommy guns in disguise with fake rubber feet on the bottom, which the bullet could easily pass through once the Zimmer was aimed horizontally. What if he had one of them? Yes, there'd be an outcry from disabled pressure groups, but would his killing have been wrong? It's not black and white. I'm just saying, sometimes, not to hit a man in a wheelchair is an abrogation of responsibility as a member of the public or the US military. Besides, the realization mid-broadcast that certain participants were attempting to sabotage the show had got on my wick, so yes, I responded. I make no apology for that. I was like a wounded animal. If you step up to me, you better brace yourself for a genuine smackdown. They stepped, I smacked, down. I couldn't face going home, so after unwinding with a few halves of bitter, I spent the night with Glen Ponda. The next day, I felt much happier. Some of the next day's reviews focused far too much on the final few minutes, and those that didn't each contained the phrase self-serving or vanity project. I found these comments deeply offensive. People had asked to know more about my background, to find out who the real Alan was. If there's something vain or self-serving about spending £29,000 in real terms, not much less than a woodwork teacher would have got in the 1970s, creating an exact replica of the inside of my house so that people gain a better understanding of me and my life, then guilty. Hayes, who required emergency dental treatment, which I was happy to pay for, was needlessly off with me in the days after the show. He was angry that I'd invited him onto the show as a guest to, as he called it, ambush him into recommissioning KMKY. Nothing could have been further from my mind. He was also angry that I'd punched him in the face. I left messages for his PA to say I'd booked us in at Pizza Express so that I could buy him lunch to say sorry. I didn't hear back, so I thought I'd better go anyway on the off chance a message hadn't been relayed to me. He wasn't there, but fine. I wanted a pizza and tiramisu anyway, so it wasn't as if I was going especially for that. That would be sad, and I'm not/wasn't. It wasn't a big deal, to be honest, because I'd already started thinking that I didn't want to be on BBC TV anymore, so it was fine. 3 weeks later, I received a letter from Raquel Welsh's lawyer instructing me not to contact her ever again, and that was fine too. 17. Return to Norwich. If the BBC thought I was going to sit around waiting for them to mull over a second series, or have yet more meetings, or conclude a criminal investigation into a man's death, they had another thing coming. If a shark stops moving, he perishes. If I stop broadcasting on the TV or radio, well, I don't know what happens, because I've never let it come to pass. Probably not death, but something pretty unpleasant, like glandular fever or the mumps. I needed to work. I approached Nick Peacock, then head of Radio Norwich, at a charity gypsy fight. Nick's a larger-than-life character, but I saw him as a heck of an admirable guy. He was beset by hygiene issues, but his indomitable spirit and enormous wealth had enabled him to achieve a marriage. It's true what the Bible says, I mused to myself on their wedding day. Beauty really is only skin deep. I mean, Carol Smiley is beautiful, but blanks me every time she sees me, and has a habit of tutting when I speak. Meanwhile, Anne Diamond is one of the nicest people I've met. So I was pleased that even Nick could find someone. It reminded me of the relationship between Catherine Zeta-Jones, incredibly beautiful, and Michael Douglas, looked like a grey crow. Anyway, Nick was helming Radio Norwich and had always been a pretty solid guy. So, in between bouts, Nick and I found a quiet corner of the warehouse, and I broached the subject of returning to Radio Norwich in a role over and above and away from my erstwhile sports brief. Sports reporting had been fun. I think I mentioned the evening I spent with Gunnell, but my horizons had broadened. People now looked to me to provide a much fuller broadcast experience. Merely providing award-winning snippets of sporting headlines would have left them short-changed and angry. No, I'd lanced the all-rounder bubble, and the pus of mainstream acclaim had been all that it emitted. Any sport that had been around had scabbed up and dropped off. I said to him, "Nick, what can I do?" He said, "What do you want?" Bloody hell, I thought. This is ideal. Nick wants me to do it. The listeners want me to do it. I want to do it. "Oh, I'm not sure the listeners want you to do it," he said. I thought it out loud. "But tits to all that. I'm sure we can sort something out." It was a refreshing attitude. I agreed to re-sign, not resign, re-sign there and then. Listeners are important, certainly, but automatically placing them on some kind of raised plinth or pedestal is tiresome. Sometimes people need to put the DJs first. Nick was ballsy. He'd been in charge of the big revamp at Radio Norwich, which to the naked eye comprised of a new aluminium handrail by the steps and a slightly bigger sans serif font on the signage. He said there was much more to it than that, and said he'd overseen a major organisational restructure, which I wouldn't understand. Try me, I said, and he reeled off some highfalutin corporate speak, which I won't bore you with now, but which I did understand. There were still plenty of familiar faces at Radio Norwich, and I was confident I'd be welcomed back by the guys there. No one had had a problem with me when I left the station back in 1991. In fact, I'd seen some of them in bars and restaurants in Norwich during my chat show heyday, and I'd frequently arranged for a glass of wine and an autographed napkin to be sent over, which I'd then acknowledge with a smile and a nod. That was something I didn't have to do, but I did it because at the end of the day, I'm a good guy. As my mother used to say, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. FYI, she was neither. Don't get me wrong, I knew there'd be the odd snide comment from people who think that a 2.5-hour radio show 5 days a week is, I'm laughing as I write this, somehow a step down from presenting a half-hour TV talk show once a week. 12.5 hours of weekly output versus 0.5 hours? But there are idiots in all walks of life. No, I wasn't worried about being welcomed back into the fold. Employees at a London radio station like LBC or Radio London or London FM might have been a bit sniffy about it, but people in Norwich are warmer of heart than their bitter London counterparts with their negative equity and their stab wounds. No, I wasn't worried about being welcomed back into the fold. I was fully prepared to be the big man and chat to each employee individually to ensure that there were no hard feelings. So I made sure I sidled up to each member of the team in the kitchenette, outside the labs, jogging after them in the car park. I was making the effort and it paid off. At the end of each of these conversations, I said, right, point blank, do you like me? And they all said yes. It was good to be back. I was pleased that I wasn't making television programs. I was happy. This was good and I liked it. In short, I was glad to be back working in the radio station I'd been at 5 years earlier. Had things changed at Radio Norwich in the time I'd been away? Not a great deal. While a few of the faces were different, the people who owned them were the same. By that I mean the intervening years hadn't been kind. For example, the girls on reception had sagged in the jowls a little, and whilst I'd flirted with them in the past, it didn't seem appropriate anymore. But apart from the onset of aging, I was pleased that the ethos, the spirit, and the playlist of Radio Norwich were exactly the same. Nick and I fell out shortly afterwards. I'd asked for and been given the breakfast show. Done deal, shake of hands, my press release written. So when, just a couple of days before launch, I bumped into the incumbent Breck jock, a journeyman DJ called Dave Clifton, outside Odd Bins, I commiserated in that hollow, plastic way that passes for friendship in the media. Bad break, mate, I chirped. Good luck in what remains of your career. Dave frowned as he loaded his cans into the boot of his car and claimed he wasn't going anywhere, mate. I told him I'd been given the breakfast show, and he sniggered in a way that made me want to thump him in the guts. Depends what time you eat breakfast. He laughed and drove away, wine bottles clinking in the boot like the laughter of a glass-throated child. Nick, his skin now cloaked in a bumpy rash as a result of work-related stress and a wholly inadequate hygiene routine, had reneged on his deal, rendering him dead to me then and always, and had slotted me into an early morning show. Providing classic hits, news, weather, and chat from 4:30 to 7 a.m. was by no means a bad gig, but it wasn't the flagship vehicle I'd been dangled. I confronted Nick in a corridor and told him he was making a massive mistake. "You're making a massive mistake," I said. He mumbled something about upsetting the listeners and scurried off, but I followed him down the corridor. The listeners, remember what you said? Tits to all that, I'm sure we can sort something out. Tits to all that, I'm sure we can sort something out. Tits to all that, I'm sure we can sort something out. Tits to all that, I'm sure we can sort something out. I'd followed him to Studio 2, bamboozling him by placing the emphasis on a different word each time, and continued bellowing it for a while before I realized that Emily Boyce was in there doing the weather. She covered the microphone and said, "Do you mind?" Realizing my error, I gasped a sexual swear word. Although still hoarse with anger, I must admit I was deeply embarrassed by that. But I'm pleased to say, Emily and I became firm friends, and I never dropped the fuck bomb over her bulletins ever again. Nick and I are no longer close. In fact, I was delighted when I learned that he wasn't invited to Fernando's wedding. I wasn't either. He left the station with a stress-related illness, and I'm glad. I'm told that he's lost a lot of weight, but at a rate that made you think twice about complimenting him on it because it was more likely to be the consequence of a serious illness. Again, glad. Up with the Partridge, again the name Alan's show was vetoed by people who think they know my output better than I do, proved to be nowhere near as depressing as expected. To be fair, the demographic was a real melting pot. Farmers, taxi drivers, new mums at their wits' end, fishermen, late-night returning ravers, and the disturbed people for whom darkness brought only despair. That gave the show a really spontaneous feel. On my insistence, we conducted audience research using a survey that I designed, which turned out to be chock full of insights and learnings. In fact, the findings directly shaped my show. With the majority of Norfolk owning or having access to a telephone, it seemed utter folly not to build the show around a phone-in feature. Similarly, we learnt that a daily feature in which we asked aviation fans to call in with sightings of RAF training exercises was causing distress to the families of servicemen and consternation among RAF top brass, who argued that it had serious security implications. I thought that was a bit precious, but after 18 months, Scramble was quietly dropped. This was agile, responsive radio, and I was its pioneer. I began to fall in love with broadcasting all over again. And, in a funny, kooky, zany kind of way, I think it fell in love with me again, too. I may have been back at the exact station in the exact same building at the exact same desk. The ergonomics needed work, but I was in no doubt that I was on a steep, upward career trajectory. Helming my own show with neither the limitations of a sports-only remit nor the self-serving irritation of studio guests was a challenge as new and fresh as an egg salad. This time I set the agenda. It was me and my personality, and as I've been blessed with a superb personality, it translated into shit-hot radio. For the first time, I was also at the controls when it came to selecting music. I knew that soundtracking my listeners' early mornings was a major responsibility. Music is a powerful emotional catalyst, and research suggests that people are the most irritable between 5 and 6 in the morning. I was playing with fire. If my listeners were anything like me, hearing a subpar song on the radio before breakfast could see them slamming cupboard doors in the kitchen, scrubbing themselves down with body wash a bit too aggressively, or shouting at the assistant on the car phone. And I was buggered if my music was going to damage cupboard hinges, torso skin, or car phone cradles, all of which I value enormously. The knowledge that I was the conductor of my listeners' mood saw me jamming up on what quality music meant. I'd spend hours in HMVs, Virgin megastores, and second-hand record shops staffed by greasy-haired 40-year-olds dressed as 20-year-olds, listening to contemporary music of every genre, Brit rock, heavy maiden, gang rap, breakbeat. And I came to a startling but unshakable conclusion. No genuinely good music has been created since 1988. The relief was, as Americans say, freaking awesome. The death of music, on or before the release of Arthur II on the Rocks, meant I was freed from the obligation of keeping up to date with contemporary music trends. Instead, I could continually revisit music that embodied an era of Thatcher, hot hatches, and men who looked like girls. Bowie, Strange, Le Bon, Ant, not of And Deck fame. I also knew I couldn't just play music and read out the song title and artist. I wasn't Mark Goodyear, for goodness sake. I needed to speak good as well. Having learnt a lot from my time in London and on TV, I knew if I was going to be the very best disc jockey there was, I couldn't rest on these considerable laurels. After all, Caesar didn't rest on his, he wore them on his head. Same with Adrian. Would he have built his fantastic wall had he been sat on the aforementioned decorative headwear? I think not. I wasn't nervous. People thought I was nervous, but I wasn't nervous. Nervous of what? So, not nervous. I just knew I had to put the graft in. And what graft? I'd shadow my colleagues, sitting in on other shows to pick up tips, learn techniques, or take ideas wholesale, and on one occasion staying at the studio for 2 days straight, until I began to hallucinate during the traffic report of my third show without sleep and jumped into the bank of monitors to avoid a motorbike. I roped my assistant in as well, instructing her to scour long-wave radio for far-flung stations and then tape entire shows, pausing whenever a record was played and then unpausing on the song outro, so that she could present me at the end of each week with an audio dossier of continental broadcast trends. Invariably, I didn't have the time to listen to them. Of course I didn't, but I know she enjoyed being involved, even if she could only tune into most long-wave stations by standing on a box and holding the radio out of an upstairs window. In summary, then, I was becoming a better all-round broadcaster day by day. This bit could be cut into a montage and set to music, like the training sequence in Rocky or Karate Kid, albeit with less physical exertion. 18. Linton Travel Tavern. Not a lot of people know this, but in 1997 I spent 183 nights in a travel tavern. To the best of my knowledge, this remains the fourth longest period of unbroken residency in a British hotel by any non-OAP. Carol and her non-Gallic sex chum had by now returned to my marital home, so I needed to get out. Awaiting news of a second series from the BBC while simultaneously needing to fulfil commitments to Radio Norwich meant that Linton Travel Tavern seemed an obvious choice. It was situated in the sweet spot between London and Norwich, the perineum between the two metropoles at the eastern rump of England. To say that it was exactly equidistant between the two wouldn't quite be true. That honour belongs to JCC Wholesale Butchers on the industrial estate behind Mount Pleasant Road. And no, they won't offer wholesale rates to passing members of the public. Now, when you go long-term in a comfortable mid-range hotel, choice of room is paramount. This isn't just a spot to lay your head for a couple of nights. This, my friends, is your house. So when I ended up in room 28, I could not have been happier. Far enough away from the centre of the corridor not to get piddled off by the incessant clickety-clack of the lift shaft, yet close enough to the fire exit to make it out alive if Al-Qaeda embarked on a repeat performance of their still-yet-to-happen American atrocity, albeit on a slightly smaller scale. One of the most special things about going native in a travel tavern is how well designed the rooms were. Everything you needed was close at hand. It was like all the best bits of living in a deluxe house, but without the constant, endless hassle of having to move between rooms. Think about it. Within that one bedroom you had a dining room, the bed, a lounge, the bed, a study, the desk, a meeting room, the bed and the desk, and even a gym, the gap between the bed and the wall. With a nightly routine consisting of press-ups, squat thrusts, and shadow boxing, I don't think I've ever been so fit, certainly not while staying in a hotel anyway. In my last year of living with Carol, Anglian Water had, against my will, moved us from a flat rate onto a water meter. To be honest, I think they just took one look at how I like to keep my car clean and just saw dollar signs. On the other hand, they were moving everyone in the county onto water meters, so perhaps it wasn't a premeditated act of anti-Alanism. I guess we'll never ever know. When you're at the top, and people perceive you to be not at the top anymore, they often try to kick you when you're down in their perception. I mention this because one of the other big boons of hotel life was the fact that the water was free. I could use as much as I pleased, and believe me, I pleased. I'd often fill the bath, get in, then put the shower on too. It was like swimming in the sea during a tropical downpour. I called it my Caribbean soak. Bliss. It's just occurred to me that in the previous chapter, when I said I spent the night with Glen Ponda, I should make clear I meant I went to sleep at his flat. I did not have sexual relations with him. I thought I'd cut in now and mention it whilst it's occurred to me. So there was no physical contact, and the light remained as on as my clothes. Save for my socks, which I always remove to let my toes breathe because I have an intermittent athlete's foot. So, as I say, no funny business at all. The only time I've touched a man as I slept was on an outward bound course to Snowdonia when I hugged a man in a sleeping bag, but that was only for warmth. Richard was his name. He doesn't have a gay bone in his body and is as manly as they come. He now runs a nightclub in Brighton called Beef. If I was feeling like a challenge, I'd kick out the plug, turn the taps on, and see if I could maintain the exact water level. It was like balancing the clutch in an old mini Metro. Although tricky at first, by the time I checked out, I could find the bath's biting point within 3 minutes. Satisfying? Just a bit. Then there was the food in this place. Goodness me. Why not treat yourself to 3 restaurant meals a day? I know I did. Although on some occasions I was just too busy in my room, waylaid on an important business call, prepping the next day's show, watching Emmerdale, to go down for dinner. In which case I was able to improvise. Don't forget that every room had a kettle. That instantly opened the door from everything from cuppa soups to pot noodles. Combine the kettle with the refrigerated minibar and wallop, you've got yourself jelly. But if kettle cuisine wasn't good enough for you, there were other in-room options too. At one point I smuggled in a microwave, though annoyingly the game was up within a week. A passing member of staff had been alerted by its unusually loud ding, a common failing of many of the new Asanios. I normally muffled the sound by wrapping it in my duvet and lying on top of it, but on this occasion I'd forgotten, distracted by a cracking pile-up on the A11 eastbound. Guesstimated fatalities, 4, excluding livestock. I tried to claim I wasn't using the microwave to prepare food, but they refused to believe that I only had it there to speed dry hand-washed undies. You win some, you lose some. One person stands out from my 8-month travel tavern residency, a chap by the name of Michael. He was employed there in what, as far as I could make out, was an unspecified capacity. I did see him behind reception once, but know for a fact that he wasn't allowed to handle money. He was employed by a woman referred to as Susan, which was her name. I'm not sure exactly how old she was, but she was good-looking for her age. In the early days I toyed with the idea of starting a relationship with her, yet the more I thought about it, the more doubts I had. As a customer, I was in part paying her wages, and that more or less made me her boss. No, a sexual relationship with this woman would have been quite wrong. A lot of the other staff were pretty joyless, which I thought was a shame because it really was a quality establishment. Everything was premier but the price, as Dawn French's former squeeze would say. That lack of passion was typified by a pair of the hotel's younger employees. One was a guy called Ben, the other was a girl who often had her hair in a bun. My abiding memory of them is that they were having a relationship. Either that or they were brother and sister. I forget which. Like I say, though, the one that stood out was Michael. By the time I'd left Linton, I'd converted him. He was no longer just an employee paid to do my bidding. He was now a friend who did my bidding. I was dead glad to have a new buddy. But it was also nice to be able to prove wrong all those people who say it's impossible to make a lifelong friend out of a hotel employee. His background was in the army. He'd served in Northern Ireland and Gibraltar. He'd been in Cyprus too, but that was just on holiday. So perhaps it's not surprising that he was a firearm enthusiast. Whereas Michael thought we should all be allowed to own a lethal weapon, I didn't. In fact, I'm proud to live in a country where it's pretty tough to get a license for a firearm. The last thing we want is to end up like the USA, where buying a gun is as easy as buying a bagel, and probably as cheap as well, though I'd have to check that. That said, the more I talked to him about it, whether at the Travel Tavern, in his largely unfurnished terraced home, or at Laser Quest, the more I began to see chinks of logic in his argument. I'm certainly not saying he won me over. He didn't. I remain as firmly opposed to gun ownership as ever. But stick this in your pipe and smoke it. What if a burglar breaks into your home when your children are lying in bed at night? Should you just offer to show him the way to the family silver, your collection of semi-antique tie-pins? Given the kind of crippling mortgages that this country's homeowners are struggling with, surely they should be able to repel an intruder with a shotgun. No one wants people killed, but even the most liberal person out there would agree that you should be able to at least get them in the kneecaps. That's common sense. Just aim low, the law should say. Or even worse than burglars, what if you've got foxes that keep coming into your garden? It wouldn't be so bad if they stayed on the lawn, but last night, and forgive the language here, but they were fucking all over the herb garden. It's got to stop. They're actually very randy animals, and that's okay, we've all got needs, but for Christ's sake, keep off the flower beds. Never before had I been so irked by vulpine intimacy. I was so mad last night I was considering fighting fire with fire. If I'd had a consenting adult with me, female, I'd have gone to their den and had sex in it. And that's despite the very real danger of coming away with a dirty back. I shared that thought with TV comedian Alan Carr and told him he could have it for free. He laughed. The guy's a breath of fresh air. Some people unkindly say the deaths of Inman, Harty, and Grayson have put talented entertainers like Carr back into some kind of closet. I hope not. I've long lobbied the BBC for the reintroduction of a prime-time TV homosexual. And yet some people have accused me of intolerance, or even worse, homophobia, a word that didn't exist before 1980. If you'd used the term before that, people would have thought you were referring to a science fiction disease. Not me. Although, call me old-fashioned, but in my day, public toilets were for pissing and shitting. It seems now that it's not a criminal offence. It's fine for TV homosexuals to be active. Is that a good thing? I'll remain above the fray. That's for you, the reader, to decide. Although, if pushed, I'd say if the activity remains in a private dwelling or hotel, is genuinely consensual, and the age disparity is under a decade, let them broadcast. It's a strange truism that people tend to feel sorry for a man whose house is a travel tavern, but for AGP, Alan Gordon Partridge, things were pretty ruddy swell. This was one of the most creative, fecund periods of my entire life. I was absolutely fizzing. I was like an Alka-Seltzer or a Barocca, or, to be honest, just a bog-standard soluble aspirin. They've all got baking soda in. I remember once bringing this metaphor to life in a meeting with a senior executive from Fenway Plastics. I was on a short list of 2 to front a corporate video. Seeing that he was wavering, I went for broke. I went right up to him, bared my gums, and made a loud fizzing noise in his face. It backfired, not least because my mouth was still littered with bits of a recently consumed banana. It wasn't just corporate stuff keeping me chock-a-block busy. I also had projects on the boil with 24 broadcasters around the world. How many of the UK's other blue-ribbon presenters could say that? And although the exact level of commitment from these channels was hard to gauge, they had at least taken my calls. I was also injecting seed capital into a number of exciting business ventures. In the days before Dragon's Den, this was Partridge's Nest. Local entrepreneurs would come up to me in my room. I'd lie on my bed eating grapes like an emperor and quietly listen to their pitches. I could tell they were nervous. After all, get through this and they were staring down the barrel of an investment in the high 3 figures. But I remained stony-faced, again like an emperor. When they were done, I'd put down my transparent bag of fruit and begin my questioning. Within minutes, I would almost always have found their flaw. And I'd tell them too, your business isn't scalable. Your sales projections are gubbins. I don't like your face. Occasionally, though, very occasionally, someone would leave the Partridge's Nest, having struck gold up to a ceiling of £999. In late 1997, I was ball-deep in a project that looked set to revolutionize the business travel market. A local man, don't recall his name, I think it was either Jim or Tom, so I'll call him Jom, had come to me with the idea of ripping out the back seats of tens of thousands of company cars. If this had been mindless vandalism against cars, I would have laid him out there and then. Seriously, I'd have knocked his teeth out. But it wasn't. It was much more than that. It was an ingenious way to save businesses millions of pounds or billions of pence a year. Why spend all that dosh paying for travelling employees to stay in expensive motorway hotels when you could just replace their back seats with beds? I suggested the name Motel, as it was half motorcar, half hotel, but John wasn't keen. But it got better. The discarded back seats would be repurposed as cut-price sofas for low-income families. You were helping the poor and creating a secondary revenue stream. Revenue river, more like. I was so blown away by Jom's pitch, I don't think I ate a single grape. Right there and then, I wrote him a cheque for £300. I would have gone higher, much higher. I would have pumped the man so full of seed capital it would have been coming out of his bum up to a ceiling of £999. But I couldn't because it was the end of the month, and I still had a few standing orders to come out. There was just one hurdle to overcome, the rather delicate subject of, say it quietly, waste disposal. There was no question that travelling employees could park up in a service station and get a genuinely great night's sleep in the comfort of their own cars. But how to deal with the call of nature in the middle of the night? Now, I knew for a fact that truck drivers just climbed down and did it on the tarmac. In the morning, the cleaners would find neat little piles of it next to where the lorries had been. I was lucky enough to have dinner with the general manager of Newport Pagnell Services, M1. I couldn't believe how unfazed he was by it. I think his exact words were, "That's just the way they are." I'm reliably informed that lorry driver clean-up costs are budgeted for every service station in the UK. Apparently it gets its own line in the business plan. They'd rather it didn't happen, but what can you do? If you try to stamp it out, they just go elsewhere. Don't believe me? Ask Bob Granger up at Kiel, M6. He learnt the hard way. You avoid them depositing their previous meal on site, but in their absence, you miss out on them buying their next. Apply a simple cost-benefit analysis. The margin on a service station breakfast is $5.95. Clean-up costs are £1 a dump. If they boycott your services, you're looking at a total net loss of £4.95. Ergo, let them go. The problem for John and me was that service stations turned a blind eye for people with HGV licenses, but that's where they drew the line. At a crisis meeting in early November, we battled to find a solution. The closest we came was the idea of installing caravan portaloos in the boot. We wanted to see if we could hook the flush up with the car's exhaust so that human waste took the same exit as the CO2. But deep down, I think we both knew it wasn't going to happen. I demanded my £300 back that very afternoon. When it transpired he didn't have the money because he'd spent it on mattresses, I took the mattresses instead, 15 in all. I've still got them, actually. They're in a lock-up in Beccles. 19. Me versus Hayes. I'd felt so at home at BBC TV Centre, I resented not being able to come and go as I pleased. Watching the building from a parked car every Tuesday filled me with a profound sense of anger, which I could only quell by reminding myself that a second series was still highly likely to be ordered. I missed being in and around the Death Star, as Jeremy Clarkson calls BBC TV Centre, but as a friend of grandstand backup presenter Steve Ryder, I could pitch up in reception whenever I liked, and he'd come down and sign me in. Having accessed the building, I could stalk the corridors and have a coffee in the BBC cafe whenever I pleased. I was determined not to be forgotten, and reasoned the only way to stay right in people's consciousness and appear important was to perform laps of the building's circular corridors whilst pretending to be on the phone. After a while, Steve called. "Alan, I suggest you stop hanging around the place. People might find it disconcerting," he said. "Really?" "I'm only thinking of your career. You know what they say, never feed a hungry dog." "No, I think its dogs are just for Christmas." I thought for a moment. "You don't have dogs, do you, Steve?" Steve may not have been too hot on well-known phrases and sayings, but he was blessed with a kind of genuinely great wisdom you only find in men with side-parted hair. "Let me tell you something. For a man who works 5 days a week in the BBC, Hayes was incredibly hard to get hold of. If he wasn't at the chiropodist or his daughter's graduation, he was on holiday in the Gambia or in a broken lift. I mean, he was never, ever at his desk. But they were dragging their heels in the way that only a groaning bureaucracy populated by Oxbridge graduates can. But then the call came. Tony wants to meet. I responded with the message, "Fine." He's booked a table in the BBC restaurant Friday at 1. I knew for a fact this establishment served modern European, whereas I'd hoped we could meet at TGI Friday because I wanted something with chips. So I politely declined, but then reconsidered and called back very quickly to accept. Victory at last. I phoned down to hotel reception and told them I'd be moving out at the end of the week, and then asked my assistant to find a house that befitted a prime-time TV personality. She found one. I then phoned arrogant breakfast DJ Dave Clifton and laughed into the receiver for ages. It was important that I wasn't triumphalist about being recommissioned, but equally it was essential that I got one over on Dave Clifton. This felt like a happy medium. Hayes came down to the restaurant door as I was deep in conversation with Steve Ryder. I'd called Steve on the way and asked him to meet me there and engage me in high-level chat to impress Hayes. "I'll get Barry Sheen to blooming well explain himself when I next interview him," I concluded as Hayes approached. In my peripheral vision, I could see he was as impressed as anyone would be by my casual mention of a former motorcycle world champ who was now half metal. We sat down and Hayes began to make small talk. "My Lun Poly brochure arrived this morning, so I've just been looking at holidays," he started. I could tell something was wrong. He was nervous, shifty. I ordered food and wine for us both, a nice German wine, some Italian food, and UK water. As he tried to manufacture some chit-chat, this is so BBC, I thought. Try meeting someone in the BBC and taking the lift with them. I guarantee they'll make some comment about the lift being slow or full. They are inane. "Portugal's supposed to be nice," he spluttered. "Cut the sweet shit, Twinkle Toes," I said, like a latter-day Jack Regan. If I'd smoked, I would have stubbed it out at that moment. Instead, I set down my knife and fork and swallowed my Italian food. It was clear one of us was going to take charge, and that someone was going to be me. Let's talk about the next series. I want a yes or a no. His big face went pale, and he averted his eyes. "It's a no," he said. Nearby diners who'd been secretly eavesdropping on our summit gasped and stared. I'm fairly sure one let a roast potato fall out of his mouth. "What?" they all thought. I was more sanguine. Don't get me wrong, it was a hammer blow, but I'd expected it, and didn't really have my heart set on working with Auntie anyway. The BBC is nothing if not risk-averse, and I was seen as a bit of a maverick. In fact, some of them called me Maverick, behind my back, I think. No, I'd foreseen my career would be with other broadcasters anyway, so I really wasn't asked. I felt a bit sorry for Hayes then. Shadowy powers had clearly forced his hand, and he was snivelingly torn between losing a major piece of talent and upsetting his idiotic paymasters. "Have you got any other thoughts, though?" I snorted. Did I really want to entrust my portfolio of projects to this shoddy outfit? I don't think so. But he practically begged me. It was a bit unseemly, actually. People were watching, so I went ahead and listed them. Norwich-based crime drama, Swallow. Knowing M.E., Knowing You, a factual show looking at disease. Inner City Sumo, and Monkey Tennis. His loss, Monkey Tennis, was later snapped up by TV stations in Laos and Taiwan, and ran for 2 successful years, after which the format reached the end of its natural life, and the monkeys were quickly and humanely destroyed. I did have one other ace up my sleeve, Motorway Rambles, a travelogue of me walking the hard shoulders of British highways with special permission from the British Transport Police. But it had been co-devised by Bill Oddie, and he'd made me promise I wouldn't pitch it if he wasn't there. Fair enough. The meeting was over. I had things to do that afternoon anyway, so I thanked Hayes and stood up. But we've not even had the cheese course," he said. I looked him square in the face, and without breaking his gaze, I struck the handle of the knife that was resting on the cheese board. The wooden edge acted as a pivot, the blade as a springboard, firing a cube of cheese up into the air. I caught it, wrapped it in a napkin, which I slotted into my pocket. "While we're on the subject of cheese," I said, as the waiter hovered nearby, "it's an open secret in the BBC that you smell like cheese." The waiter caught my eye. "Ha! I've been dying to say that," he thought. Well, Hayes didn't know what to say. I didn't care. I'd had enough, and the meeting merely confirmed my long-held desire to continue my career well away from the BBC. I wasn't going to let him pay for the meal, so I took a £100 note and slotted it into the waiter's cleavage, and he did have a cleavage. A noise snapped behind me, like the sound of a piece of flesh hitting a nearby piece of flesh. It was a hand clap. It was followed by another from the far corner of the room, then another, and another. And as I turned to face them, the diners broke into a rich applause, as if they were saying, "So long, Alan, the bigwigs might not appreciate you, but by God we do." Thanks, guys, I thought. It means a bunch. Then I very calmly, very slowly, very proudly walked through the lunchtime diners and away into the night. It felt good. 20. Proof that the public loved me. Listeners, please don your Kevlar body armor and retreat from the blast zone, taking care to position yourself behind a wall or stationary vehicle, because I am about to blow the lid off one of the most explosive incidents in my entire life. Women and children should remain indoors, keep away from the windows, and await further instructions. For extra dramatic impact, I will now shift into the present tense. It's a technique my editor at HarperCollins feels worked particularly well in the chapter where I described my own birth. And while he feels it worked less well in the section where I'm being interrogated by the police after shooting a man, he does think it's worth having another go. So here goes. A small pink tongue emerges from a man's mouth. It hesitates, as if blinded by the light, then darts left and right, greedily scouring the lips for any crumbs of moisture. It finds nothing, so starts again, this time more slowly, gliding over every crease and crevice like some sort of very thorough snake. Still nothing. It bows its head as if to say, "No drink today, then," before slithering slowly back into the darkness. Pan back to reveal the tongue is mine, as is the mouth. We can tell by the look on my face that something's wrong. It's probably the eyes that give it away. The pupils have gone all dinky. I'm clearly stressed to buggery. A single bead of sweat trickles down my back, like a rescue party sent to fetch help. But there is no help where it's headed. There's only my bottom. I listen out for any noise. I haven't got my hopes up, but boy, I'd love to hear the roar of an approaching 999 car. Sadly, the only sound to be heard is the slight squelch emanating from my sweat-savaged undies. Unsure of what to do next, I decide to sum up where I am and what's happening to me, just so it's clear. The time is 4 p.m. on the 8th of May, 1997, and I'm being held captive in the home of deranged superfan Jed Maxwell, I think to myself. The day had begun so promisingly. I, Partridge, was to conduct an afternoon with Alan Partridge at the Linton Travel Tavern with Sue Cook as my ravishing special guest. It was to be a chance for me to reconnect with some of my most loyal fans. Yes, they could call in and talk to me on my radio show every morning, but it wasn't quite the same. They could never be 1000% sure that they weren't just listening to someone doing a very good impression of my voice. For example, Phil Cool, Rory Bremner, or local impressionist James Galbraith, to my mind the pick of the three. His Desmond Tutu is so good he almost doesn't need to black up. I toyed with the idea of doing an arena gig, but quickly ruled it out. My fans and any members of the hotel staff who excitedly asked to sit in and not just bulk out the numbers deserved better than that. They deserved something more intimate. Not in a sexual sense, you understand. Though with Sue Cook in the room, you couldn't blame a chap for keeping his fingers crossed. Seriously, you couldn't. I think she's fit. The format was to be looser than my TV show, firmer than my radio work. A fun chat with Sue about her life, loves, and Crime Watch career, followed by an open Q&A with myself. And no topic would be off-limits, with the honourable exception of the recent hit on Jill Dando. But there was another reason I was fizzing with excitement, like the sodium bicarbonate-rich soluble tablets mentioned in the last chapter. That morning I'd breakfasted with two senior execs from Irish TV channel RTE. As a combination of fruit juice, fried food, and hot coffee settled in our contented tummies, we began to get to know one another. The art of befriending a fellow human was one I'd come to perfect by this stage in my life. I could go from total stranger to close buddy in under 2 weeks. Just ask Peter Sissons. Meanwhile, the statuses of acquaintance, business partner, or lover could all be achieved on a good day with a fair wind inside 90 minutes. Even with the Irish, in fact especially with the Irish. Equally, if I'm forced to turn whistleblower, I can go from cherished friend and godfather to your eldest son, to the kind of guy you try to physically attack at a BBC barbecue in less than an hour. Again, just ask Peter Sissons. Sorry, Pete, no choice, mate. And so it was that by the end of our pleasantly greasy breakfast, myself and the RTE execs had hit it off in what I can only describe as a big way. Better still, they had agreed to attend our WAP, an afternoon with Alan Partridge. We shook hands. If this goes well, Alan, we'd be prepared to take the format, minus Sue Cook, and put it directly on primetime telly on the Emerald Isle. And don't worry about having to relocate to Ireland. You can just come over 1 day a week to record your show. Obviously, we'd sort the flights out for you, or if you wanted to get the ferry, we'd pay for your petrol for the run-up to Holyhead and sort you out a cabin. And if you do buy snacks on board, just keep your receipts and we'll get you reimbursed within 28 days, their handshake seemed to say. I was deeply encouraged. But then, disaster. I received word that Sue Cook had bailed on me. Incandescent with rage, I slammed my fist down onto the reception desk. Such was the ferocity of the blow that it left a noticeable dent in the granite. I know their handshake had seemed to suggest that Sue wasn't a deal-breaker, but it was too late. My confidence was shot to ribbons, pieces, and buggery. Oh, Cookie, I thought to myself, you are as unreliable as you are fit, i.e. very. Sure enough, the show was a disaster. Some months later, Michael, the kindly ex-Forces Travel Tavern employee, had attempted to put things into perspective. After all, I hadn't shot any of my guests dead. Neither had anyone been punched in the face with a turkeyed hand, and in a way he was right. But in the heat of the moment, I couldn't see it like that. To my mind, I had just done a show that sucked some pretty big bumhole. Worse still, the Irish televisual twosome had left. I gave chase and intercepted them in the foyer. Never before had they looked so Irish. I have no idea what I meant by that, but I do remember thinking it. Somehow I'd managed to smooth their ruffled emerald feathers, at which point they asked if they could come back to my house to talk further. I could hardly say no. In Ireland, due to shortage of office facilities, it's quite normal to have a strategic business meeting in another man's lounge. The problem, of course, was that I had nowhere to take them. Only months earlier I had been comprehensively dehoused by Carol. It was now that Maxwell had entered the story. To save my blushes, he had offered me the use of his bungalow. He would pose as my flatmate/bungalow buddy, and all would be well. Except when we reached his home, all wasn't well. The first problem came in his choice of art. Over my mantelpiece there's a painting of a country church with a herd of geese wandering past. Over Maxwell's there was a painting of a topless female biker, her hair flailing in the wind, her nipples standing to attention like a couple of boob soldiers. Yet all that would have been fine. After all, breasts are just sacks of fat at the end of the day, if it hadn't been for the other room in Maxwell's home. Maintaining the ruse that this was actually my house was proving pretty tense, so I'd gone to the toilet to piddle out some stress. Except I didn't know where the toilet was, and when I pushed open the nearest door and entered the room, whoops, I'd stumbled into this terrifying shrine to yours truly. And it's at this point that I return you to the powerful immediacy of my present tense writing. Fear ripples through me like the raspberry in a raspberry ripple ice cream. I look around me. From floor to ceiling, the walls are covered in pictures of Alan Gordon Partridge. This is one of the weirdest rooms I've ever been in, and that includes Bill Oddie's blast-proof underground bird chamber. Immediately, I figure out that Maxwell isn't a good Samaritan. He's a dangerously obsessed superfan. But the RTE executives behind me see it differently, viewing it as evidence that I am an East Anglian egomaniac. They flee before you can say Jerry Adams. I scan the walls. Some of his pictures have come from magazines and newspapers, but to my horror, others have been captured with a telephoto lens, and I'm now incredibly nervous and give voice to this in the form of a very loud gulp. Yet at the same time, I can't help but notice that Maxwell's photos are actually very good, especially because many have been taken while crouching behind bins, squirreled away in bushes, or, Jesus of Nazareth, hidden inside my shed. I particularly like one shot of me stepping out of the shower, circa 1994. Don't worry, reader, you can't see my privates. In fact, Maxwell has very cleverly used the cactus on the windowsill as a kind of photographic loincloth. But what it does capture is a certain muscularity. This was the year, don't forget, when I'd set myself the goal of being able to do a one-armed press-up, and while I was destined never to succeed, all the gym work had left me with a body that would not have looked out of place in a magazine for men who like to look at other men. Yet what really draws me to this photo, what really speaks to me, is its portrayal of my hidden vulnerability. Sure, there's the raw animal power of my physique, but there's also an essential fragility to my personality. And that's communicated with real poignancy by the fact that there's nothing more than a spiky Mexican plant shielding the world from my freshly washed penis and balls. Yes, I like Maxwell's work very much indeed, but there's no time to dwell on this. I've got something to show you, Alan. Blocking the doorway, Maxwell removes his shirt and utters a sentence I will never forget. I've had a scale drawing of your face tattooed on my stomach. For a split second I think maybe it's one of those transfers you use to get free with bubblegum. But no, it's too big, too complex to simply be an old-fashioned lick and peel. It really is a tattoo. Though one thing isn't to scale. Even with fear muddying my senses, I refuse to accept that my face is as big as a torso. The next thing I know, Maxwell has donned a plastic Alan Partridge face mask. Although not official Partridge merchandise, these masks are nevertheless a lot of fun. Still available from www.maskplanet.com/partridgeface at £9.99 for 10, excluding postage. They're ideal for parties of all kinds. All I ask is that they not be used for Halloween. Have a bit of respect. It's now that things take a worrying turn for the worse. In what I fear may be the first stage of some sort of ritualistic sacrifice, Maxwell begins to chant a terrifying noise. Avian in nature, I think perhaps it's a bird song, a crow maybe. To my relief, It turns out that he's just shouting my well-known TV catchphrase, "Aha, aha, aha," but the panic has galvanized me. I need to get out of here. My only concern is that he may be preparing to use a weapon. If it comes to hand-to-hand combat, I have every confidence that I can take him down. As a teen, I'd been schooled in the ways of judo. I chose not to progress to the very top belts as I knew I was capable of badly hurting someone with the sheer proficiency of my self-defense techniques. The thought of breaking my opponent's arm or ensuring that his shoulders remained in contact with the mat for a count of 3, only to discover 20 years later that he had become, say, head of Norfolk's biggest Range Rover dealership, made my blood run cold. Fair enough, I'm not karate world champ Jackie Chan, but nevertheless, there's a certain sense of invincibility that comes with knowing that 30 years ago you were awarded a green belt in judo. My guess, Maxwell will pick up on this and stand aside. My guess is wrong. Maxwell twists my arm and fixes me in a headlock. Clever. He knows that one wrong move from me and my head will be ripped clean off. I have to act fast. Quick as a flash, I elbow him in the nuts, nodding as I hear the satisfying thud of a bone on gland. I've just turned his testicles into a couple of bollock pancakes, and it feels good. "Would you like lemon juice with them, sir?" I roar inside my head. Fear still ripples through me, like it does in that flavor of ice cream I mentioned earlier, but my will to survive is strong. No, Maxwell, Alan Partridge isn't ready to die just yet. Despite the fact that my wife has left me and my kids rarely take my calls, I have a wife and kids to live for. At this point he's still doubled up. I charge over and bang, bang, headbutt him twice in the back. He screeches like an alley cat. "Looks like I got the kidneys then," I roar, still inside my head. I quickly consider my next attack. Time for a bunch of fives, methinks. Looking around, I see Maxwell catching his breath, then like an animal rearing up on its hind legs, or like a human standing up. He stands up. I send a command to my brain. Instantly the fingers of my right hand start to curl inwards. Within seconds a fist has been formed. I launch it directly at my assailant's eye. "Delivery for Mr. Maxwell," I roar, this time remembering to say it out loud. "Really? What is it?" his furrowed brow seems to ask. "A knuckle sandwich," my fist replies. Somehow, recovering from the force of the blow, Maxwell picks up a chair and swings it at my brain. I duck, thwarting him with the sheer speed of my knee bend. Now on my haunches, I have an idea. Tucking my head into my chest, I launch into a ferocious forward roll. It skittles the insane superfan in the blink of an eye. For several minutes we thrash around on the floor, like Tarzan and that crocodile. I'm Tarzan, he's the croc. If I'm honest, the roll does little to advance the fight, and causes neither of us any injuries. We get back to our feet. Maxwell now has me by the throat. We both know we're entering the end game. He thinks he's got me. I can see it on his ugly mug, but he's not counted on one thing. Pow! I floor him with a classic 1-inch punch. Textbook stuff. A real gutbuster. I'm shocked by my own strength. I feel like those women who lift cars to free their trapped children. I've always thought it's odd how little press attention these stories get. Maybe they're just urban myths, but I'm very interested in the argument of my friend Michael. He believes the truth is that the government deliberately keep a lid on those stories because they don't want housewives to know how strong they really are. Food for thought, certainly. With Maxwell fighting for air, I see my chance and make haste for the exit. But before I can reach my car, he's giving chase. In his hand is some sort of weapon. I don't get a chance to look properly, but my hunch is that it's either a gun or the brush from a dustpan and brush. In a split second, I've reached my car, slid across the bonnet and got inside. I cranked the engine. The gentle throb of the Rover's British-made 2-litre engine is as comforting as a nice big hug from Mummy. Would have been were she still alive. Before Maxwell can reach me, I wind down the window and holler something witty. It may have intimated that he was mentally and physically disabled. I forget now. As I put the pedal to the metal, he's tearing after me. Yet for the first time since I entered his house, I'm starting to feel confident. The Rover 200 can out-accelerate most cars in its class, never mind a sprinting nutcase. But as I ease her into third, a wry smile dancing across my increasingly moist lips, I spot something awful. I'm driving down a dead end. I slam on the brakes and can't believe it when the car comes to a halt without careering through the fence. Then again, I had bought British. By now, Maxwell is almost upon me. I bolt from the car, swivel on my heels and began to sprint, leaping over a 5-foot stile like it isn't there. I hurtle across a farmer's field, my legs eating up the ground, my arms pumping like the pistons of a big Victorian steam engine. It doesn't even matter that I'm wearing a shirt, tie and blazer, nor that instead of running shoes I have faux leather shoes bought from a supermarket. Within minutes I've sprinted for what is surely about 4 miles. More to the point, Maxwell has given up, and who could blame him? I've just blown my previous personal best for fleeing across fields right out of the water. I just managed to stagger to a public phone box. I call my assistant and tell her to A, collect my car, and B, deal with Maxwell personally. Hanging up, I slump against the side of the phone box and slide into a heap on the floor. The calling cards of 100 local whores raining down on me like big drops of prostitute rain. I begin to weep. I have cheated death. I am free. And today, I am stronger, wiser, and happy. People assume the episode must have profoundly affected me, but I can honestly say it's not something I ever think about. Move on. You may now remove your Kevlar body armor. 21. Hayes, dead. Sue Cook's voice was shaking. Ordinarily, it'd be hard to tell whether it was through emotion or because the pubs had yet to open, but this was 3 p.m., so I knew it was the former. She'd been phoning for an hour. Something must be wrong. But something wasn't wrong. Something was right. Tony Hayes is dead, her stutter, not mine. This was the sort of thing Sue did for a laugh all the time, but on this occasion, I knew she was genuine. Hayes was dead. I bowed my head for a full minute to spare a thought for his loved ones. A tear tumbled down my cheek as I pitied his younglings. Only then did I begin to smile. Whatever your views on human death, this was a good thing to happen. The world, the medium of TV, and more specifically my mental well-being, were all improved by the death of Tony Hayes, 41. I mined Sue for the key pieces of info. He'd fallen off a roof trying to fix a TV aerial. My first reaction, the interference probably had nothing to do with the aerial, more likely caused by wideband impulsive noise generated by nearby heating thermostat. That's basic. I chuckled to myself. He was even clueless about television at home. Can't say I'm surprised. My second, who's taking over? I closed my eyes and waited for the answer. Not that I was desperate. I had plenty of ideas, and I was in demand for broadcasting work elsewhere. Hamilton Waterbreaks had penciled me as an understudy for their next corporate video. I was in the early stages of repurposing Up with the Partridge for TV, and the pilot script for Swallow had received admiring glances whenever I left it poking out of my bag. But as the nation's broadcaster, the BBC was probably my more natural home. Whether I would deign to return depended on the identity of Hayes' successor. Sue grunted with pleasure. They've only gone and given it to Chris Feather, she said. Then she had to go because the 350 was starting and she had a bet on. This was the dream scenario. Before his liver transplant, Chris Feather had been a rising star at BBC, blessed with the common touch and not a clever clogs. You wouldn't find Chris in an ivory tower, unless the ivory tower is the name of a pub. Our paths had crossed in local radio when he'd been a fledgling producer, and I'd been impressed by his way with people and his knowledge of ELO. It was he who alerted me to the fact that Roy Wood could play bassoon. For his part, Chris had been blown away by my tenacity, my restless creativity, and the fact that the camera/microphone loved me. He pledged that we work together in TV. I still have a beer mat on which he scrawled that very promise. Yes, he drank too much, and yes, he was slovenly, and coasted through several years of his career, and wasn't a student of the genre in the way that I was. Chris was more of a casual observer. Chris was the best man for the job, and I'm not just saying that because he liked me. It was only polite that I got in touch to offer my congratulations, but that could wait. First I had to be there for Jane Hayes. I barely knew her, and she'd not exactly covered herself in glory by marrying an idiot like Tony, but widows are needy people, and I was going to do everything in my power to support her. So I sent her a travel clock wrapped in black tissue paper and in a black box, not the ones from aircraft. The card was fashioned from black card. Inside, in silver pentel, I'd simply written, "You are really sad," and I'd made the O of the word you into a smiley face. I thought about doing a sad face, but I wanted it to be a celebration of his life. I posted it to her, and only then realized I'd forgotten to sign it. On the day of the funeral, I was one of the first to arrive. To my surprise, Chris Feather was there too. Clearly this wasn't the forum to discuss my employment at the BBC, so I acknowledged each other with a nod and set about comforting Jane. Jane was bearing up well, but as I approached, I could see the suffering in and around her eyes. I held her and we cried together. She was happy with the travel clock, but was still upset at being widowed. That's understandable. I hadn't been expecting a mail-order clock to cancel out the grief. I'm not suggesting that. As she wept, I continued to hug her, but in no way was it sensual. Well, certainly not on my part. I can't speak for her, and I guess she was in a bad place. Grief manifests itself in strange ways. Besides, I've always thought that people can be too quick to judge widows who strike up afternoon affairs soon after their loved one has died. Cut them some slack. It's no reflection on the dead guy. It's just that sometimes the sweet succour of sex can help speed up the grieving process. It was a day later, and after a respectful period of mourning, for a man whose death I was over the moon about, I was in the office of the new head of programmes for BBC Television, Mr. Christopher Feather, Esquire. Chris was in good spirits, alert and sound of mind. He had drawn up a contract that would tie me to BBC TV on a £200,000 a year deal. I broadly agreed with its terms and signed my approval on the dotted line. I wouldn't say I was particularly ecstatic. It was no less than I deserved, which meant it was one positive that cancelled out the negative of Hayes snubbing me, but not a second positive that would have pushed my happiness level higher than average. Chris took the pen. "This might seem like it was drawn up on a whim, but I know exactly what I'm doing," he said, clearly and alertly. He winced as he gripped the pen. "I trapped my hand in a door earlier, so my hand hurts and my signature might end up looking a bit weird, but I should still be able to sign this." He did so slightly gingerly, but in a very lucid and legally binding way. I shook his good hand and left. 22. Homelessness. I bade farewell to the Linton Tavern in the only way I knew, by taking my luggage to the car and paying my outstanding balance with a credit card. I was touched that duty manager Susan had taken the trouble to see me off / take my payment. "There's your receipt, Alan," she said. I could see she was keen to chat. 6 months, eh? I continued, commenting on the duration of my stay in the hotel. "That's almost long enough to gestate a baby." For a few seconds we embraced, or rather our hands did. Finally, with the handshake over, I got into my car, made sure it was in neutral, turned the engine on, found the biting point, checked my mirrors, indicated to pull out, released the handbrake, and drove away. I'd also put my seatbelt on. All in all, it felt good. I was ready to embark on a new chapter in my life, roughly similar to the one before this, but better because my fee was higher. Yes, I'd be back at the BBC, making television programmes and earning north of 200k per annum as a result. But these days were as fleeting as a collection of fast birds. Upsettingly for audiences and Alan Partridge alike, I was never given the chance to make my much-wanted TV shows, because shortly after I had left Chris Feather's office, Chris Feather had died, right there in his chair. Yes, within minutes of signing the deal of his life, Chris had breathed his last. I sent a message to his daughter saying, "I hope it's of some comfort to know that the last thing he did before he died was a truly courageous piece of commissioning." I know she received it because I got a red receipt in my email inbox. At this point, you're probably thinking, because? What's that got to do with it? How does the death of Chris affect a contract between you and the organisation he worked for? And you'd be absolutely right to think that. It'd be like arguing the Treaty of Versailles is now null and void because David Lloyd George isn't with us anymore. And believe me, this was an argument I made very forcefully. A fortnight later, I was in TV Centre with my lawyer, who's more au fait with citizens' advice on whether ramblers can traverse your land than TV contracts, and was pathetic, actually. Incandescent with rage, I don't think I've ever screamed at television executives that loud before or since. And what a Weasley collection of pond life they were. Chris's successor, Jessica Boyle, was a sigh in human form, every utterance accompanied by a shrug or a rolled eye. For a woman in her position, her posture was a disgrace. Boyle is one of the new breed of BBC TV execs for whom television programmes seem to be a genuine inconvenience. She was flanked by Kev Butterworth, a once friendly BBC lawyer, who might have been a strapping Irishman, but is also one of the few men I know who's beaten by his wife. I think it started from a sex game that went wrong 12 years ago. He once said to me, "If only I could remember the code word," and then began to well up. He's moved to America now, so he won't mind me talking about it, but his wife did used to beat him quite a lot. She's still in the UK, but I'm not naming her. Anyway, I think she's reverted to her Polish maiden name. She's a teacher in Norwich. According to Jim, she used to beat him with a plastic hosepipe, then whirl it round her head so it made a futuristic noise. It may be that she well used to work for the BBC Radiophonic Workshop. The BBCRW used to manufacture sound in the pre-synthesizer days. It's an open secret that the TARDIS noise was made by a BBC engineer scraping his keys down the fat wires inside a piano. And I'm told the sliding doors on Blake 7 were made by a clothes brush being swept across the back of a leather jacket. The rest were your usual mixture of John Lennon clones and failed CBBC presenters who have ended up in HR. They pretended to make notes as Boyle outlined exactly why she didn't want another chat show from me, but it was all viewing figures and audience appreciation ratings and stats and figures. "Listen, love," I said, "if TV was all about numbers, they'd put a keypad under the screen and turn it into a giant Casio calculator." This cut no dice with anyone in the room. "Alan, sorry," they kept saying, but looking at each other rather than at me. "It's a contract," I said, "a legal document." "The contract, yes," Boyle sighed. "I wouldn't set too much store by that." "Is that right? Well, let's see what the Director General has to say about this." I shouted and stormed out of the room to the end of the corridor. A minute or two later, I found myself back at the meeting room, having forgotten that the corridor is a circle. Too tired to argue or stomp around any more, I collected my satchel and jacket to the sound of embarrassed silence and left. I knew then and there and then that this was the end of my relationship with the BBC. It was sad in a way, and so before heading to the car park where my assistant and some sandwiches were waiting for me, I strolled back around the corridor one last time. Ever the maverick, I went against the grain, meandering anti-clockwise through the corridors of laughing liberals. Then I bade the building good day and left. People have suggested I bottled out of taking the BBC's breach of contract to the highest court in the land. Others say they have heard whispers there were discrepancies with Chris's page of the contract. Neither is true. I'd just had enough. I could easily have seen out the contract, made a cool $1 million, and given them half a decade of my life. But I had bigger fish to fry. That day, I left the BBC. The BBC didn't leave me. So the BBC had reneged on my new TV deal in a way that shredded any remnants of honour or integrity they may have had. I had racked up substantial debt, and cash flow meant that I defaulted on the rental agreement of my London apartment, and I was asked to leave. I was homeless. I'd only just left the Travel Tavern, and even though I could definitely have gone back to a warm welcome, £49 for a room and breakfast was now out of my budget. I had nowhere to turn, and forlornly tramped the streets in my Rover 200. Night was beginning to fall, and with a seriously heavy heart, I was about to drive to the modest bungalow my assistant shared with her racist mother, until I remembered something. A solemn promise, a vow that had been made to me more than 3 decades before. The words had been intoned by my, metaphorical, guardian angel Trevor Lambert. He'd looked into my 7-year-old eyes and made me a rock-solid pledge. You can come and stay any time you like. Hello? It was Sheila who answered the door, now a bit mumsy like Fran had been. There was a raised inflection at the end of her greeting, but these days you don't know if that's because it's a question or because the speaker mistakenly thinks they're cool. Quite reasonably assuming it was the latter, I replied, "Hello?" and kissed her on the cheek. She recoiled a little bit and then tried to shut the door on me. She made a kind of yelping noise, which is when Kenneth appeared. He looked older because he was 35 years older than he used to be. "Alan?" he said. Again, I wasn't sure about the question/cool thing, but this time I said, "Yes, it's me." He smiled a bit and put his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. It could be that she had a poor memory for faces and didn't have access to a television set, I thought. She didn't demur, so by way of explanation, "Alan Partridge." "Aha!" I boomed, and Sheila bolted down the hall. I strode in and dropped my hold-all neatly to one side, before walking into the lounge and warmly greeting them all. They looked astonished, but then it occurred to me. You would be. They'd not seen me since I was about 17. I'd not been in the house since I was 7. Trevor's asthma was now something to behold. He had some of the most severe breathing difficulties I've ever shared a room with. He was rigged up to a breathing apparatus with an oxygen mask strapped over his mouth and nose. The guy was still audible, though, and when reminded who I was, politely asked, "What can we do for you?" I reminded him of his invitation to come back and stay any time. At first I was embarrassed that he had no memory of it, but then I reasoned that he was old, which explained why it might have slipped his mind. If not for that, awkward! My timing couldn't have been more perfect. A few months earlier I'd have returned to a pretty empty nest, with just Fran looking after her wheezing husband. But as luck would have it, Sheila and Kenneth had moved back into the family home quite recently because Fran had had a stroke and now needed round-the-clock care. For her part, she seemed a little diffident and didn't say much, but then she was still a long, long way off a full recovery. After a quick cup of tea, I bade them good night and bounded up to my room, lying on the bed with my hands behind my head. Lying on my back, I mean, not my front. I was in a state of relaxation rather than internment. Yep, it felt good to be in the home where I'd been at my happiest, and to be back among the family, although Emma no longer lived there. She was dead. Her space was filled, if you like, by Sheila's husband, Tim, a pretty nice bloke who'd seen my shows and said he quite liked them. Staying there was just the tonic. My 3 months at the Lamberts were just enough to get me back on my feet. I referred to them frequently on Norfolk nights, and the listeners took their trials and tribulations, Kenneth's continued unemployment, Fran's slurred speech, to their hearts. We each had to make compromises, of course we did. I had to store my property in the garage even though it was cold in there. For their part, the Lamberts knew if I was going to manage a solid morning of show preparation, I needed the kitchen to myself between 9 and 12. I had to insist on that. For a while things went smoothly, but soon Trevor's breathing became a bit too loud and was really off-putting. So eventually I decided to take my notes and dictaphone to the public library and do my work there. In fact, I became such a fixture there, I heard one member of staff quietly refer to me as Karl Marx. I don't think so. I'd take his ideas about the redistribution of wealth and shove them where the sun don't shine. The workers own the means of production, I ask you. I was determined, absolutely adamant, that I wouldn't outstay my welcome at the Lamberts, and so, after 14 weeks, I saddled up and hit the road. "Thanks for having me," I said. "Don't mention it," Fran Lambert seemed to say with the good side of her face. "You can come and stay any time you like." 23. Swallow. On the title page of my pilot script for the Norwich-based detective series Swallow, I wrote the words, "Dedicated to the memory of Stacey Morgan, 7. Stacey wasn't dead. She'd never even existed, actually. But I thought it would set a poignant tone for the episode and/or gain enough pity to sway the mind of a commissioner. But I've scrubbed Stacey's name off now and replaced it with that of Pete Gabitas, who did exist and is now dead. He's sorely missed. I'm often asked if I have a manager or agent, and instead of answering with words, I used to take out a £10 note, tear a quarter off it, then scrunch it up and throw it in a bin. I've stopped doing it now. Never had one. Waste of money. And as my career has proved beyond doubt, I've never needed one. But if anyone came close to filling the role of agent-manager, it would have been Pete Gabitas, the MD of Blue Barn Media. Pete was a big-hearted, big-bellied guy who liked nothing more than providing cut-price production facilities to the region's most creative minds, and then rounding the day off with a pint or two. We were kindred spirits, each/both sharing a love of Norwich, quality music and hovercrafts. Does he say the unsayable? You better believe it. He's like Norfolk's very own Jeremy Clarkson, but one who actually believes the stuff he comes out with. He is whip-smart. He had his share of enemies, sure, but that comes with the territory when you're hoovering up the lion's share of corporate production and post-production contracts in the North Norfolk region. People were forever trying to topple him off his perch, something I found especially callous when he revealed he was suffering from a serious illness, the little-known tall poppy syndrome. All healthy competition, you might think, until I tell you that Pete died in a car accident on the 1st of April 2005. I say accident advisedly. There are many of us who suspect foul play. I'm no conspiracy theorist, although I often regale dinner parties blow by blow with the arguments advanced by Capricorn 1 and JFK, but I am convinced that Pete was murdered. It was around 11:30 when his wife's Peugeot 306 cabriolet with red interior careered off the road and into a primary school. Yes, he was way over the drink-drive limit, and ordinarily I'd agree that the alcohol could have been a factor. But knowing Pete as I do/did, I can assure you he's a better driver when drunk. So much so that he's often given me a lift home when he's been drunk and I've been sober. That night he'd had 6 pints of lager and half a bottle of wine. Pretty much the sweet spot for his driving capability. To the untrained eye, he looked very, very drunk. To the trained eye, my eye, I knew that he was fine to drive. So having ruled out alcohol as a contributing factor in the crash, you have to ask, who wanted Pete dead, and how did they do it? I'm in the process of making a YouTube video about the case under the banner of Alan Partridge Scrutinizers. Hopefully the first of many. Funnily enough, it's the kind of case that would be perfect for a regional detective like Swallow. Pete was a massive fan of Swallow, perhaps seeing a little of himself in the rule-breaking cynic. I'll give you the quick pitch now. Swallow is a cool 50. He works in Norfolk CID, whereas most regional detectives drive a classic or unusual car. Swallow has saved up to buy a brand-new 5-door Audi A3 turbo diesel in metallic graphite grey with a black fabric interior. He's not interested in sat-nav leather seats or CD stacker systems. That, to Swallow, is just so much bullshit. His vice? Well, booze has been done, so I thought it would be quite nice if he was bulimic. I got the idea from seeing John Prescott cleaning himself up in the toilets of the Savoy. Fastidious but austere, Swallow always carries a checklist of items: a comb, 2 biros, fisherman's friends, the mint rather than the people, and a faint smell of vomit. Plus an evidence bag which he never uses for evidence, but keeps folded in the right-hand pocket of his donkey jacket in case he has a big meal. Yes, Swallow's always very well turned out, with pressed slacks, black leather tie, buffed-up shoes, and a rich brown leather jacket. He has a restless mind. Even in his downtime, he has to occupy himself. But rather than immerse himself in chess, been done, Swallow solves dingbats and other word-related puzzles, including word searches. He likes nothing more than to sit down with a copy of The Puzzler in a wicker chair, then look out over the fens and immerse himself in puzzles. He also has a weakness for doing 10,000-piece jigsaws. In case you hadn't noticed, this is a metaphor for solving a case. And in the last episode, we'd see him put in the final piece and suddenly, seeing that it depicts the face of the local con man. Quite how or why this would work isn't yet scoped out. He's also a keen cook, gardener and birder. He has no middle fingers on one hand, so he can't swear, but is permanently doing the heavy metal sign. I see Swallow as something of an enigma. He has the largest collection of samurai swords in Europe, but no one knows where he got them from. And we're not cooking or tending to his gardens, or completing jigsaws, or finding words, or watching rare wetland birds. He plays kendo, the Japanese martial art with body armor and big sticks of bamboo, shinai. His sparring partner and friend is Chan, a Chinese widower who owns a laundry next to Wallace Shoes on Exchange Street in Norwich. He's a useful foil to Swallow because, as a laundryman, he doesn't think like a police officer. Throughout the pilot episode, we see Swallow constantly harassing a circus, even though left-wing, university-educated police chiefs reprimand him for it. but at the end of the pilot episode, his right-wing views are vindicated when he blows the lid on a drug smuggling racket. He works out that the drugs are being smuggled in the collective rector of circus elephants when he spots bags of drugs among the grassy balls of dung on the circus floor. He lives alone. His marriage broke down because his wife was too selfish to recognize his cleverness. Is he politically correct? Who, Swallow? No chance. He's old school and is aware that a disproportionately high amount of crime is committed by the unemployed and asylum seekers. So why not stop them and shake them down? The squares at Police HQ can swivel. In the pilot episode, Swallow suddenly notices there are no black people in Norfolk. Have they been spirited away, or were they never there? He has to crack the case. Also in the pilot episode, he wages a war against the travelling community who almost never have the correct documentation for their vehicles. He frequently impounds them to get them off the road. The pilot episode follows Swallow as he's assigned a naive young sidekick, DC Wide-Eye, a stickler for the rules. Together, this odd couple have come together to find out who's been fly-tipping in the residential area. It goes without saying the show will look terrific. The series will be peppered with skyscapes of Norfolk, while the opening sequence will be shots of huge deciduous oaks, intercut with two masked men playing kendo, intercut with a drive-by shooting, intercut with two hands playing a jigsaw. The reveal at the end is that the Kenshi are Swallow and Chan, and the jigsaw player is also Swallow. Incredibly, the rights to Swallow are still available for purchase. I can be contacted through the publishers. 24. Marching On. Skirmish. A hush descended over the studio. I took a breath and spoke. You have 2 phosphorus bombs, a confiscated IED, 2 fin-stabilized mortars, and a German MG3 machine gun with a full magazine. The target is a missile silo. What are you opting to play with? Phosphorus bomb, please. I can tell you that the silo is adjacent to a hospital. Play or rearm. Play. He's gone for play, which means this is a high-risk question. Your topic is American sitcoms. Get this wrong, and you wipe out the hospital and are back down to £100. Get it right, and the dishwasher is yours. Well, any viewer of UK Conquest / serious fans of dishwashers know what happens next, and I won't spoil the excitement for others by revealing it now. Suffice to say that all 208 episodes of military-based quiz Skirmish are available on DVD, and they definitely bear re-watching. The format was absorbing, highbrow but brilliantly simple. Players would vie to complete fictional or historical military operations with the fewest casualties, answering general knowledge questions to gain territorial advantage, tot up gung-ho points or accrue weaponry. I'd honestly never been this excited about a format since Noel Edmonds sat me down with a pen and paper and explained the winning strategy for Deal or No Deal. The attention to military detail was second to none, with our armed forces consultant Dave Harrier free to work full-time for the show after his dishonourable discharge from the Scots Guards. It lent the show a quite terrifying realism, which in turn gave us wonderful moments of drama. Although never aired, the tension on Celebrity Skirmish was such that Yvette Fielding soiled herself. Skirmish then was a runaway success, on a good day achieving its target regional digital optional share of 2% of the regional digital available audience, which is 8,000 people. It was a new stage of my career, a new show on a new channel, and time I felt to experiment with a new look, not least because I was starting to swell grotesquely in weight. So I began to grow a beard, going so far as to invest in a miniature comb and a gentle wax. I'm told that Matthew Kelly uses conditioner on his, but that felt stupid to me. I did order a quality beard trimmer, though, recommended on Eric Clapton's website. The facial hair didn't last long, of course. As well as causing an itch that called for perpetual and frenzied scratching, it wasn't to everyone's taste. Plus, Bill Oddie threw a tantrum when he heard I was growing it and sent me a very, very curt letter. No matter, I was back on the telly and things were better than ever. Better than ever? Come off it, Partridge. Yes, better than ever, so shut your mouth. It was better because it was TV without the restrictive, choking, stifling, suffocating bureaucracy and creativity-aborting compliance culture of the BBC. The BBC is like an uncaring sow, lying there fat and impassive, as a host of piglets jostle to suck calcium-rich milk from her many jaded teats. TV talent chases BBC presenting work as if it's the be-all and end-all. Not me, though. Unlike your average piglet, Alan Partridge had the gumption to look beyond the udders of this particular swine and monetize his talent via other channels. I was approached by Matt and Mario from a production company called AAA Productions, a name that was such a brazen attempt to appear first in telephone directories, I couldn't help but be impressed. They met me in the meeting room of a Regis office facility, which you can hire by the hour, telegraphing the fact that they weren't even based in the building, but were a back bedroom operation masquerading as a properly established company. They talked me through the idea of Skirmish, about their vision for the show and ITV's keen interest. They even showed some marketing material they'd mocked up to promote my agreement to present the show. It was a photoshopped image of me as John Rambo, armed to the nines with high-grade weaponry and question cards. They'd superimposed that over an actual screenshot of the moment I shot Forbes McAllister and included a speech bubble of him saying, "Be careful with that." Well, I absolutely hooted with laughter. This was an inspired piece of show marketing that was incredibly crass/inventive and boded well for the quality of the show. I agreed to take the job there and then, shaking their hands and then leaving their hired meeting room, still laughing my head off. ITV got cold feet in the end and decided not to take the show, even though Matt and Mario assured me the channel had definitely been interested and they definitely had a meeting there, even though they couldn't remember who with. No matter, because new satellite channel UK Conquest was sniffing around like a randy dog who'd picked up the musky excellence of another dog's vagina. The channel's ethos, guns, girls, guys, grrr, seemed ideally suited to Skirmish. At first we were to be its flagship show, broadcast on Monday, Wednesday and Friday. The Wednesday and Friday shows were to be repeats of the Monday one. Alongside me was glamorous assistant Susie Dent, better known as the resident lexicographer from Countdown. Susie resigned after the first show, pointing out politely that the actual format hadn't been explained to her. Although the loss of such a talented bookworm was a major blow, it proved to be the making of us. It probably suited the tone of a hard-nosed show to have someone a bit rougher, and urban DJ Lisa Lanson brought a Westwood-style glamour to the proceedings. Before long, we'd massively upped our output, and on my insistence, were making 3 shows a day, 6 days a week. This was to be my undoing. 25. My drink and drugs heck. These noises, these gurgles and barks and grunts, they're coming from me. They're coming from my mouth. How long have I been making them? I do not know. Where on earth am I? I do not know. Where's my assistant? I do not know. One thing I did know was that my face was in considerable pain. Sharp-cornered objects were jostling for space in my mouth, spearing my inner cheeks and stabbing the roof of my mouth. Mixed with the taste of blood was an unmistakable cocktail of chocolate and nougat. I gasped for breath, feeling my life force waning. Is this it, then, Alan? I thought. Is this where you're finally going to die? I gathered my bearings. I was sat in my car, door open, belt on. It was dark, cold. Pitter-patter went the rain, as if bookending my short and ultimately unhappy life. I was alone, and I felt it. "My assistant!" I called out through the semi-masticated confectionery. Where was she? "My assistant!" Nothing. I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. My mouth and chin were stained brown from all the binged chocolate. My eyes peeped out redly from a pair of collapsed lids. My face, my lovely face, was now unspeakably bloated. blotchy skin struggling to contain the expanding Alan within. It was as if bread was being baked in my cheeks. Like a good-looking John Merrick, mine was a face that looked really shit. Ravaged by addiction, it was now home to jowls, eyes, and chin that were being dragged torso-wards by the weight of their gelatinous content. Fat, tired, confused, cold, obese, alone with chilly feet. I had hit rock bottom. I forced another 2 prisms of chocolate into my already oversubscribed mouth and waited for death to come. The human brain comprises 70% water, which means it's a similar consistency to tofu. Picture that for a second, a blob of tofu, the size and shape of a brain. Now imagine taking that piece of tofu and forcing your thumbs into it hard. It would burst, wouldn't it? Okay. Now imagine those thumbs weren't thumbs, but thumb-shaped pieces of bad news. And there weren't 2 of them, but there are about half a dozen. Imagine you are forcing all 6 pieces of bad news, a divorce, multiple career snubs, accusations from the family of a dead celebrity, estranged kids, borderline homelessness, that kind of thing, into a piece of tofu. With me? Good. Now imagine that it's not tofu, but a human brain. And there are not 6 pieces of bad news, but 6 human thumbs. That's what happened to me in 2001. My brain had half a dozen thumbs pushing into it. I was trying to ignore these thumbs by making 3 television shows a day, 6 days a week, and, like a civilian hospital targeted by a contestant on skirmish, my brain basically exploded. It makes me laugh when people suggest I'm exaggerating my psychological distress to cash in on the craze for misery lit. Actually, no, it doesn't make me laugh. It makes me sigh. What I went through was real and incredibly tough, and would have broken a lesser man like a gingerbread man being thwacked with a meat tenderizer. That it didn't speaks to my fortitude and ability to bounce back. All the naysayers who try to downplay the very real horror of chocolate addiction, or scoff at a naked man crying in the bath, or intimate that I'm some kind of Wally can frankly F off. And the suggestion that I would resort to hyperbole to sensationalize what I went through literally makes me pass out with nausea. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me take you back in time. Come with me through the fog-clad mists of time to 1987. We're in the unnecessarily large studio of Our Price Radio. And who's this guy? With the strut and the swagger and the spunk? It's a young Alan Partridge, one of the hottest broadcasters in in-store radio. He sets down his headphones and heads for the door, high-fiving a succession of pleased staff. A head pops round the door. "Hey, great show, Alan," its mouth said. Alan stops in his tracks. It's Pepsi or Shirley from Pepsi and Shirley. "Wow, thanks," says Alan, scarcely able to believe that an established pop star has complimented his show. She'd been in store to promote a doomed solo single, having had a falling out with the other one from Pepsi and Shirley. "We're going for a quick drink if you guys fancy it," said Pepsi or Shirley. "Fancy it," said Alan. "Not half." Soon after, Alan, fellow DJ John Boyd, a couple of producers, and Pepsi or Shirley from Pepsi and Shirley are sat in the bar of a Marriott hotel, enjoying pints of bitter, the men, and a wine, Pepsi/Shirley. Alan surveys the scene, throws his head back and laughs quietly. He's made it. He's really made it. He shakes his head slowly and basks in the euphoric glow of genuine happiness. Then someone nudges him. "Chocolate?" It's Pepsi or Shirley. Alan looks down to see that she's offering him a strange and unusual confectionery. Brown in colour, but lightly pebble-dashed with white flecks, it comes in centimetre-wide segments that together form a rounded pentahedron shape. He wouldn't normally. Even then he was prone to a fat back. But he's in celebratory mood and feels good. It's a party atmosphere. A bit of fun. Sod it. Why not? He takes one. At that moment, his life changes forever. I'm going to revert to both the first person and the past tense now, because it's quite tiring to write like that, and I've just had a mug of hot milk. At that moment, my life changed forever. The wallop of honey and almond nougat was the first to strike, the nutty sweetness further engorging my throbbing sense of happiness. Then came the hit of rich milk chocolate, its generous sugar content somewhat taking me higher, my mind diving and soaring into a new ecstasy. I felt amazing. Gold-plated. Vendome plat. We finished our drinks and went our separate ways, but that sensation of deliciousness, acceptance and professional success were, on a barely conscious level, now inextricably linked with Toblerones. Over the years, I developed a taste for the Swiss delicacy. Nothing I can't handle, I'd always say. It was nothing out of the ordinary. I'd sometimes buy one of the small ones while queuing at a supermarket checkout, or grab one to enjoy with a sandwich at a petrol station. I knew what I was doing. It was just a fun snack, a choc treat. After all, who doesn't like Toblerone? I thought nothing of this until several years later. I was sexually assaulted. I had my pants removed and arse exposed by hooligans at a live comic relief event. With incredible selfishness, many of the people who'd pledged money to the poor of Africa were only happy to see the cash reach the needy if they could first peer at my naked anus. When I refused, I was gang-debagged. Badly shaken, I began to drive home. I was deeply embarrassed by what had happened, and felt small, unappreciated, and cheap. I wanted to eat a Toblerone. So I stopped into an Esso garage and ate a Toblerone. I felt a lot better, and should have begun to wonder if there was some subconscious link between my self-confidence and the consumption of some Toblerone. Should have, but didn't. That's what addiction does. It makes you focus on little beyond the next fix. Unwilling to confront my demons, I became steadily more keen on the chocolate snack, silently measuring any hardships I encountered in segments of Toblerone. Argument with Carol? 3 slabs and I'll be fine. Disparaging remark from passerby? 2 should do it. My assistant being an idiot? 3, maybe 4. But she really is pushing her luck. But as my personal problems began to mount, so did my intake. After Carol left, I'd sometimes get up in the night and eat a whole Toblerone to myself. And I'm not talking about a small one. I mean a medium-sized one. On another occasion, I remember ruining a colleague's birthday meal by eating 1/3 of a Toblerone before joining them for dinner. Sated by the snack, I was unable to finish the lasagna she'd cooked and only had a small amount of dessert. Selfish, yes, but as a very real addict, I was consumed by my own desires. More and more I ate. After the death of newly installed BBC Commissioner Chris Feather and a mean-spirited and unnecessary investigation by the BBC, my second series was snatched from my grasp. My reaction? Banging on the door of a BP garage at 2 a.m, pleading for a hit of Toblerone, and getting it. It was open 24 hours. Also, my friend worked there. I was, by some distance, the most depressed and troubled man in the UK. Probably a lot worse than this sounds. In retrospect, I guess the BBC snub was the real sickener. Until then, I'd been on a fairly even keel. Sure, I'd had my share of ups and downs. That's Partridge. Comes with the territory. But the unjustness of the BBC stopping me being on the television saw me shrink into a dark cranny of fed-upness. And that's when I really began to behave differently. I'd watch endless repeats of Birds of a Feather, a program which I quite rightly despised. My assistant says I stopped checking her expense claims for some time, which really should not have happened. And all the while, of course, I was eating quite a bit of Toblerone. The self-destruction should by now be beyond doubt. The upshot was I gained a lot of weight. I mean, that's just science. And I'm not denigrating the food at all, but it's just human psychology. Lethargy plus Toblerone equals obesity. Even the guys at Kraft can't argue with that. I'm not having a pop at them or anything. All of this made me very unhappy. In my mind, I was living in an old hillcroft atop the Coolin on the Isle of Skye. But I was no wee bonny boat like a bird on the wing, over the sea to Skye. I was a big bonny man, and if I was a kind of bird, it would be a turkey, about to be incapacitated by one of Bernard Matthews' henchmen, for some poor family to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. I sometimes thought the kindest thing would be to put me out of my misery, chop my head off, gut, truss, and baste me, then cook me at gas mark 5, or 190 degrees centigrade, for 3 hours, check after 2 hours, and then place me centre table for a Christmas feast. In death, at least, I'd be able to feed an extended family of, say, 20, what with me then weighing in at 230 pounds. Even allowing for shrinkage, I'm going to have had a cooked weight of the best part of 190 pounds, easily enough to feed 20 to 30 guests, with sandwiches lasting through to the Epiphany, aka the 12th day of Christmas. And so, inexorably fatter and more housebound, I saw myself turning into a third bird of a feather, although others routinely mistook me for Eamon Holmes. Routinely. Even my voice, once so agile and clear, was, like Eamon's, now muffled and cramped by throat fat. Then one day, I lost control. It wasn't a single trigger, but an accumulation of minor accidents. How to explain it? It was as if I was carrying a lot of straw on my back, and people kept adding another piece of straw and another piece and another until I couldn't carry any more, because my back had broken. One piece on its own seems harmless, doesn't it? But when added to loads of other pieces of straw, it adds up until one piece of straw crosses the divide between can carry and can't carry sorry. That's how I explained it anyway. I lost control, and I ended up driving to Dundee in bare feet. I'd heard of addicts blacking out, but thought it was just one of those things people say to get attention. Yet so complete was my mental collapse, I remember literally nothing of my journey to Scotland. Not a flicker of memory, other than the fact that it was the A11 to Thetford, continuing to Ipswich on the A146, before a short hop on the A140 saw me join the A47, and later the A17, pretty much until the A1. It was A1 and A1M, including a quick pit stop at Wetherby Services for petrol, more Toblerones and a face wash. Then on the A66 via Scotch Corner and onto the M6, which, after the Scottish border, became the A74. Then it went M74, M73, M80, M9, A9, M90, and then the A90. It was only after arriving in Dundee and pulling up in the middle of a municipal football pitch to unwrap another Toblerone that I came around. Pretty much at the point where this chapter started. So now I'm going to carry on from the point where I stopped and started talking about tofu. I will do that now. I didn't feel up to the drive home, not least because I had no shoes and felt daft. So I contacted my assistant, who travelled overnight while I lay across the generously proportioned back seat of the Vectra, finishing the last of the Toblerones and using the verdant shrubbery as an improvised toilet as and when. My assistant doesn't own a car, and the train was, I felt, too expensive. So she'd taken a National Express coach, clutching my best shoes in a plastic carrier bag. She told me she'd sat next to the coach's chemical toilet, and I was concerned that my shoes might smell of human waste, so I lost my temper with her a little bit, but was mollified when I smelt the shoes and they didn't smell of human waste. She quickly washed and shod me, and then began the drive home, with the hosepipe dangling from the exhaust like the tail of a giant mouse. Oh, I should have said this was for a suicide bid, which I didn't get round to. But for such a bird-like woman, she was far too hard on the clutch, so after a few hundred metres, I took over and drove home myself. I gave her a lift as well. Little was spoken on the way back. She could tell from my body language that referring to the open arms of Christianity was inadvisable. So she listed some of the times when I'd either done something well in my professional life or said something spontaneously witty in company. Afterwards she used the light from her mobile phone to read aloud from Prima magazine, but quickly fell asleep. I got home and had a can of bitter and a sleeping tablet, the drink and drugs side of the chapter title. I subsequently made a number of changes to my life, which resulted in me getting better. I'd done it. I'd bounced back. The doubters could shut their faces because I'd done it, and so, with fewer work commitments, a slimmer physique, fresher breath, less clutter on my desk, and a blanket ban on Toblerones, I felt like a new man. Quite a turnaround then. Yep, it's a tale of incomprehensible pain and hardship, of bravery and backbone, of me and my success. One that could easily be stretched out into a film or novella, if only because that kind of addiction's not really been done before, and would therefore feel fresher to a reader or viewer. Just a thought. The other addictions grab all the column inches. Let them. It's not a grief competition. I don't know why they think they have something to prove. And sure, maybe there's something glamorous about a booze man swigging whiskey on a sidewalk, or junkie chasing the dinosaur in a squat. But take it from someone who knows, both physically and mentally. Confectionery addiction is the worst kind of addiction there is. Nothing comes close to the shame, desperation, and unsightly weight gain of chocoholism. So who's to blame? Me, society, craft foods, the government, Pepsi or Shirley out of Pepsi and Shirley? In all honesty, it's probably a combination of them all, with a slight weighting towards Pepsi or Shirley from Pepsi and Shirley. You don't go pushing something as powerful as Toblerone on someone you've only just met. It's utterly irresponsible, and I'm absolutely furious with one of them. 26. Chin up. I took some time out after Dundee. People were very nice. Sue Cook called and offered to take me to the zoo one day. She never actually turned up, but then she never does. That's just Sue, as she always says. Bill Oddie was a real rock too. When he found out Sue had let me down, he swiftly agreed to come along and take her place. We had a nice drive over there. He uses one of those booster seats so he can see over the steering wheel. But later in the day, when we went into the aviary, he seemed to tense up. A cloud seemed to descend. I pressed him about it. "Are you all right, Bill?" I asked, as a bird of paradise landed on my head. "Fine," he grunted unconvincingly, as I shoved it away again. "Well, you don't seem fine," I retorted, swirling my arms around my head to try to keep the bird at bay. He looked me in the eye. All these people watching birds, without binoculars. What about them? It's cheating. And with that, the bird-mad goody strode off, partly because he was angry and partly because he only had 5 minutes to get over to the other side of the zoo for the seal performance. Other people were there for me too. My assistant would pop round to the house every day to drop off food, do the dishes, flush the loo. I tended to forget. At my lowest point, she offered to help me shower, but even with my swimming trunks on, I think this would have been a bit weird. Although technically my employee, I knew she was doing all this as a friend, and that meant a lot. She came round so often, I'm surprised she had time to get any actual work done. And I think it was that, as much as anything else, that forced me to drop her down to a part-time wage for a while. I did a lot of crying as well. I'm not ashamed to say that now. But at the time, I always found ways to hide it, mainly by doing the bulk of it in the shower. That way people can't say what's tears and what's just hot water. The same applies in the bath. Just hold your breath, stick your head under, and let the grief flood out. You'll be surprised how much better you feel. To this day, I still use short-burst underwater crying for all sorts of problems. I wouldn't cry at, say, an unexpectedly large MOT bill. But if I'd received an unexpectedly large MOT bill combined with the death of a good friend, plus I hadn't eaten that day, then I might well weep. I developed a complementary technique called controlled anger release splashing, though it should only be used as a measure of last resort, and you will need to mop up afterwards. Against the express wishes of Bill Oddie, I also tried therapy. It wasn't for me, though. I didn't want someone to pick and prod around my troubled mind like a shopper fingering a piece of fruit in the supermarket. I wanted something that would allow my soul to heal in its own time, and that's why I took up pony trekking. It all stemmed from someone telling me I'd feel better off if I exercised. They'd suggested jogging, but what appealed about pony trekking was that you were basically in charge of a vehicle/being. Also, horses don't complain. They don't criticize you about viewing figures, play hardball over budgets, or fail to recommission your show. Plus, they're grateful for a sugar cube. I had a little experience of horses previously, not least on Knowing Me, Knowing You. Show jumper Sue Lewis had been a guest and come on the show with her horse, and I must say it made for pretty pleasing television, until she shat on the floor, the horse. But yes, clambering aboard my horse, Treacle, really was just what the doc ordered. Mottled grey and measuring a good 15 hands, you could just tell that she just got me. I truly found peace in the gentle side-to-side bob of her trot, the quiet swoosh of her tail, and the tender plippity-plop-plop of her shit hitting the dirt. It wasn't all plain sailing, though. Probably my lowest ever equine moment was when we were out one day, and I fell badly off the pace. Soon I was totally lost. I began to panic. In an effort to relocate the rest of the riders, I'd taken a shortcut across a dual carriageway, but it was then, as we tried to hurdle the central reservation, that something terrible happened. Treacle stood on a nail. On another day she might have got away with it, but with the quite extraordinary weight of me on her back, the rusty nail just slid through the hoof, like a knife through a hoof. Over the roar of the onrushing traffic, I heard her whinny. But because I hadn't seen the incident, and because I knew almost nothing about horses, I assumed she was just laughing. The poor girl. By the time we got back to the stable, her hoof looked like a split sausage. She was fine in the end. Even more incredibly, she didn't seem to blame me in any way. She bore no grudge. That was actually one of the titles I was thinking about for this book, She Bore No Grudge, until I realized it made little or no sense. The dignity of these beasts, mind-blowing. After the rides, I liked to stick around. I'd lean on the gate, unwrap a Twix, and watch as the ponies got groomed. I'd marvel at the skill of the stable lads as they went to work with their hoof picks, shedding blades, and dandy brushes. I loved the fact that it was like a car wash for horses. I really loved that fact. One day, one of the lads offered to let me have a go, but I got all shy and said no, even though I would have enjoyed it. Not a day goes by when I don't think about that moment. What an error. Over time, though, I did pluck up the confidence to join in the chit-chat. "Lovely grooming, John," I might shout. "Thanks, Mr. Partridge," he might reply. "Except for the fact that there's still shit on Prancer's undercarriage," I might add. I had a smile on my face, but we both knew it needed dealing with. I don't ride anymore. Haven't done for a while. I stopped when Brokeback Mountain came out. It just didn't feel comfortable. I do occasionally go to the stable's website, though. I like to see if they've uploaded any new pictures of Treacle. I also friended her on Facebook. I know it's not actually her that replies, but it's still nice. Just as important as my mental health was my physical shape. Over the previous few years, my body had become flooded with blubber. It was now home to over 5 stones of excess weight. There was no getting away from it. I was clinically chubbed up, and it needed to change. I set about one of the most merciless exercise regimes in the history of Norwich. In the last few years, I estimated that I'd spent somewhere in the region of £54,000 on Toblerone. That's more than most unhappily married men spend on prostitutes in their whole lives. My assistant said that wasting so much money on treat food was immoral, especially with so much starvation in places like Africa and parts of Norfolk. She said the devil had got inside me, which sounds serious at first, but she says that about most people, especially John Craven. But first things first, I had to round up all the remaining Toblerones in my house and get rid of them. Going through my cupboards was easy. The problem came when I needed to find the secret stash. I knew that in the fog of a previous Swiss chalk high, I had hidden a bar somewhere in the house. But where? Never before had I been so badly in need of a metal detector, adapted to detect Toblerone. Instead, I had to search myself through the medium of my assistant. I.e. she, began by checking the cisterns of all 3 toilets. Then she, checked the underside of all tables and chairs. And then she, checked in the loft, during which she, fell from the stepladder and cracked her head on the wall. But I found nothing. It wasn't until hours later that i.e. me, she'd taken the bus to Casualty, found it, hidden in an air vent behind a wardrobe. It was just sat there looking at me, like some sort of confectionery Anne Frank. God, I hate the Nazis. I gathered what remained of my Toblerone supply into just 6 bin bags. I knew that the most cathartic thing to do would be to just give it all away. So that very afternoon, I parked up at my local primary school, wound down my window, and handed bars out to the kids as they walked home. It was just a nice thing to do, and the fact that the police were called says more about genuine paedophiles than it does about me. The constables and I laughed about the confusion, though there's no denying that I looked like a paedophile, many of whom, like myself at the time, are paunchy. It said they consume food as avariciously as they do explicit images of children. Finally, it was time to commence the total annihilation of all the unneeded flab within the body of Alan Gordon Partridge. In terms of weight, I effectively had a large midget wrapped around my internal organs, and I wanted him gone. I looked into liposuction, but it was too expensive. Besides, while I knew it could do a good job on tummies and thighs, I wasn't 100% convinced of its ability to cure a fat back. I would have thought about the stomach stapling technique, used to such great effect by Fern Cotton, but it was yet to be introduced at that stage, probably still being tested on rats. My only option was to hit the exercise hard. I started with a regime I found in my assistant's copy of Bella magazine. She very kindly offered to do it with me, but when I thought about her in a leotard, it made me feel all cold inside. The other problem was the squat thrusts I was supposed to do. It was a simple question of physics. With the best will in the world, the only way my knees would have been able to cope with the sheer poundage was with the aid of a Silverline SE9 hydraulic jack. I turned my attention to swimming, and it was fun for a while. We figured out that I displaced the same amount of water as half a Ford Fiesta. Not bad for a little lad from Norwich. Not bad at all. But soon enough, the local kids started calling me Moby Allen. I gave the swimming up. It was the straw that broke the whale's back. The thing is, I knew one of their mums, and I'd seen her leaving a local hotel the other week with a man who wasn't her husband. Now, I could have mentioned that to a cat-calling child, but I didn't. Well, I did, but it gave me no great pleasure. My emphasis changed again. This time I was running. I was a bit nervous as I hadn't been jogging for years and wasn't sure I'd be able to remember what to do. But as long as you keep telling yourself to move your right arm in time with your left leg and vice versa, and to push off with sufficient propulsion, the travel part of each stride airborne, you literally won't put a foot wrong. I used to run along country lanes, with my assistant driving behind, like a Baptist curb crawler. The idea was that if I went below a certain speed, she would just blast the horn. The shock of it would lead to a sudden burst of acceleration. We called it toot and shoot, and it worked. To summarize then, my drink and drugs heck had taken me to places I never wanted to go, mainly Dundee. I'd like to say I came out of the whole ordeal older and wiser, but I'm not sure I did, though I concede that the age one is hard to dispute. Yet it didn't matter, because by the spring of 2001, thanks to a hardcore diet and the love of a good horse, cheers, Treacle, I was back. I had bounced back. 27. Bouncing back. I'm not sure I'd ever felt so proud. As I walked into the shop, I could feel my chest puffing out like a toad's throat. In front of me were rows and rows of books, and on the front cover, yours truly. I reached out and tenderly fingered my glossy, smiling face. That might sound a bit weird, but it wasn't. I span flamboyantly on my heels, so I could look out of the window of the big-name high street bookstore in which I stood. As humans of both sexes hurried and scurried about, I nodded in quiet satisfaction. Today, Norwich Waterstones. Tomorrow, the Booker Prize for books. Allow me to explain. To begin, you must join me as I return to the year 2 PD, post Dundee. Alan Partridge is in a tiz. He can't figure out what to do with his experiences. He's been through a major male mind meltdown. Surely there's some good to come out of this. Then, one day in the bathtub, Ulrika, it hit me. I'd translate them into a publishing deal. As I searched around the soapy depths for my pumice stone, the idea began to take shape. The book would be called Bouncing Back. On the surface, it would appear to be half autobiography, half self-help manual. Yet it would be so much more than that. It would be a system to set free the limitless potential within us all, which just happened to be bound in hardback and sold in all good bookshops plus Tesco's. I got so caught up in thinking about the book that by the time I finally emerged from my bath, my skin was as shriveled as an over-microwaved pea. But you know what? I didn't care. My only focus now was on bouncing back. And I have to confess, I loved the writing process. Sometimes I'd sit in my study and just pound away on the word processor. Other times I'd go jogging with a Bluetooth headset on and get my assistant to type the chapters up when I spoke them to her. After what seemed like an eternity, the book was finally written. It had taken 3 long weeks. As I typed the very last word, Allah, I collapsed onto my keyboard. I was spent. Every last drop of me had been poured into that book, save for a couple of anecdotes that I took from Russell Harty and rebadged as my own, and there's nothing he can do to touch me. A wave of relief rushed over me as I began to dribble onto the space bar. If pony trekking had soothed my troubled mind, writing this book had been a full radiator flush, removing any traces of magnetite sludge from my system. My demons hadn't been exorcised, they'd been rounded up and shot. And now, as I bulldozed them into a mass grave with a fag in my mouth, I could move on with my life. Of course, there was still the small matter of finding a publisher. My previous work, A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Stadium to Alan Partridge by Alan Partridge, a wry collection of amusing anecdotes about my experiences as a sports reporter, had been published by Pear Tree Publishing, the publishing wing of my now-defunct company. Pear Tree Productions had gone under years before after an injunction from a former goalkeeper, Ray Clemens, who angrily questioned the validity of one of my anecdotes. So we needed to source a new publishing house. I'm told by my assistant that it only took about a month. After all, anyone reading the manuscript would quickly see that snapping up the rights was a total no-brainer, but can't recall the exact details as I was drinking a lot of cider at the time. I don't really like cider, but there'd been a very good deal on at Thresher's, and this explained my somewhat distracted response when phoned with the good news. "I found you a publisher," she squeaked. "What?" "For your book." "What about it? It's ace." "You asked me to find you a publisher." "For what?" "The book, Alan. You asked me to find you a publisher for the book, and I've spent the last month sending it to various companies, and now one has come back and said they're willing to publish it." I hesitated. Was the news sinking in? "Just get me some crisps." No, it wasn't. The next day, though, with all the cider now either drunk, spilled, or thrown, I soon shaped up, and let me tell you, I was elated. My strategy of combining searingly honest admissions about my own life with a liberal use of Roget's thesaurus had worked a treat. I was to be published. I immediately phoned Carol, before quickly hanging up when I remembered we were divorced. Yet my happiness was to be short-lived. Sales were disappointing. My refusal to dumb down, if anything I'd dumbed up, had cost me dearly. I received word via fax that a lot of stores were going to take it down from the shelves. I was absolutely thunderstruck. Thanks, Roget's. I had to take matters into my own hands. Sales needed to be boosted, and fast. I quickly formulated a plan of action. Every day for the next fortnight, I would go down to Norwich train station, set up a stall, and see if I could shift a few units myself. It would be stripped-down concourse retailing in its purest form. I launched myself into it like a small circus man being shot from a cannon. What a buzz! I'd literally flog to anyone. It didn't matter if they were travelling into Norfolk, trans-county, or intra-Anglian. They were all fair game as far as I was concerned. I felt like I could sell coal to the Eskimos. I was rigged up with one of those cordless mics that you fix to your head. I loved it, with its sponge-covered microphone dangling in front of my mouth like a big black grape. I remember the first book I sold to a W.H. Smith customer. He was a man by the name of Warren. Before he'd been sucked into my sales tractor beam, he'd been innocently copying out a recipe for white bean stew from the BBC Good Food magazine. Yet within minutes he was writing me a cheque. £8.99 poorer, but one very good book richer. And I remember I did use those exact words. It might seem weird that I remember the name of a man who bought a book from me almost 15 years ago, but in my defence, he did have a lisp. Not that I realised at first. I thought he was just being silly. But the more I chatted to him, the clearer it became. There were no two ways about it. This man had a disabled mouth. Out of interest, I inquired if it entitled him to a badge for his car. It didn't. Justice? Not in this world, mate. Good on him, though. He could have stayed at home, resenting his impediment, a cutout of a big letter S on his dartboard. But no, here he was, bold as brass, out and about. He may not have been able to say the word sausages, or the word say, come to think of it. But nothing, I mean nothing, was going to stop him getting the 10:02 to Newmarket from Platform 9. If memory serves, he needed a new Ethernet cable from PC World, something he noted with a wry smile that he could ask for, safe in the knowledge that everyone involved would remain bone dry. And besides, if he did suddenly get a craving for sausages on his way back, he could simply bob into Morrison's and get them from the chill cabinets. He'd never actually have to say the S word, unless he was insistent on buying direct from a butcher, in which case just point. That's what Mike Tyson does. No, I liked this guy. As I pretended to have an itchy cheek so I could wipe away another fleck of spittle from my face, I understood that we all have our crosses to bear. His just happened to be a chubby tongue. It was incredible to think that the letter S, such a simple concept to even the youngest of children, was like a foreign country to this man. It was the enemy in a lifelong war his mouth was never going to win. Like a kind of oral IRA, pre-ceasefire. Before he left, he was good enough to take a photo of me for posterity. See picture section. Sadly, though, my one-man station-based sales frenzy only delayed the inevitable. Alas and alack, Roget's again, I had failed. I started to sense something might be wrong when I received an email entitled, "Bouncing Back is going to be pulped." My God, this couldn't be real. What was being proposed was nothing short of literary genocide. I picked up the phone to Henry Chesney, my contact at the publishing company. "Henry, there has been some sort of mistake here." "There's no mistake." "Damn you, man, we can turn this round, I know we can." "We're not doing a raft of nationwide TV adverts, Alan." "Okay, then a stunt. We'll make a house out of 1,000 copies of Bouncing Back. Then bequeath it to the homeless. We'll be on the front page of every paper in the land of Norwich. Though the structure might lose rigidity if it rains. The book's being pulped tomorrow. It's over, Alan." "Henry, I'm begging you. I'm literally on my knees." "It sounds like you're driving." "Okay, then, not literally. Just throw me a bone here, buddy." "Well, if it's any consolation, you're more than welcome to go along to the pulping." I hung up in an explosion of fury. Go to the pulping of my own book. How dare he? How dare he? I was deeply moved by what I saw at the paper mill the following day. I did go after all. I decided to take some sandwiches and make a day of it. It seemed only right that I should pay my respects. There was great dignity in seeing 14,000 copies of my book being ferried along a conveyor belt to their certain death, as they jiggled and jaggled their way into the jaws of a state-of-the-art pulping machine. It was all I could do not to stand bolt upright and salute. Those poor bastards. Of course, it wasn't goodbye, though. It was just au revoir. After all, my fallen brothers would soon have an exciting new life as recycled paper. Sometimes, if I'm feeling a bit blue, I sit down in my favorite armchair with a big mug of milky coffee, shut my eyes, and imagine what could have become of every trounced copy of Bouncing Back. I like to think me and the odd fragment have met again in the years since. Yes, I like to think that very much indeed. An A4 jot book from Ryman's. A love letter from one man to his troubled bisexual fuck buddy. Or maybe a ream of high-grade printed paper purchased by a thriving local business. Shoved into the tummy of a Canon IP2000, it would bide its time until one day, emerging kicking and screaming into the world, caked in the latest set of company financials. Of those three, the one I'm least keen on is the fuck buddy. The only option I'm not prepared to risk is toilet paper. That's why I insist on buying foreign these days, and hang the cost. If it's not been imported, it's not going within a yard of my exit chute. And if the shop only has British, then I just make do with a wet wipe or a splash wash. Never mind all that, though, because I actually had a really good day at the paper mill. By the end of my time there, I felt I'd really come to understand it. "If books really do need to be destroyed," I screamed at the foreman over the deafening roar of the machinery, "this is definitely the most humane way of doing it." He didn't hear me, but it didn't matter. I'd made my point. Call me an old softy, but as a memento, I asked if I could take home a doggy bag of bouncing back slurry. To my delight, the foreman agreed, and that bag now has pride of place at the back of my attic. 28. Good grief. I kept my emotions in check during the pulping. It wasn't easy, but you draw on all your experience, and I'd been attending funerals since I was 8. In recent years, I'd been to the send-offs of Tony Hayers, Chief Commissioning Editor of BBC Television, Chris Father, Chief Commissioning Editor of BBC Television, Mum and Dad, my mum and dad, and the racist mother of the woman who works for me. Don't know name. In the case of the latter, I immediately gave my assistant 36 hours off. I swung by the hospital to explain the terms and conditions to her. "I'm giving you 36 hours off, whether you like it or not." She didn't reply, which could have been rudeness, but was more likely to be because her mother's body was still warm, I reasoned. What was that? Can all those hours be taken in one go? I knew she'd said no such thing, but I was keen to try to make this as interactive as possible. "Good question," I continued. "No, they mustn't be used all in one go. Instead, the allotted hours may be taken at any time in the next month, but in units of no more than 3 hours. This system, flexi-grief you might call it, may sound odd, but I knew the blues could strike at any moment. Just like a young chimp raised by humans, your grief can seem totally under control. But one day that grief will reach adolescence and dish out a frenzied and unprovoked simian beatdown," I explained as we accompanied Mum to the mortuary. Her mum, not mine. What would happen if a person took a straight 36 hours off, but then grief hit when that person was back at work doing, I don't know, her employer's quarterly underwear shop? You can't very well just wipe your nose on the ice-white cellular briefs and carry on as if nothing's happened. Marx offers a wonderfully forgiving returns policy, but even they would draw the line at snotty grandies. And how glad I was that I'd insisted on spreading those 36 hours across the month, because we had problems a couple of weeks after the death. My assistant was busy double-checking my Sainsbury's receipt for any instances of overcharging. I just saw a flicker in her face. I leaned over. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I thought they'd diddled you on the kidney beans, but no, I don't mean that. You looked like you were about to cry." I demonstrated this by doing a sad face, then lifting my fist to my eye and waggling it. "No, I'm fine. Good, I just wanted to check on you," I said in an arm-around-the-shoulder kind of way, although there was absolutely no physical contact. "Because your lip was wobbling, I thought you were, thinking of things you should have said." Suddenly my assistant burst into tears. So she had been upset after all, the little fibber. I didn't mind, though. She was a mum down. I pointed to a box. "Tuck into those tissues. They're laced with aloe vera, so you can be as rough on your nose as you want." In the end, she found the whole thing harder than anticipated. I'd said she could take 36 hours overall, but when we totted it up at the end of the month, it came to almost 40. In other words, my assistant loved her mum 12% more than I'd calculated. That was fine, though. Not a problem at all. Ultimately, you can't precisely gauge amounts of sadness. And I actually wanted to help with the healing process, not least because it was dragging me down a bit. I got her straight back to work. To start the healing process, I had her buy and assemble, then disassemble and return a gas barbecue. A Phoenix stainless steel 4-burner. It's actually a lovely bit of kit, and with a cooking surface of 70 centimetres times 45 centimetres, it allows the adventurous host to try his hand at any type of food, play it safe with sausages, or become the talk of the town with a delicious spatch-cocked chicken. The choice is yours. What she didn't know is that I already had one. I was just trying to keep her mind off things, namely her racist mum, or lack thereof. But every cloud has a silver lining, and I suppose my assistant's loss is the black community's gain. Not that life is ever so clear-cut. She may have been one of the most profoundly prejudiced people this side of Eugene Terreblanche, but she also cooked an excellent shepherd's pie. Shades of grey. Everybody shades of grey. Both of my own parents are also thoroughly dead. I have to be honest and say I wasn't too cut up when Papa passed on. Our relationship had been so complex I could write a book on it. What do you reckon, HarperCollins? Seriously, let me know, because I can easily turn round a mislit book. E.g., 1968, Summer of Hate, brackets for me. Or Locked in the Larder. For a time I was determined not to shed a tear over him, so if I ever felt myself welling up, useful tip this, I'd just think of all the bad things about him, and I soon felt better. It's not what he would have wanted, but in a way that helped. The first and worst death of the lot was Mum's. It's hard to describe what it's like to lose your mother, but HarperCollins have insisted I try. Their suggestion is that I think back to how I felt at the time of her death and use words that relate or convey those emotions. So, where to begin? Well, unlike someone else's mum, she certainly wasn't racist. She really didn't agree with any of that stuff. In fact, she hated racists as much as she hated homosexuals. My relationship with her went way back. Although we weren't close from day one, during those long, hard months in the womb, she'd been less my mother and more my house. I didn't interact with her, I just lived inside her. And then, when I made good my escape from her cervix, see Chapter 1, she'd become less my mum and more my canteen. Although her teats weren't much of a chef, it was milk every day, for goodness sake. But it was as the years rolled on, as I began to crawl, walk, and then express myself through dance, that things began to blossom. She was my friend, my cheerleader, my protector-in-chief. And we remained close until the onset of my difficult adolescent years. I remember we entered choppy waters pretty soon after my balls dropped. By the time I was 16, our relationship had broken down to such an extent that I'd rarely even let her do my blackheads. Yet, when I asserted my independence and emerged from my mum's considerable shadow, I mean this metaphorically, although she was fat. The poor woman looked like someone had blown her up with a bike pump. Our relationship began to improve. In my BBC days, no one was more proud of my success. She would absolutely insist on watching Knowing Me, Knowing You if she was at home when it was on. It was different when I returned to radio. She didn't listen to Norfolk Nights, on too late, Up with the Partridge, on too early, or Mid-Morning Matters, dead. But it didn't matter. I knew she'd only ever wanted the best for me, and I'm sure the same is true today. If there's a radio in heaven, I'm sure she'll be up there listening, providing my show doesn't clash with Today, Start the Week, or The Archers, which is what God would listen to. Sadly, I can't say the same for Father, who is probably in a different place. Hell. To preserve her dignity, I'd rather not say what she died from, but suffice to say the family was forced to ask some rather uncomfortable questions about what she used to get up to in her spare time. When they'd finally brought her body back from Hull, don't ask, and the coroner had concluded his post-mortem, long story, we were free to arrange the kind of funeral we knew she would have wanted, minus the open casket. Believe me, you don't want to know. With Dad in no fit state to do anything, I agreed to say a few words at the service. I'd felt absolutely fine in the hearse. In fact, I enjoyed the ride. It was a mint-condition Daimler Laudelet Vendôme Plat, with slide-out occasional seats, allowing generous room for up to 5 mourners who would easily drown out the hushed whisper of the smooth straight-six engine. I would have loved to have seen what kind of speed it would have reached on the open road, but the undertaker would not be persuaded, and quite right too. All in all, though, very nice, but as soon as I got into the church, it all went wrong. I went to pieces like a dropped jigsaw. After a few minutes of being cuddled by great-aunt Susie, we'd managed to reduce my crying down to a manageable sob. Then it was time to give the speech. I took a deep breath, gritted, grat, my teeth, and then just spoke from the heart. I stand before you all today to talk about a woman I can describe in just 2 words. My mummy. But when I started recounting how she used to let me lick the spoon when she was making cakes or gravy, it all got too much. I became so grief-stricken I barely knew what I was saying. For a while I thought I was broadcasting. Uncle Pete said that at one point I tried to introduce Cool for Cats by Squeeze. I can't recall much about the wake either. To be honest, I was in a bit of a daze. I remember eating a great many chicken drumsticks and someone coming up to me and telling me I mustn't forget to have some fibre too. He said the last thing I wanted was to be bereaved and bunged up, and he was right. To this day, it's advice I always pass on to mourners who I see failing to eat sufficient roughage in the immediate aftermath of the death of a loved one. After the burial, things got slowly better. For the first couple of days, I used to visit the grave every day. My schedule soon got in the way, though, so then I'd start sending my assistant as my graveside representative. She was visiting her mum anyway, and the bus connection between the 2 graveyards were really good considering how far apart they were. Besides, I reasoned that as a believer, my assistant derived more meaning from graveside grieving than I did. Not that I'm a non-believer as such. I'm pretty open-minded about the possibility of an afterlife, although I always think of heaven as a kind of members' club for do-gooders. White beanbags, 24-hour room service, fat babies with wings pointing at other fat babies playing compact harps. Don't get me wrong, it's good stuff. If you find it comforting, go there. I don't go down to the cemetery at all these days, unless I happen to be passing, in which case I'll take flowers. The beauty of her headstone is that it's located on the main thoroughfare through the graveyard, so if I'm pushed for time, I can open my passenger side window and throw the flowers out without stopping. That might sound crass, but in many ways it's a tribute to Mum because she was a real stickler for punctuality. Not that the flowers always had to land in the right place. Quite often they'd end up on the grave of Dan, loving father and loyal husband, Faversham. Occasionally other mourners would see this happening and frown. I can only assume they think I'm a predatory gay with a fetish for the dead, and I know that would have made Mum chuckle. 29. Classic House. Before Channel 4's insufferable Grand Designs programme, few people realised that it was possible or legal to build your own home, apart from me. My project was in the works a full 6 months before the first transmission of the show, and I defy anyone to prove otherwise. Unlike the deeply unpleasant couples who appear on Grand Designs, I wanted to create the perfect home rather than an art installation with a built-in toilet. So, working with a team of expensive architects, I asked them to duplicate exactly the design used by Red Row Homes, with a soupçon of Barrett thrown in around the porch area. Imagine Henry VIII had commissioned, nay ordered, Red Row and Barrett to create a modern 21st century house for a pre-Renaissance fat king using the efficiencies of modern techniques, combined with a Tudor brick quality, a sort of Hampton Court fit for a Norfolk conservative. That's the effect I was going for. The finishing touch was to be a boot scraper outside the front door. When I see one of those outside a house, I think, they know which way to vote at a general election. I could sense that the architects were disappointed not to be able to flex their creative mind muscles. But Red Row and Barrett are experts in creating homes. Architects aren't. Besides, as with advertising agencies, it's hard to think of architects as genuinely creative people when the best company names they can muster are a list of the owners' surnames. Breeden Allison Lyons, or Humpleton Goggins and Fox, or Tithe St. Crooks, or Cannock Jones Skilly Andrews Haynes, or Peterson Johnson Magnuson Hanson, or Dennis Dennison Dennis, or Grigson Smith Oliver, or Barrow McGuigan Bounder, or Hiscock Greengrass Mitchell and Matthews. I could go on, but I won't. If advertisers/architects were even a fraction as clever as they think they are, Swinson Shaw, Lancashire, that would be another example, they'd call themselves rock-steady architects or pizzazz advertising. The fact that they don't proves they're either vain or thick. They should have taken a leaf out of my book. Long before the design was finished, I'd brained out a list of potential names of the property. Coleman House, Atlantis, Ace House, Allen House, The Cottage, the Old Rectory, Barn Cottage, Follyfoot, Steed Manor, Lord House, Rockford House, Flambards, Brideshead House, The Skirmishers, Apache, Tomahawk, Sceptre House, The Cinnamons, it's just a lovely ingredient, Classic House, The Classics, Manor House, Bentley House, Large Cottage. That kind of thing. No, I was happy for the architects to mimic the Red Row boys wholesale. Then I paid them handsomely, and the building work began. But where to live in the meantime? The Linton Travel Tavern had made it abundantly clear that I was welcome back any time, but knowing that builders are often ex-offenders, I thought it best to stay on site where I could better observe/befriend/monitor them. I would be staying in a static caravan, see picture section, a 10-footer from the yet-to-be-bettered Delta Range. I was comfortable with this. I'd be living in it for 3 years anyway, parked up in the garden of a kindly farmer, one of the very, very few. It's funny, when you move from a hotel to a detached house in a 10-foot static home, people are quick to assume you're down on your luck financially. Nothing could be further from the truth. After all, for some time Jimmy Savile lived in a caravan, absolutely insists it was a lifestyle choice. Scruffy crooner David Essex also lived in one. I may be wrong about this, but he looks like a gypsy. I'm not sure of his ethnicity, but I'm reliably informed he once tried to put a curse on Leo Sayer after the argument over a bill in an Indian restaurant. My reasons had nothing to do with money. Caravanning had long been an ambition of mine. It gave me the opportunity to live out the holiday I'd always been denied in my harrowing childhood, minus the swing ball. At the same time, I hoped it would give me a chink of insight into the mindset of the travelling community, so that I might come to understand how they even consider dumping a bin bag full of used nappies in the ginnel next to someone's house. No, I was doing pretty fine, thanks. I was approaching my 200th episode of Skirmish and had learnt all there is to know about military strategy. I don't think it was in any way arrogant of me to offer my services as a consultant to the Ministry of Defence. I revoked the offer when I realised it might mean travelling to London or Aldershot, but I'm confident they'd have literally bitten my hand off. At the same time, my other business interests were blossoming, like the small flowers that grow on trees each spring. Pear Tree Productions had been a great success, having achieved everything it had set out to do, and so with its mission accomplished, it was placed into liquidation. Instead, my efforts were focused on a new and exciting venture. The Apache group of companies was aimed squarely at the canny businessman, a one-stop shop providing everything a business might need, comprising 6 distinct brands: Apache Communications, Apache Productions, Apache Office Supplies, Apache Media Training, Apache Risk Management, trust no one, and Apache Military Strategy. It was a welcome revenue stream that complemented brand Partridge beautifully. It was a tri-headquartered concern, with my business activities based out of the static home, the property under construction, and Chorister's Country Club. Now a leading light in the local business community, I'd taken membership of Chorister's to provide a much-needed respite from the hustle, bustle, and fussle of Norfolk life. As a haven for businessmen, Chorister's was quite unique, with the Norwich Club only complemented by the one in Bristol, another in the Roman town of Chester, and one at Stansted Airport. Much like a Masonic lodge, it provided a meeting point where the region's most important people could get together, share ideas, and do each other clandestine favours. Unlike a Masonic lodge, there was no snobbishness towards celebrity broadcasters, nor was there any suggestion that members must sacrifice livestock and daub themselves in its blood while chanting. I liked it there very much and enjoyed offering suggestions to the management as to how the staff could improve. I'm still a member to this day. After several years of lobbying, I've managed to ban children entirely. There's now a heated outhouse for children with a light and running water. The Apache group of companies had its fair share of work. Some people think it didn't, but they're wrong because it did. Trust me, Apache Communications made quite the name for itself and found a niche satisfying the easy-to-satisfy corporate market, whose idea of entertainment is generally limited to a Dilbert cartoon or the use of Comic Sans font in an otherwise serious PowerPoint presentation. I did well out of it, my versatility and willingness to leave my principles at the door for the right price, making me an attractive proposition for even the most toxic brands. The only time I faced a slight moral twinge was when asked to give a motivational presentation plus rock music to a well-known cigarette brand. Tobacco was a sensitive subject area, because I knew my assistant's racist mother had just died of lung cancer. Upset an employee for money, or upset a lucrative paymaster. You can see the bind I was in. Eventually I agreed to do it. Even the most ardent do-gooder would agree that the £5,000 fee made my assistant's feelings pretty inconsequential. Sometimes in business you have to be hard-headed. It turned out my assistant's mum died of colon cancer anyway, so I was absolved/vindicated. And the presentation? It went well, thanks. Ever the pro, I always made sure I gave the client exactly what they wanted. Fail to prepare? Prepare to fail, as I once had engraved on the underside of a watch that I've subsequently never worn. And so it was that later that week, I walked out in front of an audience of 400 tipsy sales execs wearing a gas mask. After the 15-second blast of intro music, Every Breath You Take, The Police with Sting, stopped, I began. I once had a teacher who smoked, I said. He smoked his whole life, didn't miss a day's work. He died at 36. Ha ha ha! I was paid in full. Like my now completed house, I opted for the name Classic House. The Partridge that saw in the 3rd millennium post-Christ was strong, impressive, and had fully working plumbing. Yes, this was a good time for me. A very good time. People noticed that this incarnation was good, and they liked it. That, the liking of other people towards myself, found itself manifested with all the clarity this sentence has in manifesting itself in front of yourself as you currently read. For one thing, I was promoted to Radio Norwich's glamour slot, Norfolk Nights. It really didn't get any better than that. According to listener figures, it was only the 3rd most popular slot on the station, but that's statistics for you. You can make statistics say anything. Statistics say that 80% of women under the age of 30 are either indifferent to or actively dislike my current show, Mid-Morning Matters. That doesn't make it true. My show came directly before the graveyard slot of Dave Clifton, Despite our differences, I took no pleasure in having a much better slot than Dave. I mean, I enjoyed helping him out because, and he'd be the very, very first to admit this, he needed all the help he could get. Dave was drinking a hell of a lot by now, and no amount of polo mints can mask that. I'd like to say it wasn't affecting his broadcasting, but that would be fraud. Dave couldn't master anything like the energy needed to carry a 3-hour late-night show, so I'd have to generate enough energy and momentum in the final hours of Norfolk nights to carry the listener to the bitter end, and it was bitter, of Dave's show. It's similar to the slingshot technique used to propel the Galileo probe out into the solar system. They basically razzed it round the sun a few times to get its speed up, and then they used that momentum to hurl it into deep space. That was what I did to my listeners in the final hour of my show before pelting them into the atmosphere-free void of Dave's slot. We've never spoken about it, but I was doing him a massive favour. Still, I was happy to do it every night of the week for Dave because he was and is in a very bad place. If I thought Dave minded me saying any of this, of course, I'd not have committed it to print. I wouldn't dream of upsetting the guy, because I know he has a bit of a temper, although it's mainly directed towards women. In terms of making me feel good, this gave me a metaphorical hand job, as did, less metaphorically, the new love in my life, Sonia, then 33. Yes, on top of a luxury abode, a successful business empire, a burgeoning television and radio career, and membership of choristers, I also had a girlfriend who was significantly younger than me, 14 years younger. Sonia was responsible for awakening my dormant libido and making it do press-ups. It had been a slumber for a while, apart from a truly distasteful dalliance with a menopausal member of staff years earlier. I won't say too much about her. I've no doubt she'll be listening to this. She still sends me Christmas cards with glitter glued onto a picture of Our Lord, with a sort of ready-brick glow around him, and inside the inscription says, "For unto us this day a child is born," which is fair enough, but I've always found her continued correspondence a bit desperate. My sex life post-Carol had been as threadbare as the gusset of my #1 dad novelty briefs. But Sonia changed all that, and how. I've heard of the phrase, a healthy sex life, but this was ridiculous. I don't know if it's possible to be too healthy. Lance Armstrong, maybe. But that's what our sex life was. Within reason, I loved every minute of my time with Sonia. She was introduced to me by Pete Gabitas, MD of Blue Barn Media, sadly no longer with us. Pete had been a confidant and friend, and a lender of production facilities for over a decade. Pete had a stunning Ukrainian girlfriend, a decade his junior, and arranged similar girlfriends for 6 or 7 of us. Mine was probably the second best. Lithe, smooth-skinned, and so youthful, I'd started pubing before she was even born. I couldn't help but notice that she was a svelte, effortless size 8. In other words, she'd achieved through genetics and poverty the exact body shape that Carol had been so fruitlessly striving for since she was 20. Just a thought. And right from the off, it was an exciting time. I think I've mentioned what a lot of sex we had. Ever the joker, she bought a window sticker that said, "If the caravan's rocking, don't come knocking." And I made my own one that said, "If it looks like we're having sexual intercourse in here, please respect our privacy." I was in 2 minds about whether to include intimate details of my sex life in this book, but I read a pamphlet in a dentist's waiting room that said it was healthy and important to speak openly about sexual issues, so I will. If Carol is reading, that's her lookout. Sex with Carol was all very sedate. It was effective, at least 2 of our copulations resulted in children, but sedate. With Sonia, it was much more spontaneous, what I like to call smash-and-grab sex, or a ram raid. Sonia delighted in the spontaneity of our sexual salad days and relished my playfulness. Using the full area of the caravan, I liked to pretend to be a KGB agent. But as a Ukrainian who'd spent half her life as part of the Eastern Bloc, she'd rather pretend to be an East German gypsy, so I'd be the Stasi. So I'd ask to see her papers before mounting her from behind over the twin hobs that were concealed beneath a work surface. She'd pretend to be confused, and I think you get the idea, gents. At that point, we must draw down a veil. Suffice to say, it ended with us showering off and me returning to my normal accent. Sonia had retained hers, before we'd both settled down to a boil-in-the-bag curry whilst watching a VHS of Taggarts and Magnums, the austere greyness of those Glaswegian skyscapes contrasting perfectly with the sunshine of Magnum P.I., like a TV detective yin and yang. But it was more than sexual. Apart from the lots of sex we were having, Sonia had plenty more to offer. She had a wonderful anti-aging effect on me, like oil of Olay has on middle-aged women's cracked, craggy skin. Energetic, boisterous, and really very zesty. She loved to laugh. Boy, how she loved to laugh. And had a relatively infectious giggle. I'm glad to say it was the only infectious thing about her. I'd had her fully checked out before anything happened. A lot of nonsense is spoken about germs being passed from one to another. There's nothing more unsexy than talking about venereal disease. When I'm with a new lover, I merely casually suggest/insist that we both take a hot bath together with 3 caps of Dettol, an activity that is sexy and hygienic. All in all, Sonia had that indiscriminate, fun-loving quality that you often find with people from post-Soviet regimes. It's as if their people have cast off the state-imposed grumpiness of communism and are now grabbing life with both hands. After a while, of course, it becomes incredibly tiresome. But Sonia's love of practical jokes, sex, laughter, chintzy homeware, and relentless intercourse was a sometimes source of periodic happiness for quite a while. We broke up just hours after the house was completed. She was understandably miffed by this, but as I explained patiently in rudimentary English, it was a new build, so I wanted shoes off at the door, and she was hopeless at remembering to do that. You know that phrase, if you love someone, set them free? I've always liked the sound of that, even if its logic is plainly horse shit. It's the equivalent of saying, if you like beef burgers, don't eat them, or if you hate London, go and live there. Instead, I've adapted it slightly to read, if you don't love someone and don't want to hang around with them anymore, set them free. It just makes more sense. Breaking the news to her wasn't easy. We'd been living together for a year and a half, for goodness sake, and she'd often talked about marriage, ideally to me, but at a push anyone with UK citizenship. This was a big deal for her. So I locked myself in the bathroomette and got my assistant to do it. She broke the news with some relish, a bit too much if you ask me. Of course, Sonia was devastated. She kept banging on the door and telling me to come out and face her. Knowing she was from a former Soviet country where human rights atrocities are commonplace, I had no idea what she was capable of, so I had no choice but to stay inside. "Come out, Ellen," she was shouting. Through the door I could hear my assistant trying to placate/fib to her. "He's not in there anymore," she attempted. "He's clambered out of the window and ran off." I winced at her utter inability to lie and pledged to fine her £10 later on. "Alan, I love you," she kept shouting. Sonia, not my assistant. Ugh. Poor kid, I thought as I did my belt up. I was in the toilet anyway, so I thought I might as well make use of it. But I became less sympathetic with each shout because it was repetitive, and other than the theme tune to Ski Sunday, I don't like repetitive noises. She stayed for absolutely ages. I found this irritating because I'd promised to send a showreel to Bid Up TV, and the post office was going to shut. After a few hours, she calmed down and sloped off, but I'd missed the last post and never got the BUTV job. Shame, because it was one of my favourite channels. I used to practice the patter in the shower, imagining I was selling Radox or a bath mitt. So I moved into the house alone. A big space for one, certainly, but I liked that, sometimes running around the building with a makeshift cape around my collar. It had 4 good-sized bedrooms, and I used to alternate between rooms 1 and 4, leaving 2, Fernando's, and 3, Denise's, untouched in case they dropped by and needed to go to sleep. Still do. And Sonia? Well, she and I are still very close, in the sense that she's now my cleaner. I wish things had turned out differently, but I'm glad they didn't. 30. Forward Solutions. I awoke at 3 a.m. to find sweat pouring from all over my body. Something wasn't right. But how could this be? I'd bounced back. I was in solid fettle, slim, happy, professionally successful. I was a published author, no less. Things were going fine for me. So what gave? It wasn't until after I'd made toilet that things started to fall into place. Whether it was a brainwave triggered by the exhilaration of one of my best-ever slashes, or the blissful relaxation engendered by crouching in the half-light, flanneling sweat from my undercarriage, I'll probably never know. But it was at that moment that my destiny took shape. Yes, things were going fine for me, but, as I've always modestly insisted, it's not all about me. There are people out there who are lonely, weak, vulnerable, obese, not on the radio, poverty-stricken, drugged up to the nines on smack pipes. Things were going fine for me, but what about them? The underpoor, the badlings, the shitsome and flopsome, what could I, Alan Partridge, do for them? It was obvious. I had a responsibility to give, a God-given duty to help others. It was incumbent upon me, Alan Partridge, to summon up everything I'd learned while bouncing back and run after-work forward solutions courses for a special corporate rate of £299.98 per head, excluding VAT. A man who does manual labour for a living once accused me of being arrogant, my crime taking my wisdom and sharing it with people who would never develop it off their own bat. Is that arrogant, do you think? To genuinely help people less savvy than you? When Gandhi advocated non-violent resistance, or when Moses parted the Red Sea, were they being arrogant? Well, yes, maybe Moses was a little bit jazz hands, but leaders need a little showmanship. It's what Jesus of Nazareth would have had in mind as he turned loaves and fishes into 5,000 tuna butties. Of course, he didn't always get it right. Turning water into wine at a wedding isn't just showing off, it's irresponsible. As a miracle, it just doesn't work on any level. Impressing people who are already drunk by magicking up more wine to get them pissed, how is that holy? That's what I'd ask the Pope if I met him. By the way, I'm not knocking God, he's a powerful man. Think about the recent earthquakes and tsunamis. He really does knock Al-Qaeda for 6 when it comes to killing the most number of people. For that alone, he deserves a quiet respect. That's why I never blaspheme. So no, not arrogant, helpful. It's not arrogant, it's helpful, I said, wishing I'd never wound down my window to address him. He was holding a stop-go lollipop while his colleagues spread gravel across one lane of the carriageway. You would not find a candidate more in need of night school and a shave, and in a nice way I said so. I was in the early evangelical flush of forward solutions, keen to get out there and improve lives, so I'd slapped the door of my Lexus and suggested that if he improved his literacy and appearance, he could drive one of these. What followed had been good Samaritanism thrown back in my face, so I explained that I was a force for good. Yeah, but only if folk want helping, he spluttered unintelligently. There's no right to come up to folk and tell 'em what's right and what's not. They don't. I'm happy as I am. He made me think about all the funny things Jez Clarkson says about the working class. I thought, wow, if Clarkson could hear this spiel, he'd have a field day, laughing along with me at this guy's working classness. No doubt we'd end up down the pub swapping stories about people with no money. God, I'd love to live in Chipping Norton. Brooks, Cameron, Clarkson, Murdoch, quaffing champers and laughing our heads off at everyone else. Brilliant. My friend, I said, you're wearing a high-visibility jacket with a T-shirt that says Rage Against the Machine on it. The only machine here is that generator, and if you were to rage against it, it'd be riding roughshod over basic health and safety. Not a good look, hombre. And with that quip, I revved my engine ready to speed off. There was no traffic in either direction, so I was ready to slam her into first and really let rip. You snub my advice, I'm going to deliver a quip, then drive past you fast. It's that simple. But he just stood there watching me, the stop side of the lollipop facing my way. I revved louder to let him know I was eager to drive past him fast, but he seemed not to notice. I started to become anxious. The more time that elapsed between my acid put-down and me driving off fast, the less it would look like a conversational flourish. It'd just look irresponsible. I revved again. Still nothing. I called out to him, but he didn't seem to hear me. This was really annoying. On the off chance that he might be about to turn the lolly round, I repeated the not a good look hombre bit to give it proximity to my driving away. But then a full 5 minutes passed. With my requests falling on deaf ears, I got out of the car and approached him. I was just about to ask him to turn the lollipop to go when he did just that. I trudged back to the car and pulled steadily away. I learned something that day, that unsolicited life coaching was inadvisable. People don't pay for it, they don't appreciate it. Even during the Sermon on the Mount, there must have been a couple of Sinai-based goat herders who wished Christ would just F off. Also, it's not a sustainable business model, and at least by charging a fee you cut out the true bottom feeders, who are probably beyond help anyway. My advice is more for amateur businessmen, shopkeepers, even people who rent out pedalos on a shallow man-made lake. It's not for single parents, asylum seekers, football hooligans, people in care, or criminals, unless white collar and sorry. No, Forward Solutions was a potentially lucrative, potentially helpful, potentially global life improvement program that, having helped me, could potentially help other people. I whipped it into the shape of a 60-minute presentation, and alongside my radio work, it became a source of real professional fulfillment that made me feel good, pride, and look good, image. So what was Forward Solutions? Perhaps it's easier to tell you what Forward Solutions wasn't. It wasn't some attempt to boost my profile and secure lucrative television work. No, no. My TV days were dead to me, and I was fine with that. Did I miss having my own parking space at Television Centre? Not really. Do I even remember that my face on the cover of Radio Times once led to a 2% leap in circulation? Can't say I do. Did I used to enjoy the makeup girls referring to me as Mr. Partridge, but calling Nicholas Witchell Nick? Perhaps a little. But just to reiterate, Forward Solutions was not and is not some presentation that could just be repackaged into a 12-part series of lifestyle makeover shows for BBC One. It wasn't some kind of clever clog psychobabble, the opposite. What was unique about my system was that it took science and plucked the good bits out and dismissed the rubbish. Science can really bog things down with blah blah about research, tests, statistics, facts, and psychology. I didn't want to get bogged down. I wanted to be bogged up. It wasn't just another self-help program. Of course, there were a lot of people who were trying to do what I was doing. It was a very crowded marketplace. Stuart Blender was launching his mind muscle technique. David Ells was generating plenty of attention with his Ladder of Legends. And of course, Solomon Baptiste's Rise Like a Phoenix program was the big show in town. But I had a considerable advantage in that, unlike the three I've mentioned, Forward Solutions wasn't shit. I really was offering the best coaching around. Yes, Blender raises the interesting point that the hero is deep within us, and all he needs is soul food. And yes, Els does offer a moving discourse about hope being a buddy who doesn't mind what time you call. And there's a certain entertainment value in watching Baptiste whoop and holler like he's got chilies in his unders. But could they compete with Forward Solutions? No. It wasn't all about personal happiness. It had real business benefits too. From day one, hour one, minute one, second one, I wanted to create something that was touching yet businesslike. A presentation that would make you laugh and make you cry, or, if better, make you stop laughing and make you stop crying. It wasn't just spoken passages culled directly from Bouncing Back, although some bits did double up. It had taken a great deal of thought and consideration and thinking. Nothing was rushed, and boy did that pay off. It was a presentation I developed very gradually in my bathroom mirror. What started out as me slapping my own face and saying, "You have to get through this," went on to become what Winning Management magazine describes as nothing less than the advertised hour. But there were still doubters, still are. In Britain, people are very wary of seeking help for problems that occur around the head, brain, or mind. Why? If your car breaks down, you call the AA. If your mind breaks down, I say call the AP. Actually, unlike the AA, AP doesn't discriminate against middle-aged men. Try phoning the AA when you're not a pregnant, disabled single mother and see how much they value your call. You'll be there all night. Last time my fan belt went, I was in the middle of Norfolk at 2 a.m. and I had to flag down a woman's car and demand that she make the phone call for me. She was really scared, but then so was I. Why would a single woman be any more prone than a single man? Single men can be just as vulnerable to a crazed homosexual pest. I can hear the PC brigade. Oh no, homosexuals never attack anyone. They just prance around Hampstead Heath picking flowers. Get real. Dennis Nilsson, Jeff Dahmer, Boy George. You could also be attacked by, and this is less likely, a very strong woman. And so now that it's clear what it wasn't, and I was certainly clear on that, I felt it was time I shared Forward Solutions with the world. Fast forward 3 months and a thrusting go-getter by the name of Alan Partridge is in the staff room of Richer Sounds in Norwich, wrapping up a well-honed presentation to a sales team that would outnumber the fingers on both hands of a fully able man. You see, it's not about self-help or self-improvement. I'm walking slowly up and down as I say this. You can't take your flipping eyes off me. What I'm talking about is self-transformation. Oh, now they're listening. Self-transformation, the actions I've given you, to you Daniel, to you Martin, to you Sam, to you Andrew. I'd remembered their names, kept using them again and again. It's a devastating technique, later stolen by Nick Clegg. The actions I've given you are nothing less than self-transformation diagnosis. Now, I've given STDs to men, women, children in some cases. They're smiling now. Actually, I find that it's most pleasurable to give STDs to kids. The younger, the better. When I go into schools and give STDs to kids, I know that I'm really having an impact on the rest of their lives, and that excites me. All of them laugh, and although I only later work out what the joke is, and pledge not to acronymize self-transformation diagnosis ever again, it's a nice, upbeat ending to the session. Now go out there and attack the planet. Think this was a one-off? Think again. The Richer Sounds presentation was in December 2005. In the preceding 7 months alone, I'd presented forward solutions to the staff of Clinton Cards in King's Lynn, to Forbes of Norwich, to the entire company of Bulwark IT Security, and to the staff at the Norfolk Mead Hotel. I felt like a new person, younger, fitter, wiser, louder. I took to wearing the 3 old reliables, stonewashed baby blue denim jeans, oversized white training shoes, and a wearable microphone. Quick digression for the AV nerds out there, I absolutely insist on presenting with a Sennheiser 152G2 headset microphone. If any of you are on the market for a headset mic, aerobic instructors, business leaders, the people at the market who sell chipped crockery, let me give you a piece of solid gold advice. This is the Pied d'Or of headset mics, used by the likes of Mr. Motivator and, weirdly, Terry Nutkins. The Sennheiser is the official head mic for both product demonstrators at the Ideal Home exhibition and Gabrielle. I'm not going to go on about head mics and bulk out my word count with technical details, other than to say it's lightweight but packs a punch, and its supercardioid microphone produces crystal clear sound. Some of the lesser head mics out there, I'm thinking of your Radnor CL07s, muffle certain consonants so that an S sounds like an F, and vice versa. I gave a version of this presentation to the children of a local primary school and caused uproar by repeatedly using the phrase, "You can't teach your grandmother to suck eggs." You can imagine. So avoid the Radnor range. That's my advice. I would also advise you to avoid wearing a head mic on one side of your head and a Bluetooth mobile phone headset on the other, because during the same presentation, Carol called. She was angry that I'd cancelled a long-standing direct debit, suspending her subscription to BBC Good Food magazine, and the sound from the call vibrated through my head and was picked up by the mic. Thankfully, the poor sound quality of the Radnor mic meant that all the audience could hear was her calling me a petty little suckwit, which is meaningless. I had bigger plans for the project than drafty staff rooms, though. My aim was to take the presentation on a tour of the major theatres around the country. Provisional chats were initiated with the Norwich Playhouse, but they said their only free slot was the Christmas season, and they normally fill that with a pantomime. Kind problem, I said. My presentation was loose enough that it could easily have been repurposed to become a fun, family-based show in the best tradition of the UK pantomime. For example, the hero would be on stage and he'd say to the audience, "Where aren't my best years?" And they'd say, "Behind you." They never got back to me. No matter. At least I was showing ambition. All you need to do is aim high. As Jimi Hendrix once said, "Excuse me while I kiss the sky." And I echoed that. Of course, Jimmy was found dead in his own sick shortly afterwards. He'd probably been listening to Stuart Blender's CD. I decided not to devote too much of my time to forward solutions, instead choosing to concentrate on my radio show. I quietly laid the program to rest. I'd helped enough for one lifetime. 31. North Norfolk Digital. North Norfolk's best music mix. FM. Frequency modulation. We've all heard of it. We all admire it. We all respect it. But what exactly is it? You're the flippin' radio expert, Partridge. You tell us. Well, off the top of my head, in telecommunications and signal processing, frequency modulation, FM, conveys information over a carrier wave by varying its instantaneous frequency. This is in contrast with amplitude modulation, in which the amplitude of the carrier is varied whilst its frequency remains constant. Yep, in analog applications, the difference between the instantaneous and the base frequency of the carrier is directly proportional to the instantaneous value of the input signal amplitude. Digital data can be sent by shifting the carrier's frequency among a set of discrete values, a technique known as frequency shift keying. Whilst it's an oversimplification, a baseband modulated signal may be approximated by a sinusoidal continuous wave signal with a frequency FM. The harmonic distribution of a sine wave carrier modulated by such a sinusoidal signal can be represented with Bessel functions. This provides a basis for a mathematical understanding of frequency modulations in the frequency domain. And in radio systems, frequency modulation with sufficient bandwidth provides an advantage in cancelling naturally occurring noise. So that's pretty much all I know. I'm sure there's more on the subject, but I'd have to look it up. What I think we can all say for certain is that FM was at one time the gold standard for UK radio. If you weren't on FM, you were nothing. 5 Live would be a good example. But today, the opposite is true, with the exception of 5 Live. Now, FM is considered prehistoric, isn't it? If someone said they were DJing on an FM frequency, you'd think they were on pirate radio, sad FM, or were just an absolute idiot. You'd laugh at them, and you'd be right to laugh at them. No, FM had had its day. It was as tired and lifeless as Adrian Child's eyes. Which is why I was so delighted when Radio North Norfolk lost its FM licence in 2006. Radio North Norfolk? Say what, Alan? Allow me to explain. It had been a time of genuine upheaval for Radio Norwich. Since 2002, it had been a station in a desperate need of stability, which eventually arrived in the form of a steady downward trajectory of revenue and turnover. Whoever was to blame, be it slovenly listeners or station management, morale was at a low. I, on the other hand, kept insisting on air that we were a damn good radio station and that the financial figures were bang out of order. I sincerely believed that, and was vindicated when we received the following email. Shit. Hello? No. No, absolutely not. Please read carefully, read the subject line, which I thought was a strong hook. It went on to say that Radio Norwich was to be sold to a fast-growing holding company called Goredale Media. We were hot property. Now that proved me emphatically right. People don't choose to buy something if it isn't good. It meant they liked us. We had something, or to use the corporate speak of the email, assets, that was worth buying or stripping. Lots of people were concerned about what they read, but the tone of the email was, to my mind, unmistakably upbeat. Exciting times, improved offer, going forward, increased efficiency. Those Goredale boys didn't muck about. With little fanfare, they added Radio Norwich to their family of brands. 6 other stations were also in the Goredale hutch, and they undertook an immediate review, making hard-headed decisions, such as selling and leasing back the Radio Norwich studios, and cancelling waste, such as refreshments and travel costs. And in personnel terms, did they ring the changes? Dave Clifton was left to stagnate on Radio Norwich, shunted to Norfolk nights. I was plucked for a special kind of firefighting role, one that removed me from Radio Norwich altogether and airdropped me into Radio North Norfolk, a sister station with a far more refined listenership but in need of a kick in the arm, in what I saw as a kind of Red-Adair role. There I was, in my mind, top off, sweat dripping from my rippling torso, my glistening skin marked with soot, as I strode the burning station, salvaging a listenership here, capping the verbal diarrhea spewing from some of the younger DJs there, whilst salvaging the reputation of the station and drenching the place in a kind of radio foam made up of sodium alkyl sulfate and a crude fluorosurfactant, as onlookers watched and looked at me. A memo from Goredale convinced me that this was a hugely radical step, and would represent an exciting chapter in both my career and the future of Radio North Norfolk. These guys were visionaries. Goredale, it said, was committed to making best use of its resources. Love that phrase. And had decided that when the station's FM licence came up for renewal in 2006, it would not be bidding. Instead, the station would become digital only. Only. To the best of my knowledge, I'd never broadcast in digital before, and was genuinely giddy at the prospect of my speech being delivered as a binary code. It would be transmitted as a series of zeros and ones, reforming in the ear, Terminator 2 style, as a crystal-clear facsimile of my real-life voice. This was no half measure. Goredale passionately threw its weight behind the move, rebranding the station as North Norfolk Digital, North Norfolk's best music mix, and spending a cool $3,000 on signage, mugs and T-shirts. There was a shake-up in the lineup too. Pop aficionado and Jonathan King alike, Ben E. Parry, was quietly moved on, and I was invited to take over his post-breakfast to lunchtime slot. And while other people who'd heard about Ben were saying, "No way," and "Jesus Christ," and "He used to go to my swimming baths," and "Imagine his wife finding that out," and "I knew there was something about him," I was punching the air, whooping and high-fiving like Obama after he'd just scored a slam dunk on the White House court, high-fiving his staff before doing a kind of funky walk around the court saying, "Hooda man," to everyone's delight. Out went hits of their day, and in came a far more cerebral show. I envisaged it as a kind of idea melting pot, challenging but easily digestible for an audience of housewives and unemployed males. It was, I hoped, totally equidistant between Nigel Pinsent's In Depth and Wally Banter's Junk Box. I devised the name Alan's Show, as I felt that was the best name for the show. I was absolutely adamant that that's what the show should be called, because I didn't feel that other names were as good as that one. I was fully prepared to walk if they didn't cede to my demand, but after a conversation with the Feet Station controller Frank Shears, I agreed that it should not be called Alan's Show. As Frank pointed out, the name of the show would appear on a coffee mug, and people might subconsciously think of me, Alan Partridge, as some kind of mug. Instead, I needed to devise a new name. I locked myself in my study, and like a scene from a US movie, I put on a sweatshirt and walked around, bouncing a tennis ball against a wall as I thought out loud. It should have been a baseball and pitcher's mitt, but I didn't have one. I emerged 3 days later, having broken a window and an angle-poised lamp and a swivel chair, but still no closer to a new name. Then a brainwave. I thought back to a time of my life when I was at my most productive, when I was oozing with ideas. In what circumstances was I at my most fecund? I'd simply identify when I was at my best and then try to recreate the environment as faithfully as possible. Which is how I came to spend a long weekend in the Aylsham Travel Tavern, dining each morning from the breakfast buffet and speaking into a dictaphone while my assistant wrote everything down I said, like a human backup drive. We spent 4 days in that room together, not in an intimate way. She slept in the bathroom. Until, exhausted and bleary-eyed, we emerged. I had devised a name that had gravitas, catchy alliteration, and was time-specific. The second of these features was the most crucial. I love alliteration. I love it. Alliteration just makes everything sound fantastic. I genuinely can't think of anything with matching initials that I don't like. Green Goddess, Hemel Hempstead, Bum Bags, Monster Mash, Krispy Kreme, Dirty Dozen, Peter Purvis, Est, the SS. World Wide Web, Clear Cache. My show would combine all that was good about its alliterative brothers just mentioned. It was to be called Daily Daytime Debate, and as far as I was concerned, that was absolutely final. I'd changed it once, and I was not going to change it again. In the end, it was changed to Mid-Morning Matters, which was a good name because it did matter, and running from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. occupied a time that everyone would agree was known as mid-morning. I enjoyed the double meaning of matters so much, I'd sometimes pronounce it as a verb and other times as a noun, and see if anyone noticed. I decided the show would combine music and chat, which effectively meant transplanting Norfolk nights into a new daytime slot. This was reflected in a more housewife-friendly tone of chat, subsequently described by one North Norfolk blogger as like a feral Lorraine Kelly, which I quite liked. Similarly, the mood of the music necessarily shifted from I love you to let's get things done. Essentially, less hot chocolate and more Tears for Fears. Having completely bought into Gordale's efficiency savings, I understood that there wasn't much in the pot to spend on marketing. Instead, I dug into my savings and had Prontoprint make 2,500 flyers, which I left in piles on the tables of Starbucks and Cafe Nero. Then, I began to broadcast. This is digital radio. Repeat, this is digital radio. Do you read me, North Norfolk? Do you read me? Alan, they read you, said a voice in my cans. Prepare your psyche for a new listening experience. Prepare for Alan's show. It's not called Alan's show. For Alan's new show, Mid-Morning Matters. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Or is it? We want to hear from you if, like many farmers, you're simply not joining in with British summertime. I know daylight savings play merry hell with milking patterns, so if you're a rebel GMT worshipper, we want to hear from you. Also on the show, how long have you kept a fizzy drink fizzy for? Once the top's been opened, we want to know how long you kept the fizz and how you did it. And on the texts, we always hear about the downside to female circumcision. But what about the upside? Send us your views in an SMS. Now, Ultravox. And so Mid-Morning Matters was born. And it was quickly apparent that listeners had warmed to this new Digitalan Partridge, with listening figures spiking in my first quarter by almost 2%. Why, though? Just what is digital radio? You're the blooming expert, Alan. Out with it. Well, as far as I know, the most common meaning is digital radio broadcasting technologies, such as the Digital Audio Broadcasting DAB system, also known as Eureka 147. Now, in these systems, the analog audio signal is digitized, compressed using formats such as MP2, and transmitted using a digital modulation scheme. If you're interested, I'm relatively au fait with the aim of digital radio. The aim is to increase the number of radio programs in a given spectrum, or to improve the audio quality, to eliminate fading problems in mobile environments, to allow additional datacasting services, and to decrease the transmission power or the number of transmitters required to cover a region. But that's all I can remember right now. 32. A Sidekick. In October 2010, I broke one of the most sacred covenants of brand Partridge. I decided to start broadcasting with the aid of a sidekick. No consultation, no forward planning. I just did it. Bam! Yet even to me, his arrival, like that of a baby whose parents weren't responsible enough to use protection, be it a condom, the coil, or whatever, was completely unexpected. So what the hell was I playing at? The story begins on a Tuesday night. Wearing flannel slacks and a tossed sweater, I'd driven over to my local hostelry. It was a warm evening, and I was hungry for the 2.5 units of alcohol to which, as a driver, I was legally entitled. I locked my car by casually pointing the keys over my shoulder. Boop, beep. But before I had advanced more than a few meters, something stopped me in my tracks. It was one of the loudest peals of laughter since sliced bread, and it was coming from the snug. It's no exaggeration to say that it nearly blew me back against the car. It might very well have done so, too, were it not for the fact that my calf muscles had recently been beefed up by a Runton to Matlock power ramble. If you're in the area, by the way, can I urge you to drop in at the King's Arms in Barningham? Excellent guest ales and a very welcome zero-tolerance policy on dogs in the bar, and I do mean zero tolerance. If you're blind, don't bother. I picked up the pace. The only person I'd ever heard cause such an uproar in that snug before was, well, me. Phil Shepherd had them crying with laughter in the saloon bar one night last year, but, like I say, that wasn't in the snug. I couldn't imagine who it could be. I mused, curiouser and curiouser. As I entered the pub, I instantly spotted the source of the mirth. It was a man, in his early 30s, wearing an out-there Hawaiian shirt and sporting a beard that was sort of gingery brownie ginger. His name was Simon Denton, and, understatement alert, he was seriously funny. The joke he was telling when I walked in was an absolute groin-wrecker. Is that even a phrase? But it was also wholly suitable for publication, touching as it did on the rather delicate subjects of race, sexuality, and Phil Shepherd's mum. Me and the guys took it in the spirit in which it was intended, but if the PC Brigade saw it in print, they'd have an absolute epi. Second and third gags were just about fine, I thought, but HarperCollins disagreed, so I can't share them with you. Let's just say that what I regarded as gentle joshing of the opposite sex, they regarded as plain hateful to women. Ditto a handful of Jew jokes. Ah well. But petty questions of taste and decency aside, the point is that me and Denton hit it off large time. We were like Siamese twins separated at birth by a combination of surgery and adoption. We both enjoyed a drop of real ale. We both had the same views on artificial insemination. And we were both absolute naturals at the thing where you lean on the bar stool in a way that means you're sitting and standing at the same time. More than anything else, though, we were just funny guys. As I drove home that night, I thought my brain was going to short-circuit. Had I been a robot, I think it probably would have done. What the hell had just happened back there? Who was this guy? It was back at Chez Partridge later on, as I drank a pint of water in just 3 gulps, that it occurred to me. Why not invite Denton to become part of mid-morning matters on North Norfolk Digital? Norfolk's best music mix. Of course, it was so obvious. Comedy was the only thing the show hadn't nailed. Everything else was there by the bucket load. Music, guests, sound effects. We had a whole phalanx of killer features too. Alan describes art, a partridge in a pun tree, creed crunch, word scramble, gender thrash. Yet every night in bed there was a nagging doubt in my mind. I'd lie there absent-mindedly tossing my ball bag from one hand to the other, and I knew something was missing. What we were lacking were the truly big laughs, found on, say, Bedtime with Branning or the aforementioned Wally Banter's Junk Box. Not that it was my fault. I was forever bringing a wry smile to my listeners' ears, but there was only so far I could go. As one of the most trusted voices in North Norfolk, I had a responsibility to be taken seriously. It wouldn't do to have spent the entire show speaking like a quacking duck, which admittedly would be very funny, if I then had to read out an urgent news flash about a dirty bomb going off in Wisbech. So that was where Denton would come in. Not specifically for the quacking, in fact least of all for the quacking. Animal noises was a glaring weakness of his. But just to be the person whose sole job was to bring the laughter. But my thinking was even bolder than that. I wasn't envisaging that Denton would come and go like a weather girl or a traffic and travel person. Instead, he would be by my side throughout, free to lob in a gag at literally any time, provided he'd first sought permission from me. It would bring a real freshness to the show to have this unique comic mind chucking in dry comments the second they popped into his head, so long as he'd run the ideas past me during the previous song. And a bonus thanks to A, the webcam, and B, his striking resemblance to Clyde from Every Which Way But Loose, even the deaf could enjoy him. Not that I was talking about a co-host. That would be taking it way too far. I'd already betrayed the trust of my digital devotees by introducing a sidekick at all. To go any further would have been insane. I like risk, but I'm not a dick. To make that point crystal clear, I decided to enshrine his role in his on-air nickname, Sidekick Simon. His job would be to enhance the show, not to share it, never to share it, not ever. No, that wasn't going to happen, pal. He would be the polish to my car, the buff to my shoe, the sun cream to my back. Just to be certain I was making the right decision, I consulted my assistant. She seemed unsure that a lowly lab assistant could cope in the pressure cooker atmosphere of digital local radio. This was good enough for me. I hired Denton there and then, unpaid. At many of the pivotal points in my life, I found that the best way to reach a decision is to find out what a Baptist would do, then do the opposite. Yet Sidekick Simon's first show did not go well. I'd given him the perfect tee-up, advising listeners that major laughs were guaranteed. If you're standing, sit down. If you're driving, pull over. If you're in a wheelchair, for God's sake, keep away from the top of the stairs. In the event, I wished I'd kept my mouth shut. Denton didn't just let me down, he let himself down too. He was riddled with nerves, his usually hilarious asides turning into little more than muttered rubbish. I'd advised him to have a couple of drinks before he came on to loosen himself up a bit. He hadn't. He said he didn't want to start drinking when it wasn't even 10 a.m. I was absolutely furious. It was so unprofessional. Time after time I was forced to intervene and send my audience into fits of uncontrollable laughter after another one of Denton's gags had fallen horribly flat. It was easy enough for me to do this, but that wasn't the point. That night I thanked my lucky stars that the Wisbech nuclear scenario had not come to pass. I'd had an incredibly lucky escape. We limped on for the rest of the week, but on Sunday I told him to meet me for brunch. It was a session we'd go on to repeat many times in the future. I'd canter in with the Sundays under my arm and plonk myself down by the fire. There'd always be a tussle over the motoring section, which I would invariably win, either through brute force or just by invoking the paper purchaser's prerogative. Yet this particular Sunday, it was serious. It was time for showdown talks. I made my position clear. The nerves had to be dealt with. He was free to do as he wished at the weekends, but as long as he was appearing on my weekday show, I needed to know that he had been drinking. I obviously wasn't going to enforce this with a daily breathalyzer test. I couldn't get hold of a breathalyzer. But believe me, I would just know. Happily, it was a solution that seemed to work. He got over his nerves, and I survived with my reputation intact. Other than those moments when I've either punched or shot people live on air, the name Alan Partridge has come to be a byword for broadcasting excellence, and I didn't want that to be compromised. Denton's morning drinking did end up costing him his driving licence, but despite his incessant moaning, both he and I knew he could still make it into the station by using as few as 3 buses. While he and his fellow passengers could just sit back and effectively be chauffeured into work, the rest of us had to undergo the daily headache of changing gear, looking in our mirrors, and turning the steering wheel. Denton and I became moderately firm friends outside of work too. Despite being a lab assistant, he was actually an okay guy. His B in chemistry, C in biology, and B in physics, all at GCSE, had left him with some pretty amazing knowledge. The speed at which he could tell you the colour any given metal would turn a Bunsen burner flame was nothing short of incredible. As I found out one memorable night in the pub. Barium, light green. Potassium, lilac. Sodium, that's me asking the questions, by the way. Orange, that's Denton answering. Calcium, me again. Brick red, Denton again. Of course he could have been lying. After all, it's not always easy to trust the bearded. Not since Peter Sutcliffe, anyway. I find it's easier to trust a man with a moustache. In modern times, those with upper lip coverage seem to have been pretty good eggs, with the exception of Saddam Hussein, Joseph Stalin, Adolf you-know-who, and several others. Freddie Mercury seemed all right, though, despite his tendencies. Ahem. Denton is no longer my sidekick, of course. The trajectory of our working relationship, from strangers in pub to partners in crime in 6 days, was clearly unsustainable, and so it proved. I felt that Denton began to develop ideas above his station. Don't misunderstand me. I wasn't expecting him to pucker up each morning and kiss my rump, but I would have liked a little loyalty and gratitude. Sadly, these basic Partridgean values are commodities, like sterling or leaded petrol, that the public have deemed dispensable in recent years. The warning signs appeared when Denton began to turn up late. On North Norfolk Digital, this ain't on. I still have the internal memo that makes that very point. Me, I have a routine. Although my show doesn't start until 10 a.m, I try to get to McDonald's for 7, otherwise you don't get a booth by the window, with a pencil and pad. Before I do anything, I work out the track listing for the show and come up with scripted chat that I'll pass off as spontaneous quipping when I flag in the final hour of the slot. A couple of coffees and 7 hash browns later, I'm in the toilets, putting my shirt back on after a good wash before brushing my teeth and grabbing another coffee on the way out. I'm beeping my horn outside Denton's flat no later than 8:50 a.m. Within weeks of being granted sidekickhood, Denton's punctuality became a problem. He kept me waiting for 2, sometimes 3 minutes before rolling into the car without a word of apology. His foul breath told me he'd recently woken, and the cakey orange build-up in the corners of his eyes was a surefire sign that waking early and/or washing had not been on his to-do list. I said nothing, of course, preferring to make clear my disdain on air by quelling my laughter, talking over him, or making him explain his jokes in great detail. I'm a forgiving man. I even returned a prized album of family photos to Carol after she left, going as far as gluing the torn shreds back together with boss stick and drawing in the bits that had been lost. But I felt that Denton was pushing his luck enormously here. The final betrayal, when it came, was still a shock. I was woken one night by a text from my assistant. Emergency, it began, but then it always does. NND now, not home. I ignored the message, temporarily forgetting that when she texts home, she more often than not means good. I'm continually staggered by her failure to grasp T9 predictive text, despite having used it for a decade. So it wasn't until the following day that I realized the news was bad, and that I would be bidding home riddance to my sidekick in a matter of weeks. Turns out Denton had been moonlighting for Bedtime with Branning, supplying wry observations and wacky character-led monologues to a presumably bemused late-night audience. Well, this was a clatter in the chops, bang. I mean, I'd not demanded that Denton sign any exclusivity agreement, as his humour seemed so suited to mid-morning. But even without a legally binding contract, I'd have thought it was obvious he was mine. Apparently not. And so, with the relationship visibly curdling by the hour, we limped on for another few weeks before we decided to call it a day. I basically just stopped picking him up. His departure gave the show a new lease of life. You'd have to be deaf not to recognise that, and my listeners were grateful that they were getting more Allen in their mid-morning diet. I pledged never again to allow a sidekick to eclipse, obscure, or impinge ever again. I've stuck to that pledge too, although on occasions I've shared mic space with a girl whose name I think was Zoe. And what of Denton? Well, we bumped into each other in the King's Arms 3 weeks ago, eyeing each other warily from across the bar, peeking out now and then from behind a strip of scampi fries. With them in my eye line, it was inevitable that I'd buy a packet, and once opened, I offered one to a woman I was having a drink with. "Would you like one scampi fry?" I asked. "Just one," she replied, greedily eyeing up my full bag of fish crunches. It may be that she'd forgotten that taking more than one would almost certainly compromise her appetite, which wasn't really on, given that I was buying dinner. But no sooner had she eaten her scampi fry than Denton piped up with a joke about her having fishy fingers. On the face of it, it pertained to the distinctive aroma of scampi, but Denton and I knew it had vaginal overtones. And while the woman was unimpressed, Denton and I fell about. It was a reminder of what genuinely good comedy sounds like, and we've been fairly inseparable since then. In a recent raffle, I won an afternoon driving saloon cars around Brands Hatch, and Denton has asked if he can come and watch. And when the day comes, I might swing round to his place and pick him up. Yes, I think I will. 33. Hanging up the headphones. Everyone has a shelf life, whether they're a finely tuned athlete, a surrogate mother, or a lady newsreader. Disc jockeys are no exceptions. The last thing you want to do is plough on long past your sell-by date, trading on past glories, Simon Mayo, or pretending to like classical music, Simon Bates. The dignified approach is to recognise when your magic is gone and serenely slip away, having negotiated a handsome severance package and delivered a stinging broadside against younger DJs and station controllers. Also Simon Bates, to be fair. I'm perpetually analysing my relevance and fitness for purpose, angrily quizzing my assistant on the quality of each day's show, and sending tapes to Denise and Fernando to flag up anything that sounds dated or fogey-like. So far, nothing has come back. But sometimes there are whispers, nagging doubts, worries. I'm a human being, a good one, but human nonetheless. And the creeping concern that I'm outstaying my welcome has lived alongside me in recent years, like a quiet wife or a sidelined application for planning permission. This has taken on new badness in recent months, culminating in a bounce back to where I was before I bounced back. I found myself walking through the valley of no confidence towards the desert of deep despair. You see, recently there have been whispers that the Partridge is past it. Naturally, the naysayers haven't had the testes to say this to my face, but you can sense these things. Plus, I've had my assistant sit behind them in the staff canteen and listen into their conversations. From whence did these hushed conversations arise, you ask? Or at least I do. Well, it was all triggered by an incident in May. Craig Kilty, a.k.a. The Monster, a DJ from rival station Orbital Digital, had tricked his way into my studio and duped me into saying the words, "I listen to Orbital Digital." Far from this being a clever publicity stunt, however, most people just ended up thinking he had learning difficulties, which to my mind he definitely does. Yet it seemed that the chattering classes around Norfolk Digital had seen it differently. To them it was a sign that I was letting my guard down, that I was losing my hunger, my sharpness, my joie de broadcast. Of course that was cobblers/fucking bullshit. But it still needed answering, and the only way to do that was to stage the kind of one-off radio event that people would be talking about for a generation. Certainly in my household, anyway. Which is how I came up with the idea of Mid-Morning Matters, Mid-Air. Whoosh! Legs together, arms by my side, I shoot up into the air, my body spiraling like a drill bit. Shit! I scream in terror as my beloved Norfolk disappears beneath me. Up I go, higher and higher, climbing like a bird that flies vertically. 2 feet, 3 feet, 4. God knows how many G's I'm pulling. Then suddenly the ascent seems to stall. Norwich, we have a problem, I quip deep inside my own head. But of course we don't have a problem. It's just old Lady Gravity getting her way. She always does in the end, the bitch. And so here I go, beginning my long descent back to earth. 4 feet, 3 feet, 2. As I gather speed, my side parting lifts off my scalp. I can fly, it must be thinking. How wrong it is. How wrong it is. And then kaboom! 13 stone 8 ounces, a bit less if I go to the toilet before I weigh, of pure Alan Partridge crashes down in the forgiving embrace of soft inflated plastic. A broad Cheshire cheese smile lights up my face. I really do love a bouncy castle. It's August 2011, and you join me at the annual fun fair of North Norfolk Digital, North Norfolk's best music mix. A million miles away from our dark, cramped studios. The fun days are all about glitz and glamour, and we broadcast live from a large field or car park. It's a rare chance for us radio professionals to do our stuff in front of a real-life audience, and I, for one, love it. Reading the travel news into an unresponsive studio mic is one thing, but announcing a tailback on the A47 while staring deep into the eyes of a local granny as she nervously tries to calculate the implications for her journey home, well, you can't beat it. I like to spice things up with a gimmick, too. Last year, I broadcast wearing a full suit of armour. Hot, but worth it. The year before, I didn't do anything. I was going to dress up as David Beckham, but in the end I didn't, as I was in a bad mood on the day. And this year, I've trumped the lot. A first for digital radio anywhere in Norfolk. I've decided that part of my show will take place mid-air as I catapult myself up and down on a bouncy castle. People have tried to talk me out of it, of course, some concerned that the jumping will compromise sound quality, others believing, wrongly, that the castle is only for the use of under-10s. But there's no way I was going to be dissuaded. Because this year of all years, with rumours circulating that I'm past it, I need to make my mark. A few practice leaps have banished the nerves that kept me awake for much of the night. And as I look out onto the small but high-quality crowd, I can feel myself basking in the warm glow of relative confidence. I breathlessly clamber aboard the castle, having first removed my shoes, and quickly scare away any remaining children. Yet barely have I finished my first mid-air "Hello, Norfolk!" than things go horribly, catastrophically wrong. As I reach the high point of my first ascent, I can just make out something odd going on below. A grubby man has rushed forward and is shoving the castle out of the way. Suddenly there's nothing to cushion my fall but cold, hard car park. My whole life flashes before me. It really would make a good film. But before I crash to earth, I notice who the perpetrator is. It's none other than my DJing nemesis, Dave Clifton. With an hour to kill before opening time, he's clearly decided to come and make mischief. This time he has badly miscalculated. What he's attempting won't just leave me a bit red-faced. There is every chance it could lead to paralysis on a truly Perry Mason-esque scale. And there's no way I'm prepared to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair, even though I've always been curious about the turning circles of the motorized ones. I shut my eyes and prepare for the worst. But instead of the crack of bone on tar macadam, what I hear is more of a squelchy thud, because Clifton has failed to get out of my way and has effectively broken my fall. Better still, his recent thyroid problem means that to land on, there's very little actual difference between him and a bouncy castle. Yet, as we lie there, in a tangled heap of DJs, I realize I haven't totally escaped injury. My left ankle is badly sprained. As the pain courses up through my body, I yelp like a shot dog. Clifton is pretty badly hurt too. Blood is glugging from a cut in his knee, like a big squirt of leg ketchup. I'm sorely tempted to spit into the bastard's mouth, but don't. I'm worried it might be taken as a sign of affection by any sexual deviants in the crowd. As my mind scans its database for a plan B, he leaps up and starts to run away. Instantly, I'm hurled into the belly of a dilemma. What do I do now? He's pushed it too far this time, but I'm still a professional. I've still got a show to do. My fans are expecting 3 hours of quality radio delivered mid-air. I may have bust an ankle, but there's no reason I can't get back on that castle and hop. But then I look out into the small but high-quality sea of faces. My God, people are laughing at me. Worse, on the front row, I see Craig Kilty, a.k.a. the Monster, and a man who looks very much like Tony Hayers but isn't Tony Hayers because Tony Hayers is dead. What I wouldn't give to wipe the smiles off their faces, especially the face of Craig Kilty, a.k.a. the Monster, because it is actually him, whereas the other one isn't Tony Hayers, because Tony Hayers is dead. If I just let Clifton get away with it, even more people will think I'm past it. Even more people will think it's time to put me out to pasture/stud. Instantly, my mind is made up. Sorry, guys, I say. Show's cancelled. 2 hours later, the pursuit is still in full swing. Struggling with different but identically debilitating injuries, me sprained, him cut, fat, drunk, we're locked in a dramatic low-speed chase. Thankfully for me, Clifton has been unable to stem the bleeding from his knee. Even if I temporarily lose sight of him, I can always tell which direction he's headed because he leaves a small trail of blood. He's like a large, menstruating snail with a drink problem. By this point, my ankle is swollen to roughly the size of a child's head. There's no way I can give up, though. To make matters worse, he's goading me. "You'll never catch me, Partridge." "I wouldn't bet on that," I counter as a pregnant woman overtakes me. "Well, I would," he replies, his ridiculous mid-Atlantic accent hanging on the breeze like a bad trump. "Oh yeah? How much?" "How much have you got?" "Depends if you mean cash or assets. If we're going down the assets route, then we're talking house, car, antique Toby jug, which is chipped, but not badly." Suddenly it hits me. The entire conversation has been nothing more than a smokescreen. With me distracted, he's hobbled onto the number 23 bus and is getting away. Overcome with rage, I flick him the V's, both hands. A young boy misunderstands and thinks I've aimed the insult towards his mother. Keen to defend her honour, he flicks his wrist to and fro in the international gesture for masturbator. I flick my head effortlessly to the right and see another bus pulling in. Hauling my kiddie's head of an ankle aboard, I pay my fare, $1.50 for a single, and fix the driver square between the eyes. "Follow that bus," I bellow, my face puce with frustration. "Jesus, what happened to your ankle?" he asks, leaning his head out of that little cabin they sit in. "Bouncy castle fall, only partially broken by bad man," I answer concisely. "Now drive." He steps on the gas, and with a massive cloud of dust, we wheel spin out of the depot, our back end bucking like a bronco. But at the lights, disaster! Clifton's bus turns left, mine goes right. I ding the dinger, but as I leap from the bus and onto the pavement, I've forgotten about my ankle. The sudden throb of pain makes me understand what childbirth must be like, except I'm feeling it in my lower leg rather than in my vagina, which is presumably more sensitive. "Are you okay?" says a passing Frenchwoman who's obviously learnt to speak English. I totally ignore her, partly out of pain, partly because I'm still angry at her countrymen for taking part in the Vichy regime. I scan my surroundings. If I can cut across the retail park, I should be able to head him off at the junction. It's a long shot, but it's the only shot I have. I make my way past Boots, JJB Sports and Blacks, who I notice have got a 25% off all waterproof trousers. This is handy not only as I need a new pair of waterproof trousers, but also because I always aim to get them at a discounted rate rather than pay full price. But when I look back over to the junction, the bus has gone. Clifton has eluded me. "No!" I shout, tossing my head back and firing my scream into the sky, although some of it will inevitably have spilled into the nearby Burtons. I trudge on in a daze, making it a few more paces before collapsing to the ground in a tangled heap of DJ. When I finally come round, how long has it been? A few seconds? A few minutes? A few hours? It's a few seconds. I realize where I am. I am lying in a disabled parking bay outside Morrison's. Yet this isn't just any old Morrison's. This is the site of the copse where I stood all those years ago. An 8-year-old, marvelling at a simple maple, bowled over by its class and its spunk. The same site to which I make pilgrimage once a year. To remember that tree and take stock, to remember who I am, and re-engorge my sense of self. But today feels different. Today the tree/parking space feels blank, impassive, solemn. Rather than replenishing my self-esteem, being here seems to be sending me a far more poignant message. As a child, this is where I'd looked ahead to the rest of my life, where my hopes and ambitions had taken shape. And now I am here once more, at the tail end of my career, bested yet again by a rival DJ. The message is clear. I really am past it. Try as I might, I can't ignore what this tree, patch of ground approximately where a tree once was, is trying to tell me. I feel tears welling in my two eyes, for I know what I must do. I must go into North Norfolk Digital, North Norfolk's best music mix, in the morning, and announce my retirement, effective immediately. As the enormity of my decision dawns on me, I bring my arms into my body, tuck my chin onto my chest, and roll away to the left, as a disabled guy wants to get into the parking space. That night, I sit alone on my sofa and prepare to write a goodbye speech to my listeners, armed with nothing other than a pad of paper and one of those biros that writes in different colors depending on which button you flick down. I set to work, choosing black. Memories, people from my past, significant achievements dance before me like I imagine they would if I was sitting at a fire after drinking the potion in some kind of voodoo ceremony. I will myself to write my goodbye. But that night's bit-up TV is so enjoyable that 4 hours later, I realize I haven't done anything other than making a winning bid for a 12-volt automatic hammer with soft grip handle. I turn off the TV and head into the kitchen to treat myself to a bowl of Cocoa Pops with hot milk, heavenly. And as I'm slurping down a mouthful of sweet brown cereal, I fall sound asleep. I wake at 7 with a bit of milk on my face, but also a genuine sense of clarity and certainty. No time for McDonald's today, I say loudly. I have to say my goodbyes to my colleagues, to my listeners, to the profession that has been my love for the best years of my life. I telephone my assistant to tell her the news. I'm obviously not interested in what she has to say, so when I've finished speaking, I press the buttons on my phone in order to drown out her protests with the keytones. Then I hang up. I start the drive into work, manfully trying to operate the brake, accelerator, and clutch with only one functioning foot. It's not easy, but I'm confident that if I move my good foot quickly enough, whilst slinging my bad one over the gear stick, it can be done. A close shave with a local lollipop lady tells me I'm wrong. I clamber aboard my crutches and begin the long walk to work. It will at least give me time to marshal my thoughts. Some hope. As I struggle to pole vault my body gradually towards the studios, my concentration is crumpled by interruptions. "Excuse me, love," a bespectacled woman asks from the driver's window of a Renault Espace. "I'm trying to find the Millennium Library. I think it's Ethel Street." "It's Bethel Street," I mutter, my eyes fixed on the pavement ahead. "It's just past the end of Earlham Road. But there are tailbacks from the roadworks onto the Grapes Hill roundabout. You're better off taking Dereham Road and heading for St. Benedict Street." "Thanks. I must concentrate. This is a seminal moment in my life. I need this to be right." But a shout from a nearby doorway halts my train of thought. "Lovely day," says an old cardiganed woman towing a tartan shopping trolley and deadlocking her front door behind her, as all old people obsessively insist on doing. "Yeah, for ducks," I holler. She laughs, and I explain. "The weather's going to take a turn any minute. Massive chance of rain today. Massive." She stops laughing and, deep in thought, heads back indoors to collect a coat or buy her shopping online. I arrive at North Norfolk Digital, North Norfolk's best music mix, still clueless as to how I'll announce my retirement. Just before I enter the building, the security guard catches my eye. He looks a bit down, or rather, more depressed than usual, so I engage him in a quick bit of chat, instinctively focusing on topics someone like him will relate to, such as football or the lottery. I get inside and crutch myself to the bathroom. Standing at the mirror, I observe my reflection. My eyes still dance and sparkle. Of course they do. But my hair is mottled grey. My eyes are riddled with wrinkles, and my skin has developed a blotchy quality that I never discovered the source of. The time has come for me to retire, I mumble to myself. Yes, something simply feels right. I hear a snigger from a toilet cubicle and curse silently. My colleagues really are twats sometimes. After splashing my face where it had been stained with milk, I leave the bogs and order a couple of less senior people to assemble everyone in front of the foyer. And then I drop my bombshell. "I'm calling it a day. I wanted you all to know first, but in a few moments I'll share the news with my listeners. I've had some great years with you all, I shall say, but the time has come for me to retire. A hush falls over the room. They can't believe it. At the back, I think I see someone faint. I start the process of shaking every member of staff by hand. It's only a small gesture, but I know it'll mean a lot. Some people have got palms even clammier than my own, including a worryingly high proportion of women. But I don't tell them. Now's not the time. I'll just give my hands a good wash later. In the end, I have to do the shakes increasingly quickly, as I've noticed people have started to drift away, no doubt intent on returning to their desks, to switch off their email, take their phones off the hook, and give themselves a few minutes to get their heads straight. By the time I get to the last few, it's barely even a shake, it's more of a grip and release. I'm in such a hurry, I end up pressing the flesh of a couple of people who aren't even on the payroll. One is a DHL courier, the other isn't. I'm so determined not to miss anyone that I even head back into the toilets, first the men's, then the women's, then the disabled, to mop up any stragglers. By now, however, it's 5 to 10, the time for shaking hands with people in toilets, no matter what their gender or handicap, is over. I glance out of the window and see an old woman looking up at the window, through the driving rain, but I've no time to worry about lady pensioners. It's showtime for the final time. I enter my studio for the final time. I sit on my seat for the final time. I warm up my voice, not for the final time. At this point I was still toying with the idea of joining a gospel choir. As I have done for every one of my broadcasts over some 30 years, I quietly run through my pre-show checklist. Headphones, on. Throat and nasal passages, clear. Fingers, ready to push buttons and slide sliders. The breakfast show has chosen to end with It's My Life, the 1992 hit by Dr. Alban. It seems somehow appropriate, even though it's used to advertise tampons. My moment has arrived. Alban stops, his husky European rap singing slowly fading into the crisp morning air, and then nothing. Silence. I've frozen. I'm committing the biggest sin in radio. Dead air. But it's not that I've lost my bottle. Me? No way. Get real. I'd made up my mind after all. It's simply that I can't muster the will to speak. Something has grabbed my brain like the jaws of a distempered police dog. It's the old lady I've seen from the studio window moments before. It's only now I realize this wasn't just any female pensioner. It's the woman I'd spoken to earlier this morning. This time she was wearing a coat, carrying an umbrella to protect her body from the drench, and when her eyes had fixed on mine, she'd been shouting something. "Thank you," she'd been saying. "Thank you." I'd helped that woman. I had genuinely helped her. In providing a simple weather update, I'd helped her to avoid both the downpour and, who knows, perhaps a fatal dose of hypothermia. And it wasn't just her. The travel bulletin I'd given to the bespectacled driver had helped her to, I imagine, return her library books in time, saving her money that she could use to feed her children, and all thanks to a detour away from the inevitable jam back at Grapes Hill. And then there was the security guard. He'd been at a low ebb, but my chat, my breezy demeanour, my easy way with people, had given him a chuckle, a moment of levity, a sign that someone cared. I shake my head. No time for sentimentality, Alan. I need to get back on message, as Tony Blair would say. But still I'm dry-mouthed and unable to propel the words towards the foamy orb of the mic. But now word has spread that I'm drying up live on air. People are pouring into the studio that faces mine. Others are peering in through that little round window in the studio door. It's only a small window, but I can count at least 3.5 faces. But still I can't do it, because I'd helped people. I'd amused, I'd chatted. Help, amuse, chat. Those qualities, help, amuse, chat, are qualities that broadcasters spend a lifetime trying to perfect. Yet, on the limp to work, I hadn't even had to think about it. It was like breathing, or going for a wee in the night. It had all come so naturally. It was just Alan being Alan, Partridge being Partridge, me being I. But shouldn't I be saying, sod them all? Sod the mockers, the naysayers, the bouncy castle saboteurs. Whatever they think of my broadcasting, Isn't it my audience that matters? I mean, for them, I'm doing a good thing, day in, day out, except weekends. Help, amuse, chat. Help, amuse, chat. I look back to the window. Now my assistant is there. She's holding up a plastic bag with some sandwiches in. Is this a sign? No, probably not. Suddenly the producer is in my ear. "Speak, man!" His voice seems to go into slow motion. "Speak, man!" I go to loosen my tie, but realize I'm not wearing one. So instead, I just end up scratching the bit below my Adam's apple. As I drag my nails back and forth across the base of my gullet, the producer is back in my ears. "Snap out of it, Alan!" Dozens of eyeballs peer at me. Thousands of ears strain to hear. I lean towards the mic and finally, I speak. This is Alan Partridge with Mid-Morning Matters, and on the day that 67-year-old Norwich resident Mary Lease has woken from a 3-year coma, we'll be asking, what's the best night's sleep you've ever had? We'll also be looking at the law and asking, are you legally allowed to draw a line down the back of a photograph and use it as a postcard? Now, though, the best band ever to come out of Liverpool, it is, of course, China Crisis. A deafening roar goes up around the station as people realize I've shelved my retirement plans. I go to shield my ears from the noise, but suddenly an ecstatic throng of well-wishers is rushing into the studio. 2 oldish receptionists struggle to lift me onto their shoulders. Dozens of others reach over and hug me, although there's absolutely no physical contact between myself and my assistant. Instantly, everything feels right again. I am back where I belong. I am Partridge. So, dear listener, our time together is over. All that remains is this short epilogue, and anyone who thinks it's designed solely to haul me over the minimum word count specified by my publisher is very, 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 very wrong. Instead, it's a chance for us to reflect. Having heard this audiobook, I'd like to think you've come to know me a bit better, because in a funny kind of way I feel I've come to know you. Shall we be friends? Yes, I think we shall, in a spiritual sense anyway. Please don't come to my house. It's my belief that in the last few hours we've been on a journey. Literally in the case of those hearing this on the train or bus or in the car, less so for those on the sofa, in bed or reading aloud to a blind friend or lover. Now, however, the time has come to bid you farewell. I've been through much in my life. I've scaled the highest highs. I've plumbed the lowest depths. And though I sit here today with a heavy heart and a weary soul, my eyes still burn brightly. They burn for a better tomorrow, for a world without famine and war and the BBC. And, if you've enjoyed listening to my story, I urge you to go out and buy 3 hardbacked copies of Partridge, We Need to Talk About Alan. Take one for yourself, give one to a friend, and give one to an enemy, to heal the wounds of the past. Goodbye, and aha. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Partridge, We Need to Talk About Alan by Alan Partridge with Rob Gibbons, Neil Gibbons, Armando Iannucci and Steve Coogan. Partridge was produced by Scott Sherratt, like Merritt, for Harper Audio, recorded by Ethan Donaldson. Executive producer Joe Forshaw. Text copyright 2011 by Rob Gibbons, Neil Gibbons, Armando Iannucci and Steve Coogan. Production copyright 2011 by Harper Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.